Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We are back for our third year of in-game action in an attempt to find a collective of some of the most talented gamers on the planet. My name is Banks and I am your host, and this week we will be competing across 3 regions: Europe, North America and MENA, otherwise known as Middle East and North Africa. We thought what better way to kick off Gamers Without Borders than with the battle royale that changed the game, Fortnite. And to help me bring this broadcast to life, I'm going to be joined by 2 experts of the field. Welcome Levin and Clay to the desk. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm really excited to be here, man. It's going to be an absolute pleasure. I actually haven't worked with Clay for quite a while, right? My first ever cast with Clay, so it's going to be a fun time being able to kick it back with him.
It's been a minute, almost 2 years since Levin and I worked together casting, so it'll be fun to see how it goes. And of course, this tournament's going to be amazing.
It really is. I'm so excited for this. We've got so much action right around the corner for you at home. But first, let's take a quick look at the Gamers Without Borders competition. So let's get down to the facts. What are our gamers competing for? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this is where Gamers Without Borders sets itself apart. This weekend, there's $3 million up for grabs. And what is better? If you win the prize money, you donate it to a charity of your choice. An incredible way to give back to those less fortunate. And you're right in thinking that sounds great, but there is more. Additionally, if you place in the top 5 in Fortnite, you also qualify for the biggest esports and gaming competition later in the year. So the staggering prize pool is $15 million. $2 million of that going to Fortnite. Clay, what do you think about that?
That's a lot of money up for grabs, both for charity and for the players if they qualify for that event. I would love to be a part of that.
A spicy amount of money, definitely. But before we go any further, we're going to have a quick video to break down our Fortnite weekend. Third year with a bang. Over 100 teams competing across 3 regions in one of the most popular titles of our generation, Fortnite. Each region's duos will be diving out of the battle bus with only one objective: survive. Oh yeah, and there's 0 building. All in an effort to claim the $3 million prize pool at the end of the weekend. And as is customary in Gamers Without Borders, our winners will choose which charity their prize is donated to. After earning their place in Gamers Without Borders through our open qualifier, this is not the end of the road. Our top 5 duos from each region will earn a spot at the world's largest esports and gaming festival later in the year, with a prize pool of $2 million for Fortnite. Trust me, when the stakes are this high and the roster is this stacked, you are not going to want to miss it. So, join us online with your friends as the top players drop in on the 28th of April to kickstart your weekend of Fortnite. What a snazzy voice that guy does have. Now, I have to say, a standout element for myself, and something we have to mention right off the bat: 0 building, completely flipping the game on its head. It's about accuracy, it's about map rotation, teamwork. Need I say more, Levin?
Honestly, I think a lot of people underestimate how technical things can get even without the builds, right? You know, you don't just all of a sudden, remove building and it's easy now, not have to build. There's a lot that goes into it, a lot of core fundamentals that you still have to master. And I'm sure a lot of the players competing today will be looking to be at the top of their game in that regard.
Well, a huge part of Gamers Without Borders are the charities that we work with, okay? And this year we're working alongside multiple charities, all working towards a common goal, and they're all trying to provide humanitarian aid to those who are less fortunate all over the globe. So, if you're interested in finding out more information or even donating to these causes, please head over to watch.gamerswithoutborders.com. Now, today's format will be coming up on your screen very shortly for you all to have a look through. And Levin, I'm going to want you to talk us through this format. Let's go.
Oh, it would be an absolute honor. Well, look, we've got 3 regions, as you probably know: Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, as well as North America. Within each region, we have 44 duos competing across the 4 days, totaling up to 16 matches. And you want to be getting top 5 in your region. If you do get top 5 on that day, you will qualify to Gamers 8, one of the biggest esports festivals we've seen ever. So, plenty on the line to play for.
Gamers 8, $2 million on the line. That is just some serious money. So we've got the point system that's going to be coming up for you next. Clay, why don't you talk us through the point system for today, or for the weekend, in fact?
Yeah, you're going to get 32 points for a victory royale. That's a lot, but if you take a look at the bottom, your elims are going to be worth 3 points apiece. So we'll see a lot of these players that get into that upper echelon of placement. You see starting around 8th place, it starts to really jump up with those placement points increasing. Get a lot of elims, and it should start to stagger very heavily towards the front. So if you get off to a bad footing today, you really got to make up for it in day number 2.
You really do. But I also feel like we have plenty of Fortnite to play over the weekend. 16 matches. So don't get too put off if you don't hit the ground running. But, you know, like you said, Clay said that the points do really start to stagger upwards as you get towards that top 8 position. Now we've got the prizes that are going to be won by our competitors. First place, $150,000 for first place to donate to the charity of their choosing. But don't worry, all the way down to 44th position for all of our 44 duos, you can still donate something to a charity of your choice. So we have a schedule for you as well, which is going to look a little bit like this for your next graphic. We have 4 rounds in the MENA region, followed by 4 in Europe, and finally we're going to have 4 rounds in North America. Those are all your timestamps next to it as well. A total of 12 matches today, loads of Fortnite content to sink our teeth into. Levin, I'm going to start with you. Which region is most stacked for you?
Oh, look, I might be a tad bit biased here, right? But I think it has to be Europe, right? You look at some of the names that will be competing in the European competition, it just doesn't get much better, right? But I will say, when you look at the MENA region, the NA region, there are some high quality players who will all be looking for a chance to qualify, right? So that they get a chance to compete with some of the European players as well. So plenty still to play for everyone, and all regions will be incredibly fun to watch.
And Clay, we've already spoken about how stacked these regions are. Which region are you most looking forward to seeing?
Oh, honestly, I'm most looking forward to seeing MENA because we don't get to see a lot of their gameplay broadcasted. We can go back and watch it there in the VODs, but we don't get to really see them in the moment actually play. And I'm excited to see how they adapt to, of course, and it's not something we talked about, zero building.
Well, as we start to load up the battle bus with our competitors for MENA, a region that we haven't had a lot of experience, like you've already mentioned, but again, a game mode that we're not used to seeing as well. So are we expecting, pure carnage is something that comes to mind first. Levin, what do you reckon?
I think it becomes very interesting, right? You know, of course, I'm sure a lot of people have had a chance to jump into no builds and try it for themselves, but when you put a lobby filled with professional Fortnite players in, you know, the stakes are very, very high. I expect to see a lot of vehicle play come in. I think it's going to be interesting to see how certain players maneuver with the loot pools, right? Because it's going to be very different to what they're familiar with in the typical arena game mode, right? So a lot of room for adaptation today.
Well, the bags are packed, they're in the bus, and there's no going back now. It's time for our first Battle Royale match of the day in the region of MENA. So, Levin and Clay, you guys take it away.
Yeah, I am very excited to see exactly how these games play out. Like Levin said, they don't have experience in these game modes, so you don't get to see the rocket or the Anvil rocket launcher being used in a normal competitive game, which will take out those vehicles from afar. Jetpacks as well. You get to see a lot of different utility items that are not normally used. And Levin, I don't know how these players are going to adapt, but they're going to have to think quickly on their feet.
I don't know whether to be excited or scared here, the way you're describing these things, right? I think the most important thing, right, is that there are a couple games for you to sort of, you know, slowly figure things out as you go along. You know, like we've sort of established already, it's almost an unknown territory for a lot of the players, right? And so seeing who can sort of be the first move as the people who are really on it from the jump is going to be key. Of course, there are, again, some very big name players from the MENA region going to be competing today. I'm sure, you know, nothing's going to change. Right? A lot of these guys were literally playing a cash cup yesterday, right? So they'll be up for it for sure. The competition will definitely be high.
Yeah, eyes are on Unit and Soriano playing on different teams, of course, but they're big names here in the MENA region. They've done very well in FNCSs and past competitions, so I'm excited to see if they can live up. Again, like you said, it becomes even a little bit more tactical when you take out the building because you don't have everything to hide behind. You have to find that natural cover, find some rocks out there to hide behind, and you don't have the safety net that you're used to.
Yeah, I think that instinctual sort of building is going to be gone, right? In terms of like, for me personally, I'm no pro player, but me personally, someone shoots me from behind, I quickly whip out the builds, right? But you have to sort of ignore your instincts in that sense, right? So even that, I'm sure we'll get a couple moments like that where you have someone almost panicking trying to get their builds out, but they can't. Look, a lot of top lane players, like you mentioned some of the ones you're looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the likes of players like Gentle, right? I think yesterday he literally broke the record for points in a cash cup, right? That is insane. So of course, he has the hot hand coming into things today. I'll be looking out for what he can do. All in all, I think a lot of these players, like we said, this is going to be their chance to actually qualify to compete against potentially some EU and NA players, which is something that nobody from the MENA region has really done in Fortnite before, right? And so that in itself is an exciting prospect.
So yeah, it's been a while since we've seen any sort of competition like that, and I'm excited to see who ends up qualifying after this weekend, because again, while they're playing for charity now, they're playing for that Gamers 8 festival in the future, and that's going to motivate a lot of players, because you get to play against the likes of, if Dubs and Mega qualify over in North America, if like NEU, and the likes of Nikov qualify, those are some pretty big names to play against.
Yeah, I think it's one of those really interesting things where, we have to sort of just wait and see who really is going to be the ones to step up. Look, we have a bit of a delay. We are trying to get on the battle bus for you guys, but, before we get there, we got a bit of a content piece to show you guys. So stick around and we'll have the game for you very, very shortly.
I think I prefer a no-build game mode because I think it's more dynamic. We need to stay always focused, and I prefer that mode.
And for me, for now, I prefer the no-build mode because it's more strategic in the game, and it's something new for the game. We've been used for 3 years of building, and now having a game mode with no build is new.
I think my favorite in-game dance is the Take the L, because I like this one.
For me, there's a new one. It's called Alors on danse. This one is so good.
Many as we can. We need to have many mats as we can, because it's useful, and we want to win the game. My favorite landing spot is Grotto, because they have so many loots in this place, and we can fight early game with many people, so I like this place, yes.
And for me, it's Kondo Canyon. I've been landing there for like the first season of the chapter, and I like it so much.
I think we both feeling great. We are excited to play this tournament because for us it's the moment to prove ourselves and our new geos. So we are happy and excited.
I feel the same of him, and I think we will be ready for that.
We hope you guys enjoyed hearing from some of our players, right? Some very big names there, right? Very excited ahead of the competition, as are we, Clay, right? We're ready to jump right into things. Of course, there's been a bit of a delay, but, as soon as we can get on that battle bus, we will be. So, don't fear, really, is what I'll say.
I mean, the only thing everyone has to fear is, I think, these tanks. I believe we'll see some of those in today. I'm excited to see if these players do use them, how they utilize them. Because like you said, their vehicles are going to be very prevalent today, and that's how a lot of players are going to be hiding in some of these circles. But those tanks, they have a lot of HP. It takes a while to get rid of them, especially if we do see these Anvil rocket launchers coming through. It takes like 4 or 5 rockets from that to get rid of it. So you kind of have a safe haven if you're able to secure one.
Yeah, you know, you say if these players will use them. I think it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of just how and when, right? Because they will definitely look to utilize these things, right? We all know these pros. They all want to look for an advantage over each other in any way possible. Again, it's all about that sort of vehicle warfare and how that comes into play. I think it's going to be exciting to see sort of overshield come into play, right? Of course, I'm sure a lot of these players, you know, aren't used to having that mechanic in itself in the game, right? That's an added bonus for them. So, you know, there's plenty of new stuff for them, for us, for the people watching at home as well. I guess it's what it's all about, right? Getting to see these top players playing in no build competition.
It'd be interesting to see how they adapt. Again, like you said, they have these instincts built in of you get shot, you quickly whip around, you build that wall, you start building up, and now it's you get shot, you better start sliding and running away because all you have if you're in an open field is maybe some rocks, maybe a tree to hide behind. But if you're caught out like that, you're just going to get eliminated. So it'll be very interesting to see how everyone adapts to the no building zone.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of these things we will be able to pay very close attention to because we have the first game on its way for you guys. We're going to be hopping in right now as we head into game number 1 of Gamers Without Borders. It's going to be a fun time.
Yep, I'm excited to hop in there. Into the battle bus we go. Who for MENA is going to come out on top? Again, reminder, these players are playing for that Gamers 8 festival later in the year, as well as those charities that were shown there. There's a lot of opportunities for these players just to really make themselves known and to contribute to something amazing.
Yeah, look, I promise I'm not trying to tease you guys. You know, we will get into that game as soon as we possibly can. But of course, as you know, these things do happen, right? You know, some people are a bit too eager. Maybe they jump on the battle bus a bit too early. Some of them maybe a bit too late. You know, these things always happen. What I will say though is that once you do get into the lobby, things get intense. Of course, I expect us to see a lot of off-spawn fights taking place, right? Maybe people, you know, even though this isn't the same sort of competition that we will see in like an FNCS or something, you know, people landing at their spots, you know, beefing against people that they usually would be beefing at their POIs. All these things, you know, always come into play, and I think that makes it just that bit more exciting.
Doesn't I feel like this is one of the best maps for no building. It's got a lot of natural terrain where you can just really work with, and I think this is one of my favorite maps to play on so far. And just that the POIs have been so interesting to see how they're adapting throughout the different seasons, right, from season 1 to season 2 on this chapter. So I'm excited. Again, these players, they're not used to this. A lot of us aren't used to it. We'll see jetpacks, we'll see tanks, battle buses, we'll see rocket launchers, just anything you could think of that's in the normal Fortnite game mode, the core game mode, if you will be here compared to that arena. We won't see Siphon as well, Levin. No one is going to get that 50 effective HP for getting eliminations.
Yeah, I think that one is one of the more interesting ones in terms of just sort of how the ending of these games looks like and what that sort of entails. You know, you mentioned yourself, right? You know, you've played a bit of the no builds, right? You like, I'm more of an arena Andy myself, you know. So I myself, I'm not too familiar with some of the things that are actually in that mode itself, right? I'm gonna be sort of going, oh, well, I didn't realize that was in the game still, right? You know, it's bound to happen at some point. But you know, how do you sort of feel about it? Are you confident? You know, would you want to take me in a no build, you know, 1v1? Is that how you're feeling right now?
Easy.
Oh, easy.
Listen. I got a reference. I mean, I did get a harpoon elim on you on your own ping once before. I think you remember what I'm talking about. So I think
you've been holding on to it for 3 years. You've been holding on to that one elim for quite a while, mate. You know, yeah. I feel you. Look, I believe we will be heading into game very, very soon. I think the blimp, you guys can see all the fans going crazy. You know, it's getting exciting, right? Exciting times as we head closer and closer to that first game. But oh boy, right? A lot on the line, a lot of these players, you know, 4 games, you know, a lot shorter than what some of them will be accustomed to in other competitions, right? So you got to make them count. As you can see, we are finally getting ready. Players are on the battle bus. It's game 1. It's time. Okay, I cannot wait to get things started.
Here we go. 4 games, like you said, getting underway now. There is the battle bus, going to be a southern one going over Rocky Rills. It's going to give a lot of these players on the southern side a little bit more loot time than those going up to Sleepy Sound, Log Jam, Daily Bugle, as everyone is spreading out there. You'll see Dylan, one of the first players to jump off Van, already almost landed there. A really good spread across the entire map, it looks like.
What's one of your favorite POIs to land at? Like, if you were in this lobby, where would you be landing today?
Oh, that is a very easy question for me. It has got to be the Daily Bugle. It's one of my favorite POIs. It's been since last season rather. Just so fun and so dynamic.
Interesting. The Bugle's definitely one of them nice spots to land at. For me, I'm a Rocky man myself, right? I can see, I think someone's name in the lobby is literally Rocky Rills, right? They've changed their name there, right? So we'll figure out who that is for you, but he clearly is in line with me. So we'll see what's, sort of popping off there. From the looks of it, there are some people who are fighting over towards Commando, right? Which is obviously going to be, someone somewhere that we have to watch, right? Covert Cavern, is always going to be incredibly contested by a bunch of teams, and so we'll see how those fights play out over towards the northwest of the map.
Ooh, and speaking of the northern side, we actually get a northern pool on the zone, which I'm actually surprised about. I feel like we've seen it pull a little bit more northwest and southwest this season and chapter. Comparatively, so it'll be interesting to see if it's used to the Daily Bugle, how players are going to play, because again, reminder, there's no building. It's going to just have to be rotation in these later zones. So these players are really going to have to rely upon rotating early.
Yeah, these Osborne fights will be really key to how the rest of these games play out. Of course, the zone pulling north definitely favors a bunch of those teams. As we move on through, we see like a lot of action going on. We're towards the Bugle, right? Familiar grounds for you, Clay. And we got 2 teams sort of standing each other off, but JMO and his duo will look to get out of dodge. And rightfully so, right? You want to try and get as deep into the game as you can.
Yeah, it looks like Flicky there had a really good shots on them to take them down pretty low, and this is actually something we'll see. The Clomberries being used over as well. For those that don't know, they do give you effective shield and HP. It gives you 10 each. You can pop them there. They're just like a slurp mushroom that we're used to from seasons ago, and they should be good to go. But I mean, they've already kind of got what you want, and when it comes to a vehicle there, they've got the truck kitted out with the chonkers and the cow catcher as well, which is something we haven't seen in competitive in a minute, because again, they were removed. So now we will see them, and that's one of the best forms of cover. You deploy that when you're getting shot at, you can hide behind it. You have the ability to just deploy essentially a half wall. So I want to see players really push for it.
Yeah, that's actually huge, right? In terms of the cow catchers, of course, we saw them in competitive for a bit, but they were removed. And I think, a lot of these players will be, sort of holding on to them. And as well as the fact that just being able to attach that to your vehicle and use that in itself to go out and get some eliminations, right? Just ram your way through the whole lobby. That's going to be definitely one of the pieces of tech to look out for throughout the day. As we look over towards Command Cavern, I should say, sorry. And you were talking to us about this rocket launcher, right? Talk to us about the dangers that this Anvil rocket launcher could pose some of these teams today.
Well, first, you got to be careful that you don't shoot it in an enclosed area, because it doesn't act like a normal rocket launcher. It's got an arc, so essentially it's going to go out and up to an apex, then come down where you have landed it. It will give the enemy that you're shooting it at a little bit of an indicator of, hey, there's a rocket coming to you, so they have a chance to move away. But if they're not paying attention, you can catch them off guard. So it does automatically lock onto vehicles, though. Players, it will not, so you have to aim that appropriately. The automatic lock onto vehicles, though, will allow you to destroy a lot of this cover that these players are going to be using.
Yeah, and we're looking at Speedy and Monkey. These guys will have plenty of cover. They've, of course, got the vehicle of their choice, what's available to them at Sleepy. They've obviously got some cow catchers as well, and the Chonkers tires. So again, this is going to be something that almost every team in the lobby is going to want to have, right? In terms of having that vehicle, having the cow catchers as well as the Chonkers tires, your mobility, your cover is also much better once you have those things available to you.
We move through, though, over to Rabbit and Siu. This is a very strong loadout in these no-build modes. You'll rarely see shotguns in them just because the combat SMG and that striker SMG is just so powerful and you can put so much damage down quickly. And we already see a car chase going through as Rakan is just desperately trying to get away. It's, again, a no shotgun loadout coming through. They are prioritizing a lot on the heals. I love that legendary already in the inventory there. And again, this will be the standard. Players are going to get into zone early, try to find somewhere to hold up, and just really not move.
Yeah, it'll be interesting actually in terms of, you know, the loadouts, right? I think a lot of people already opt to play without a shotgun at times, right? If they have, you know, a rifle as well as an SMG. But, you know, if you're in this game mode where you maybe aren't necessarily going to be at those sort of close range engagements, you don't have the builds to allow you to get close up in people's faces. A lot of the engagements you're going to have will be medium to long range. I think the SMG is going to be even more viable in this competition, and this is where things get interesting, right? The first tank we're seeing of the day, and I can promise you, Frex, they will be big players in this lobby, right? As long as they can keep a hold of this.
All they have to do is stay in that tank, stay back, and just start shooting away. Because of the ability to stay back at range and do that, you're so protected, right? You have the rockets, if you will, as well as the gunner on the back, and that gives you the ability just to put so much damage down range. And again, even if there was building, there's not really much you can do against a tank. It's just gonna destroy everything you have. We move back over to Rakan, though, as they are making their way into zone. Looks like our team in the tank did get out just briefly to try to get some tags. A couple elims are gonna go through in the feed. One team deciding, you know what, that tank team, not worth it. We're just going to sit out and chill in zone for a little bit on that rotation.
Understandable, right? Of course, again, we have players actually opting for some heals as well, which is really nice, right, in terms of the white heals, your ability to, you know, play the storm. I think, you know, we talk about different forms of cover throughout the map. Being able to just play in the storm in itself, right? It's not direct cover, right? People see in the storm, they can take shots at you, but playing in the storm can be a bit of extra protection, give you some extra time in terms of trying to find the right position. But if you want to do that, right, you got to make sure you have some heals to put you back up when you're down. And this is the kind of play I think we're going to see a lot. Getting up on these high elevated positions all around the map, using your vehicle as cover, and trying to get rid of other people's vehicles as well, right? Everybody else that has a vehicle has that ability to stay in the game as long as you can. And so you want to just try it, eliminate that element of the game and put everyone at a disadvantage.
The thing is in this game mode, you're going to be able to repair your vehicles. With that repair torch coming through, doesn't matter if someone does damage to you, like you see with Hero and Vagnar's tank, they're back to full HP on it. They do have to worry about the gas situation, so they can fill up at this gas station here if it hasn't been blown up. It looks like they will be able to do so. And this is stuff that you don't normally have to, actually, no, it was blown up. You don't have to normally worry about. Gas tank will come over, so they will be able to refill. But again, this is not something that's in normal competitive Fortnite, so it's good to see them already prioritizing it.
Yeah, it's good, man. The players, I'm telling you, the players always have the strats, right? They're always ready and waiting, always prepared, always thinking about what's the best possible opportunity, because this ain't no small competition, right? A lot on the line, and you're seeing what it means to Wagner here. Some nice shots, taking their vehicle right out of the game. And this is what it's about for these guys using the tank. Oh goodness. This is a something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely something. If you're caught on the other end of this, it's just gonna be so hard for you to rotate in because they can just sit there. We'll move over to Sleepy Sound as another tank is making their way on through. Gonna be Pumero and company. As look at Zoya. They are so low and so weak. They're barely able to get out though.
Just a battle of the tanks at this stage, right? You know, if you ain't got a tank, you lose. Oh, no. Helen, their IO car gets taken out. Oh, dear. And that's just a massive disadvantage for them, right? Moving further into their game in terms of just your ability to sort of get about. You see all these tanks rolling around. If you're just on your, you know, on your toes, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be ideal, right? So I'm sure they'll look to try jack somebody else's, see if they can sneak away with one. As we're seeing here, Primero and Pasir trying to do the same. They're using this cover, which is nice. The shield keg might come into play as well with them being low on shields, and you see it will come out, but they ain't got the angles right. They will go down. Pasir, Primero is still alive, but for how much longer? He's in this building, and there's a bit of extra cover from what he had from before, but you're seeing the carnage raining down. Players just not giving him much room to breathe. His teammate will be down. And so now, unless he can get a reboot off, he'll be left to fend for himself.
That was that rocket, the Anvil rocket launcher that we saw come in, and just, it's so easy just to destroy buildings, players, everything you want with it. You just sit back and relax. Look, we've got a player in the zone still, just surviving. I don't know how long for, but zone will pull a little bit to the northwest of the Daily Bugle there. Pretty flat open area, so gonna be interesting to see how many of these players are able to make it to zone versus how many go down.
I can't wait. I want all the flat zones, right? Because that's where it really becomes a challenge for a lot of these guys, right? In these zones where they ain't got much cover, that's where things really get interesting. Seeing some fighting here going on around Sleepy, and that's not where you want to be. A fish out of water, goated. Oh, some nice shots there, but not able to connect with anything more. And these guys have got to be careful because they go from being the predators to potentially being the prey, and you're just seeing how hard it is for teams to just stay up, right? Getting shot from all sorts of angles. You peek your head out for just a moment, Clay, and all of a sudden you got teams from all around you taking shots at you.
And they're just gonna keep spraying. There's a lot of excess ammo this season, and look at that. They just keep going. There's not really many places to hide. Look, Rapid looking to try to blow up that truck, and it's just, it seems like there's truck after truck, and Spy is unfortunately gonna fall down. They cracked the shield. I believe that was just the over coming through as Dexifite also falls. Big names falling in the feed, down to only 43 total players remaining. SCU is able to be picked back up by Rabbit. They will be okay for now, but this is really going to be throwing back to that Chapter 1, Season 1 days. Who's got the best location in a bush in the middle of zone? And if they have it, will they be able to keep it for the next couple zones?
Even when it comes down to your aiming mechanics, right? How cracked are you on the sticks or on the mouse and keyboard, right? How is your ability to hit those key shots when it matters the most? Of course, it's interesting as well, right, with Helon. Typically in this position, right, maybe if you're in regular competitive, you know, you sit your car down, you box it up so that nobody can get some shots on it, but you know, you're gonna have to find an actual garage in the game or something, right, to protect yourself.
Oh, 100%. And this is where the entire lobby essentially needs to recognize, hey, there's still a tank up. We need to shoot that. We need to get rid of that. It's kind of like when you were on high ground back in the day and you'd see the ballers rotating through. You kind of just had to recognize, we've got to shoot those. We've got to get rid of them. Because if we don't, they're just going to get a free ride into the top 10.
Yeah, but you're going to be the first one to take that step, right? You're the first guy to turn around and shoot the tank, all of a sudden the tank's shooting back at you, right? And then you got a problem on your hands. But if everybody can do a job of overwhelming them, then maybe there's some hope, maybe there's a chance for it. We're seeing players continue to go down and players just sort of eerily creeping their way into zone. Nobody wants to be too overzealous, and oh my goodness, this is why you don't want to have the tank in the game, but at the same time, if you are the one to fight the tank, you could be victim to this. Look, just ruthless aggression, relentless. Nothing can really hold them back. Cow catchers won't save you in that position, I'll tell you that much. And you've got to be careful, Rabbit. There's somebody behind you taking shots. Oh. He wasn't alert, he wasn't aware. And so he will fall. His teammate's still up though. Oh my goodness, what is this? Even the tank, you're not safe. You're not even safe in a tank. You're never safe in these lobbies. You need more cover than that. Oh dear, Goated goes down. Wazzy as well has nothing, nowhere to hide. Oh boy.
They figured out the secret to the tank. It's just to keep shooting at it, just keep putting the pressure down, and now they're going to go forward and try to get CU, who's already out without a teammate. And they say, you know what? No, we see everybody when we're right here. They are looking to take just this game. 3 eliminations already. They decided not to go for the tank. CU is getting tagged up. They have to be very careful rotating in this lane. They are going to find a lot of free space. Look at the cow catcher fortress over there. Players throwing them all around. Somehow, Visi is able to make it through, get into zone, just barely. Cow catcher fortress going down. Essentially just going to throw in every direction that they can, provide them a little bit of comfort. But if there's a tank left, if there's anything left that has damage like that, GG.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Rapid moving their way on in here. Trying to get up into this elevated high ground. There's some bushes there for some extra protection. And I like what Visi and Helon have done here, right? In terms of just being able to cover all bases, cover all angles. Dance around these cow catchers. You see someone taking some shots at them. And they still got to be careful. Even with the cow catcher's protection, it may not even be enough. Oh, they both go down. And again, this is what happens when you just get caught in between all these teams. Playing edge of the zone just seems to be the better play, right? Because at least you have your backside completely covered and you've got less angles to try to deal with. When you're sitting deep in the middle, anybody can take shots at you from any different angle, and that could be their fate. What is going on? You're not even safe in the zone. Forget what I'm saying. Even in the zone, you're not safe because you got trucks rolling through just like that, Clay.
It really, really is chaos. As a shockwave going to come through. Someone's going to try to put Frex into the lobby, and they do. Nice play there by JMY, who is the player that we saw all the way in zone at the beginning. Rabbit is going to get a knock, is going to get the elim eventually with the teammate there. But 3JMY somehow went from reviving their teammate in zone, rebooting him, to having 8 eliminations.
This is insane. I'll be honest, man. Like I said, guys, I ain't watched or played much no build, man. But if I knew it was like this, maybe I would be, man, because this is crazy right now. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this. You can see, right? Card, they've got the strats. Card has got the strats. Picking up another knock there. Then 8th elimination of the game. 9th will be on the way. Look, this is the strat, right? You sit here on the edge of zone, use the cow catchers as some cover, and make sure you take out all these vehicles, but they've got to be careful because the tank's got their eyes on them and they take it out in just the nick of time. These guys are onto something. But that was Jintle, right? Jintle and FHD. I talked about how excited I was to see how Jintle would do in these lobbies. He goes down, but deeper in the game than most of the other teams, so seemingly a decent first game for him and FHD. But Rapid now, they want to close things out. They want to put an end to it all, pick up that first victory royale. They have their eyes set on it, and now it's a 2v2, Clay.
Spurs is the team that has 9 elims, so but they don't have any cover. Their cover is gone. Shockwave going to come through. Rabbit should be able to see them there. They go aggressive because that's all they can do. And P5, EK, and Rapid will take the victory royale. 9 eliminations on top of that.
That was just utter chaos, Clay. That was utter chaos. I didn't know what to expect from that first game. I didn't really know what we were going to get. But if the others are anything like that one, oh my goodness, all hell was breaking loose. It was just absolute madness, right? You were never safe. People thought they were safe at times, Clay, but you were just never safe at any point in those lobbies.
No, it is chaos, and it really comes down to who's got positioning and who has natural cover, and well, maybe a tank, because that helps. But as we see, it doesn't even matter if you have a tank. We have the rocket, their Anvil rocket launcher coming through to really get those buildings out of the way. Cow catchers were a major part as well. So many different moments. You saw this player try to shockwave away and eventually just get deleted by the tank. But we saw Hellion and Visi take the tank out, but they ended up going down as well. Unfortunately, Wazi not able to do much there. And though they did have the cow catchers, it isn't much when you're getting pressured from both angles.
Guys, we have way more action on the way, but stick around. After this break, we have more Gamers Without Borders. It's going to be a good one.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one match into our Fortnite tournament over this weekend, and we're already off to a flying start. If you're only just joining us, then it's a good job we have some experts on board to talk you through some of the best bits from the previous match. Welcome Levin and Clay back to the desk, our casters for the region of MENA. Levin, I mean, how was that for you, buddy?
Look, you called me an expert there, and I appreciate that, buddy. I really do. But you know, I'm in a whole new territory myself right now, right? I tell you what. I could not have predicted the way that first game played out, right? Like, I just straight up could not. This is, you know, very new territory to me, very interesting, very chaotic, right? I thought, you know, regular Fortnite, you know, end games can be very chaotic. That was something else, man. That was really all over the place.
It is quite hard to see, you know, just about everything that's going on at once, considering how chaotic it is. But Clay, if we can pick apart as much as we can, what are people lacking so far? What needs to be worked on? What do you think can be improved on so far?
Well, we need to see more tanks being destroyed, more cow catchers out there, and just overall, I want to see I didn't see the battle bus at all being used. It's essentially just like the tank, but honestly, it's more powerful in the building destroying aspect. So I want to see it all. I want to see more. And I mean, Levin knows I'm gonna say it. We didn't see any harpoons. What is this about?
Honestly, I think for me, in terms of like seeing what can improve, I think people's understanding of angles and optimal positioning, right? We saw a lot of people sort of putting themselves in spots where they were at the, you know, mercy of the rest of the lobby, and that's not where you want to be when we're competing for so much money for these charities, right? So, you know, you want to be able to put yourself in spots where, you know, you ain't having to worry about all these angles. You can see right here on your screen, Visi, right? They literally sat themselves in the middle of about, you know, the whole lobby, right? So no matter where they turned, there was always somebody on their backs. And I think that's, you know, something we have to see improve, you know, from game to game.
Even if you felt like you were in a good position, even on the edge of zone, you still weren't safe, Clay. We saw people going into zone, in the vehicles, going up and around. It was absolute carnage towards the end. Levin thought that someone was safe, and then boom, straight away they were dead. I mean, how crazy?
Yeah, straight away eliminated with that cow catcher chonkered vehicle up. They decided, you know what, hey, we could take a couple ticks of zone damage just to get that elimination.
I mean, I can't believe what we witnessed. It literally was Congratulations to P5 EK and Rabbit for absolutely putting up such an incredible display and really showing us that MENA has a lot to bring to the table. I think we're going to have some match rankings graphics appearing on the screen very shortly. But as we lead into that, Levin, are we surprised by that turnout? We had quite a lot of people towards like the end of zone as well. We still had like 23 duos up, like quite late into the game.
Yeah, I think it's, it's not as obviously stacked as what you'd get from a normal competitive game. And understandably, right, people, can't carry themselves further into the games just by using builds to add for levels of protection. But I think in terms of some of the names we saw deeper into the games, some of the bigger names that we expected to do well. So clearly, right, the cream will always continue to rise, regardless of what the mode or the stipulations are. And I guess we'll have to see if that trend continues throughout the rest of the games.
And Clay, I believe that Levin touched on this before about the original kind of the people that are very prominent in the Fortnite build mode. Now, when we get to the zero build mode, are there going to be a lot of new talents coming through, a lot of different people shining through? But Levin seems pretty solid on the fact that he thinks that the people that are the masters of build are going to continue to be the masters of zero build. What's your opinion on that?
I think we'll see that trend hold true. I mean, they're great at Fortnite no matter what. You'll see it in building modes when they run out of materials. They're still able to make plays happen in those late game scenarios. So they're obviously very well versed when it comes to Fortnite.
Well, I believe it's almost time for round 2. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our two casters, Levin and Clay. Please, let's dive into the second one.
Game number 2, Levin. I don't know what more we could ask for. That was a chaotic end game, but in the best possible way. I'm excited to see if we get more players alive, if more players that realize, okay, this is what we have to do to make it happen. But I mean, at this level, if you make one mistake, it's just going to be that much more punishing because you don't have builds.
Yeah, I think that would be the hope, right? The hope would be that as you go further and further into these games, players start to get a bit of an understanding of how it is that they need to play and whatnot. And so maybe you have these deeper, more stacked games towards the end. But I just don't think that happens in terms of, one, you have to account for all the variables in terms of the actual map and zones and where we actually are playing these end games. Of course, that was a game on a bit flatter land, right? And so it meant that there was less cover for some of these teams. But all in all, man, like, it's just never going to be easy, right? This is Fortnite at the end of the day. There's so much going on. There's so many things that are just so hard to deal with. Like, when you got tanks rolling around, Clay, like, at what point do you just go, you know what, this is my fate? I'm not going to survive this, right? So, these things will happen. I'm sure we'll see it as we go game to game, right? Just sort of adjustments from certain teams, maybe different sort of strats around how they play certain situations. But I think it's just going to be as crazy as that first game.
I'd have to agree. There's not many strats you can change when there are tanks rolling around. You just got to hop in them. Maybe try to rotate behind them if you can get sneaky enough. But, I mean, the best thing about the tanks is you can have one player shooting the cannon one way and the other player using the gun the opposite way and be perfectly fine. As we see, this is going to be a northeast to southwest zone. A little bit better of a split for some of these players, but nonetheless, it's still going to be looking about the same split up on the map.
Yeah, I want to see some more off-spawn fights. Of course, we didn't get to watch as many in that first game, so hopefully we can get a taste of some of the action going on earlier in the games. Of course, yeah, it's not like we're going to miss out on much in terms of, if we miss out some off-spawn action, because there is just constant battling between these teams all throughout the game. But again, I think we see a bunch of names over towards Covert, which is going to be very interesting in terms of what actually goes down there. I think we saw someone potentially get knocked as well, but maybe they've been picked up. So a lot going to be going on everywhere, it seems.
See, I was like, not as many teams tilted as I would have thought. I would have thought a couple more. No building tilted's kind of the place to be. You can really play around with the builds that are already there and the cover, but move over to Chonker, Speedway, Dexified, and Spire. Just chilling. Not much happening there for them. The best thing about no build for them is they don't have to worry about trying to farm up. They can just straight loot. And as you can see, they do have that instinct to farm up those materials. But look at the loadout already on Spy. It does have a epic MK7 rifle in the inventory, dropping the shotgun for the repair torch, and really just gonna hit home with that the MK7.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see more repair torches in that first game, right? Because obviously a lot of people's vehicles were just sort of getting battered down by the lobby. I'm sure we wanted to see more of that in terms of with the tanks instead, right? But people were, you know, taking shots at the vehicles, and I think in regular competitive, you see people carry around the blowtorches a bunch just because it allows you to sort of get the vehicle back up. I think there were changes though, right, in the latest update that mean that you can't, right? Or I'm not sure if they will apply in terms of this game mode, so maybe that's something to watch out for. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We can see FHD though over here towards the tilted blimp. And these elevated positions are very interesting, right? In terms of if you're sitting up on one of the blimps, your field of view, your lines of sight are so significant that it just almost makes it impossible for the people you're playing to almost deal with you in that sense, unless you sort of zipline your way on up, and at that point they can hear you and they can prepare themselves for you. So very strong position there to be for FHD.
Oh, and look, 3JMY7 getting knocked, our winner from last game, going down, and that just shows how volatile no building is. Doesn't matter if you win the last game. If you get caught out, you are eliminated. But you're right about the blimps, Levin. Playing no building, one of the most annoying things to have to deal with is someone sitting on top of those blimps, because you have to go to them, because if you try to run away, they've got field of view from every angle on you. But as long as you're right below, you're fine. So if you go up right below, then you use those rotors, we'll say, to launch away, fly out, and deploy your glider, then you're chilling.
Yeah, I think understanding sort of right angles, right, is just so key in this mode as a whole. You know, whether it's on the blimps or deeper into the games where you're trying to duck and weave between different bushes, trees, and rocks. Your understanding of angles can make or break you. It does seem like the two tilted teams are gonna live somewhat peacefully. I won't say, as soon as I say that right now, they start taking shots at each other, right? But it's the reason that I wanted to speak a bit hesitantly. I think the tags there from Senpai will be enough to encourage him and entice him on into that fight. And FHD maybe shouldn't have taken the trade, because what a shot that was. Gets FHD down significantly low. Less than 100 effective HP now, but the big pot will move him up. And that was great work there from Senpai and Draftel.
Ooh.
He wants to do it. He wants to do it. They're doing it. They're getting in. They're getting right in, but can they hit the shots to match it? It doesn't look like they can. FHD will take down Senpai. And so now Draftel, after taking down Yonks, will be in a 1v1 now, but his HP isn't looking too good. And I believe FHD is actually going to look to carry his teammate away. And he's got to be careful because he can be seen, FHD. You're not safe there, buddy.
Not at all. This is not going in either of the team's favor. Another one coming through. FHG looking to find it, but that jetpack going to be able to rearrange where they are. As that's going to be an elimination. No siphon comes through in this mode. FHG going to get shot from above. The MK7 doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does enough. It's about even on effective HP. Draftel trying to find FHD down below. The shotgun not there for FHG. It's going to take a little bit of damage there from Draftel. FHG looking a little bit lower. Team just coming over the hill. FHD going to go up, but goes down quickly after.
Yeah, as much as I'm sure FHD felt like the jetpack could be his saving grace in that fight, it just made him a sitting duck, right? Draftel could actually hear it, and so he knew to look up into the sky, knew just about where he was, and then at that point he just becomes a sitting duck, right? Because he's just sitting there in the air, no protection whatsoever. The angle doesn't really favor him either. And so Draftel will live to tell the story and hopefully pick up his teammate as well.
There's enough reboot fans. They're going to be able to pick them up, right? I mean, at this point in Fortnite, with the way the reboot system works, if you're not picking up your teammate after that 5-minute reboot timer on the card, and with there being ample reboots all around the map, you're doing something wrong, right?
You could definitely make that argument. I think, again, right, what you'd say is that in no builds, there's that extra level of difficulty where usually when you're going to reboot your teammate, you can sort of box yourself up, on most of them at least, right? You know, add ample protection, ample cover. In this though, you just got to sort of hope, right? You start up the reboot van, you just got to hope that nobody's in the vicinity and looking for an elimination. Because if they are, Clay, things can get really awkward. We'll say that much.
Ooh, and we finally get to see the heavy sniper from a team, but the sniper's not going to connect. It doesn't seem like some AR tags will, but we see Spy on the other side getting a knock there onto Rakan. It looks like who is down as their teammate is trying to, it looked like protect them, but as I said, that they just started driving away. FKS and Balor look to third party get this elimination, and they will go ahead and run over that player.
Yeah, you can see Dexter dancing around the angles, trying to use some stairs as a bit of protection, make it more difficult for him to be seen. Balor and FKS though, in a nice spot there, in terms of just having this truck, the cow catcher, will be nice, cruel. They just picked up an elimination, which is nice as well.
A little bit slower paced game from earlier. We're slowing down a little bit. Players are finding a groove, it seems like, but that's just second zone. I'm excited to see how these next couple zones go because it changes very quickly. It goes from this very fast action in the off spawn to we have a little bit of leeway, a little bit further than normal, and then all of a sudden when you get into zone 5, 6, 7, and that usually doesn't go past that because of how many players get eliminated that quickly.
This is very interesting to me, Clay. There's a lot of players within this area right here. And at some point, somebody starts shooting and maybe that point's already been passed. The truck blows up there. And you don't want to bring any unnecessary attention to yourself. And so sooner rather than later, you'd expect to see some of these guys bumping heads, clashing a bit. Or exposing themselves a bit. See, look, this general area does have quite a bit of cover with the trees, right? All the bushes. But at a certain point, you can see Adapter has his eyes set on Cruel and A7M.
Just look at the hide. Honestly, they're a solo there. Not really much they can do other than hide. On the other side of the zone, this is where we'll see a lot of natural cover come through, but 11, if they don't get zoned, it's going to be very hard for them to rotate in. They do have the shockwaves, though, to aid in that journey, but it's going to be awkward running through these teams that already have their position set up.
Yeah, I like that spot there. Just where they're sitting is like really nice in terms of just they can sort of chill. But again, like you said, when they have to start moving in, there's not much for them to use as cover, and it's gonna get real awkward. So, but then again, you could say the same for quite a lot of these guys in terms of where they're situated. You can see Cruel. He's got this mythic burst AR, and he's looking to wreak havoc with it. Trying to catch anybody slipping. Goated in the feed, picking up quite a few eliminations, but then eventually getting taken out by Rabbit. So. Goated, who we saw deep into last game, looked like he was doing well for himself in the feed, but I guess not.
I think it's another one of those tank moments, right? We saw him get a couple elims in that tank, go down right after, maybe happened again. And that's like the double-edged sword of the tank is, yes, you can get those elims, but once it's blown up, you're caught off guard in the middle of nowhere. But nowhere to run. Is Adapted is unfortunately going to be able to find out there. Wagner will find them. It was a solo-on-solo action, so an even fight, but Wagner had the jump.
Yeah, we saw Adapter for a long time, was just sort of probing, trying to figure out where he could find one, but all that in vain. Visi, though, picking up some decent shots and some decent damage being dealt to SNW's vehicle. But the thing about Modus and SNW that they have the necessary means to get through deep into this game. I say that, but again, these players not being aware, FKS doing some big damage now. And so the chug splashes will have to come through in quickly, but it wasn't quick enough. FKS and Balor shot straight through with the shockwaves. And now this is critical HP for Modisk and SNW, and they're split up as well. SNW doesn't seem to really stand a chance on his own. This is what happens in these games when you fall asleep for just that one moment, that 1 second. You think everything is lovely-doubly, but no. SNW down, Modisk left to fend for himself, and Balor and FKS will pick up their first of the game.
It's a great eliminate. And that's some more cow catchers. They also grab a new repair torch, it looks like. But I was gonna say I didn't really see many downsides to that engagement there. They really can just rotate freely on the beach, have no real repercussions there, and that's when you need to take those engagements. You have to be careful with the players rotating behind, but looks like Wagner will try to get the split there on them, and because there's no building, you don't need the shotgun more than ever, right? In the building, you do need it because you're going to be a little bit closer together, but with the inability to build, you're not going to get close enough to go for those shots. And if you are, like Zoe is, it's just better to use an SMG.
Yeah, you're seeing here Zoe having to fend for his fallen teammate, and he's doing a decent job right now, and actually doing a brilliant job. But again, a brilliant job sometimes isn't enough. He will go down. And that was really tough. The shockwave just sort of blew him out of the building, and just those couple seconds where he was out of it, there were people with their rifles out, ready to pounce. There was just no room for error. And again, that's very similar to what we see, right? This is why we said, Clay, I guess it's no building, but it's still Fortnite, right? Building or no building, you ain't got much room for error. And we're seeing that play out, especially in these lobbies with these pros. We know how good these pros can aim, right? We know that they'll hit the shots if you give them the opportunity. And I think we actually did see the battle bus as well, so I'm sure Clay will be happy to see that.
It's great to see. I love, oh, there it is, right
there. It
and
is.
The reason I like it is because you just get so much cover from it. If you have the ability to make it like at an angle in front of you, you can just hide behind it for so long. And this is exactly what this team is doing. They put down a cow catcher. They're using it to hide on one side. Those tires are so big you can. They're gonna find a player on the other side who's trying to out-aim them, and they will. That's the advantage of that MK7 verse, is the burst rifle. It can just put that more consistent damage down if you have an angle. And Dylan, a different one than we saw earlier, still up with 0, had the angle, had the shots, and they are shield kicking back to full.
I'm watching season 2 or season 1 here, right? Because the MK being such a prominent part of the gameplay is huge right now. And you're seeing just what these players can do with it. Again, just when you think that your cover is enough, it never really seems to be. And so they will just hop into the battle bus. That seemed to be the best option for them, but it wasn't even good enough. 0. I was going to say we'll be able to profit from that, but making the wise decision, doesn't want to expose himself in the open. And so we'll back off. Snowy taking some shots towards FKS. FKS and Balor might not be the guys you want to be fighting. They've been on a bit of a roll in the past couple zones. Oh,
they have
FKS's cover completely shredded. And he's going to try to use a cow catch. And Balor, what a great teammate. Making sure to just occupy the opponents, giving FKS some time. And we'll see if that's going to be enough. Was it enough? No. FKS still goes down. Balor, it was a valiant effort, but he didn't do enough to keep his teammate in the game. And so he will have to fend for himself.
came down to just FKS not moving when they needed to. Wait a minute, Balor is gonna try to get them into zone, but look, everyone's coming over Zero and Dylan. Say hi, you may have gotten away for just a little bit, but we are gonna bring that there as Shockwave is gonna be thrown by Wagner to try to push the enemies into zone. It doesn't matter. They're up in the air, just a sitting duck for these players.
This is silly, man. I can't believe it, right? You're seeing players trying their best to get out of dodge. But when you shockwave yourself like that up in the air, you're literally just inviting these guys to practice their aim. And we know they do that all day anyway, right? It feels like they're in a creative map when you give them those kind of opportunities. And we're seeing these two very hungry for those opportunities, looking in the air at every given moment. Zero, the heavy sniper, can he hit the shot? Oh, he's got to be careful, down to 23 HP. That almost went very badly.
How did he not hit the shot too? They were just there. They had no cover essentially, but they have 10 elims, so that's our team right now to watch. And honestly, I feel what Rocky Reels is feeling right now. They've got the 2 SMGs. They're just hiding from the tank. Finally, the tank gonna blow up, but this is creative. This is where no building shows those players that do find these spots to hide, and we'll highlight that because they're just chilling.
I like these plays. These are my kind of plays. We're seeing again, this is a bit of a better, sort of closing zones for what we saw last game. A bit more cover, but even with a bit more cover, doesn't make a difference. Snowy will hit some shots, and he has his eyes set on another. Zero still looking to try and hit something with this heavy sniper, but he's got to be careful because it may cost him his life, and it does. Draft Tail will take him out. And passing out, looking to put in the hard yard. Snowy, got to be careful. We've already seen how Shockwave plays have gone so poorly for others. And it seems that it's gone poorly for him as well. Will be sent back to the lobby. Oh dear, any form of cover just doesn't seem to be enough right now. Passy has got to be careful. Barely surviving and makes his way to the truck, but he's got to be careful because Freemarie's right there, but Helen will take him out as well. Just not enough cover. You can see all this loot everywhere. All these players, Clay, just falling left, right, and center in the same sort of area, just without enough cover.
Not really much to go off of, and Senpai didn't go for the easy elim there. They have just put themselves in an awkward spot where Helen can 1v2 them, but the other team coming through, Shockwave, is too late and not gonna come through. Mori and their teammate now in a 2v2 situation. They're not in zone, the other team is, though they are behind something destructible. They're going in, they say, no, we're not gonna just sit there and wait and let you come to us, and that may actually be their downfall there. Draft out now in an awkward situation. Mori has the advantage, has that cow catcher. Is just gonna keep spraying down the tree. A misplay may have come through. What can they do to adapt as Mori looks to try to finish them on off, and they will be able to.
Wow, what a shot. Freemarrie does brilliantly there to close it out. It was a 2v2 in the final moments, down to a 1v1, and they hit the shots needed to be able to close it out, Clay.
That was a great play from Mori, just to sit there and wait and watch. And sometimes you got to use your teammate as bait in that situation. Like, let's be frank. Sometimes you got to say, hey, you know what? You're going to go down, but I'm going to get this. I'm going to get the dub for us. And they did, so congratulations to them.
Being able to trust your teammate as well in that situation, that they will hit the shots, is a huge factor that goes underrated, right? But we saw, right, Drafton, he wanted to take the fight to them. He wanted to sort of be the alpha in that situation, and it just didn't quite work out, right? In terms of, the shockwaves ended up being his demise. We saw it again. This is an example on our screens there, where if you just leave yourself out in the open for just a bit too long, it gives players the opportunity to reset and hit the right shots. These kind of plays, though, I love these ones. Wagner, right? Walks in on someone hiding. Oh boy, these games have been very interesting so far, and that one definitely, in my eyes, was very interesting in terms of the development we saw, Clay, and I can't wait to see more development.
I can't either, so we will be right back as we're throwing into a break, and then we'll be getting into game number 3 out of 4 of Gamers Without Borders.
know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
Welcome back to your opening tournament of Gamers Without Borders. It is Fortnite. We've got $3 million of charitable donations awaiting the winning duos at the end of this weekend, plus a spot at the biggest esports and gaming festival later in the year, Gamers 8. And yes, it is a LAN event, people. Levin, how does it feel that we have a LAN event in the distance? We can see it. We can almost taste it.
I've been praying for this for a long time. I thought we'd never see days like this, you know what I mean? I used to dream of times like this, and honestly it's going to be really exciting to see sort of who has enough drive in them to push towards that, because I'm excited. A lot of these players would have been dreaming of moments and opportunities like this as well.
Well, it only feels right to reiterate how much this game has changed in the latest update. Not only this game mode, but everything that's added on top. The sprinting, the mantling, overall mechanics. It's providing a much more smoother gaming experience, I think. Clay, do you agree?
I would have to agree. The mantling is one of my favorite things. Like, you can just climb and scale builds, whether it's being place builds and the arena game modes or normal ones that are already pre-generated there. It's a lot of fun just to play.
Well, we've got some match rankings coming up for you. A little graphic on the screen should appear. For those of you who are wanting a quick recap of the previous match, we had 3 and Kakarot ending up with 8 kills in first position. I mean, take us through some of the stats here, Levin.
So from looking at it, right, they obviously won the game, but it doesn't seem like they actually got the most points, right? Because you look at second place, so you look at second place, Rapid, they've got a bunch of eliminations, 11 points. Like that seems to be sort of where you want to be going for, right? Of course, you want to get deeper into the games, you want to win the games, but if you can pick up a bunch of eliminations along the way, those points do add up, right? 3 points per elimination, like these will get you up there in the standings.
100%, even sitting back in that 7th, elims, that was 7 elims, giving them the 11 points. Sorry, I was getting confused there. However, it's they're definitely racking it up. P5EK and Rabbit definitely seem to be absolutely on a tear right now, Clay.
They really are. I mean, as well as Dylan Goated and Dylan, I believe it's Wazi there, doing a lot of eliminations. I think we've seen that on the back of those tanks coming through. So there's a lot of opportunities for these players to come back in. But if some of these players that are getting these high elim games continue, it's going to be hard to catch up.
It is. We're going to have some overall rankings as well coming your way fairly shortly. But just looking at some of these teams, I mean, having some repeat names coming up as well. I mean, the Falcon, Modisk, and S&W were both, they looked like they were absolutely gunning for it, and then they just fell short. I mean, you've got to just have eyes in the back of your head in this game, Levin.
Yeah, honestly, you do, right? All these different angles to sort of have to worry about. Of course, when it's regular builds, you can just sort of build a 1x1 around you, everything covered, everything sorted. Someone shoots at you, you have some time to react. In this, you ain't careful, somebody's got a burst rifle, you could be gone in half a second, right? So it really is just no margin for error in that regard.
And Clay, like, are we starting to see a difference in play style as well between, let's say, between build and no build right now, okay? Like, that's kind of the hot topic of conversation within this community at the moment. Apart from the obvious, like, positioning, is there, like, choice of weapon? Like, are we seeing, like, a huge differential?
Not much from normal competitive. It's kind of holding standard. You see a lot of combat SMGs, a lot of striker burst rifles, and the MK7 assault rifles being used. It's pretty standard. We do see a lack of shotguns, and we have seen it in normal competitive this season, just because the SMGs are so strong.
And I mean, vehicles as well, it's got to be said. Such heavy usage at the moment and such a critical point in this. I mean, if you don't find a vehicle from the get-go, Levin, I mean, what's the tactic? What do you go to?
What's the tactic? Just see if you can hide. Just see how long you can hide for and try to steal somebody else's. Do you know what I mean? We're seeing how important they are. Of course, once we get to the very final moment, you're rarely going to have a vehicle because people will just shoot it, rightfully so. But a lot of these teams that we're seeing doing well, they have the vehicle to carry them through for quite a while, right? And so it really is tough, man. Honestly, the one thing I think is almost more difficult to sort of get your head around for a lot of these players will be the fact that we're halfway through, right? I always tell people, it's 2 games, don't panic after 2 games, right? You still got plenty again. No, you got 2 more and then it's done, right? So you got to really, sort of get on your job as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you're going to be leaving here thinking, what could have been?
Yeah, I mean, there's no warming up here. Now we've got the overall rankings so far. Clay, take us through some of this stuff.
Ooh, and at top is going to be P5EK and Rapid with 113 points for some, get a victory royale. And just look at their overall elims comparatively. This is where I was worried about it getting away from some players, because if they just keep doing well, that gap's just going to be even harder to close.
Yeah, these guys have been popping off.
100%. 3 Mori and Kakarot even getting that victory royale in that first game, but I think they died early on in the first matchup. So that just goes to show one bad game can really cause you to slip. It's all about consistency here. Doesn't matter if you're racking up I would say racking up the elims probably makes more of a difference. I was just going to say, in my head, I was like, you get 3 points per elim as well. That is the game changer, let's say. If you rack up a load of elims early game, but you don't get the victory royale, or if you don't come in the top 5 or the top 8, then actually you're still taking home a lot of points. Maybe it's time to get aggressive, Levin.
Look, maybe it's time to get aggressive, but we've seen, right, where being like over aggressive can cost you, right? You don't want to be aggressive to the point where you're exposing yourself, because then, trust me, there will be plenty of other teams with their eyes on you ready to pounce, right? So being able to sort of figure out that right balance, find your right moments, picking your moments very carefully is going to be key.
Also, bear in mind that this is only day 1. Over the course of the weekend, we are going to have 16 matches in each region, so plenty of Fortnite content coming your way. So it's time for some more points to be added to the board. Can our leading duos keep the pressure on? Or some of the competitors are just about to unleash on everyone and they've got, right, we've been holding back, it's time to get a bit aggressive. There's only one way to find out. Levin, Clay, I think it's time for you to take us into match 3.
Oh, looking forward to it, man. Thank you very much. It's been great seeing sort of the standings and seeing where we're at. Obviously, some of the familiar names that we've seen do well in both games, obviously going to be higher up there. But as we push into this 3rd game of the day, this is where you really got to start, getting serious, right? Clay, you want to make sure that you're finishing off really strong, because ultimately, right, like I said before, you don't want to leave today thinking, what could have been? Maybe we should have done this a bit differently. Or we could have been up higher in the standings, right? Because there is a lot to play for.
There is. It's not just today, it's in the future as well. You want to make it into that Gamers 8 festival for that $2 million prize pool. That's a lot of money, Levin. I think it's $15 million over the course of all of Gamers Without Borders, but $2 million just for Fortnite? Whoo! Baby, I would definitely want to make it there.
Yeah, I think anybody would. Look, if there's an extra spot and they need someone to fill in, you know where to find me, because I would love to compete in that. I'll tell you that much. Look, we got another jam-packed, action-packed game on the way for you guys. Plenty on the line. Of course, we've seen some of these guys competing already in the past couple of games, and we're already starting to see some rivalries build, players really not giving anybody an inch, right? Really just taking it to anybody that they can. As we hop on this battle bus, we'll look to do that all again and see who we will crown victory royale for game 3 of Gamers Without Borders. Let's go.
Ooh, opposite zone, or that's what we saw. Command Cavern going to be start. Jones is going to be the ending. I'm excited to see some more off-spawn fights, Levin. I'm excited to see what these players do, if they change it up at all, or they realize, hey, we still have 12 more games to go after today, so they can play a little bit less aggressively. But I'm here for the aggression. I want to see players off-spawn, get into these engagements, and get aggressive.
Yeah, we obviously saw some aggression taking place around different areas of the map. Obviously, we got to watch Tilted, some fights over there. And I think going into Game 3, I do expect people to change up their spots a bit, right? If you've been landing somewhere it's not really been working out, you're definitely going to want to go into this game and try to switch it up. Try to find something a bit new.
Will they find something, though, or will they just find other players as we go over to Command? There's already an Anvil rocket launcher being thrown out by Zoe. They're trying to find someone there, not able to connect. Just the only thing connecting on them is shots. They go down. This could be 3JMY. They won game number 1, and this is the first time we'll see one of these cannons being used to launch themselves aggressively over to Zoe, and teammate already gone. They said, no, I can't help you. I'm out.
We're already seeing the struggles, right, in terms of trying to find some sort of safe haven to pick his teammate up. Looking for the scan, potentially. Yeah, that's going to be nice. And so Card will be fine, and they're going to have a great idea of sort of what's going on here and what is going on. It's like there's not really anyone here to deal with, so they got some time to loot. There'll definitely be an IO vehicle available for them as well towards command, which is nice. And Frex, who we've seen deep into some of these games, not going to have the benefit of having Zoicup with him this time, so hopefully he'll be able to find time to reboot. We talked earlier about how there is, you know, a lot more opportunities for you to get reboots off now after the changes they made. And Zoic will definitely be happy about that because he'll want to be right back into this game.
Cruel will fall. I3Z will fall to draft L. See them get some more eliminations. Seems like we're getting a little bit more aggressive. 2 full duos already eliminated, but I think even in the second zone we only saw 1 really get eliminated last game. So the aggression is coming through from the teams, but will it be the right level? You got to be careful about that. Like you said, if you go way too aggressive too early, that's it. Goodbye, GG. And Trios says it best. It's measured aggression. You got to know when to be aggressive and when just sit back and relax.
Speaking of FHD and Yonks, we saw them at Tilted last game, and they decided we don't want that Tilted smoke. We don't want anything to do with Tilted this game. We will happily let you guys have it and go about our day, and that might be the right decision for them.
Still ungoated, looking to get an elimination here onto Gentle as shots come through. Gentle, though, is going to come out on top. The aim was just superior. Really needed that as his teammate is eliminated. Is 7 HP. Using the buildings to get them away from Wazi. That was very, very close, but able to somehow stay up.
Big up, Gentle. Nice little quick on his feet. He was dancing around there in that fight. Did brilliantly. And to get out as well, that was incredible. He doesn't have middle by his side. And so now that he's got his HP up, I'm sure he'll want to try and re-engage in this one, and maybe that opportunity will be there. He knows he's in the tank though, and so he's got to be careful about how he deals with this. It's not going to be easy. And even just getting some damage off on the truck, on the tank, sorry, will be good enough. And so Wazzy will be forced to get out and reposition, as Gentle will do the same himself. But in that time that it took for all that to happen, Clay, we got some different parties now getting involved in the action. And so all of a sudden it goes from being a 1v1 to being a 1v1vx. You don't know who's gonna get involved now in this one, so gotta stay careful, stay ready, but Gentle staying on the aggressive, looking to push his way on in, and that's really nice. Targeting the tires, making sure the vehicle can't move too far, and Wazzy, now on such low HP, is running out of time and running out of options.
Oh, but look, you said other parties were entering the equation, and that's exactly what happened. Gentle said, no thank you, no algebra for me today. I'm gonna go back to the lobby as Grev is gonna take them down, and this is a definitely more aggressive lobby coming through.
That's rough. That is rough. We talked about how quickly you can go down, right? Literally, I said, if you're not careful, somebody's got a burst, half a second you could be out. And it didn't take Gentle long to be out. So it's a shame. Somebody I was really excited to see how he would do, but again, it's just not quite worked out. He does still have one more game left to try push for something, but oh buddy, oh boy, that is not ideal.
Not at all. And I'm excited to see if this team continues to play aggressive, right? They went out of their way, out of their drop, pushed players, and now continue to look to do so. And nearby is going to be Kurito Kun, who is a very good player that we haven't gotten to see much of today, but we'll keep our eyes there just to see if they do get a little bit more eliminations, a little bit more aggression. And ooh, now we're going to the southwest side of the map. So more likely going to pull towards command, meaning a lot of these players that are still in zone have got to get a move on.
Yeah, but they don't want to rush themselves too quickly, right? You don't know what you're rushing yourself into. I think we see quite a few of these guys going head to head in previous games, and so it's like, you know, what can we do in this one? Can we be the ones to break the cycle? Modisk, SNW, we saw their game end tragically last time round. FKS's duo snuck up on them. And I say snuck up, it was more just sort of brute force their way in. And maybe we're seeing a part 2 of that now. Flicky, sorry, catches Modisk out and the BM. Oh, not taking the L. You hate to see it. Well, maybe you love it, depending on who you are. And so now SNW will be in similar shoes to what his teammate was in last game, left to fight alone.
I was gonna say, they need to throw that one chug splash just to get rid of it. You don't want to let someone else have that there, as Flicky and 3 LCR are now chilling. They've installed a cow catcher on a vehicle. That's what that sound was. We move over to Coney, and we've got Adapter, who once again finds himself as a solo. I'm not sure exactly what happened to their teammate, but SNW there was just trying to stay up, and unfortunately this teammate got a little bit too aggressive, went into the house without backup, and now has to play as a solo as well.
Some more tank action for us. I feel like we didn't see as much tank carnage last game as we did the first game. Clearly people are a bit more clued up to the fact that they need to probably get rid of them ASAP.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, a lot of players are realizing, oh, it doesn't matter if a tank's shooting at us. Someone's gonna see that and take out the player on the gunner seat, because you're very vulnerable, right? There, you only have the protection from the direction you're shooting. So with all players in the lobby, they're gonna shoot you from one angle you're not protected.
Yeah, you gotta have like hyper awareness when you're the person in the gunner, right? In terms of just being able to constantly shoot at the players shooting at you, right? Just to sort of fend off for yourself. But again, it just becomes so overwhelming that you can't even bother handling it, right? You know, it's almost a losing battle once it begins. Speaking of losing battles, we've seen Card get into some uncomfortable situations in previous games. Doing well off spawn this time round. They had most of command cavern to themselves, and so I'm sure they'll be looking to try and make something of this kind of a game. That's not a rare occurrence.
What's unfortunate for them is that they don't have the best loot. They have loot, which is fine, but the season really, if you have just a step above that common, like we see card with, you just have so much more damage being output, as we see Rakan going down. Rabbit and Seal are gonna go buy a llama. You heard it just scream and activate there and start to make its way around before it'll eventually disappear. They decide to go through it, and I'm liking the Clomberry strat with the Chug Jug, or with the Chug Jugs there. Sorry, my apologies. I was distracted by the fact that they went and got a tank.
Everyone loves a tank. Oh dear. Faris, gotta be careful. He talks about it. Spend too long in the air. Oh dear. Spend too long in the air and it could be your demise, and I think he knows that they're after him. They're running through, barging his way through the door there. And Faris stood no chance, really. Like, there was realistically nothing he could ever do in that situation that was ever going to be of use. And so he goes down as well. Tough times for these guys right now.
Ooh, and we go back over to command, and JMY has decided to disengage from where they are. They will go back inside of the blimp, use that to essentially launch pad away. So I'm pulling to the south, so they don't have to go towards that high ground, but they're gonna rotate around with this vehicle. I'm very intrigued by their pattern.
Not a fan of the strat?
You know, it's definitely an interesting one. It's definitely a strat. I don't know if the strat I would go for, as you see Pumero here having the high ground that they once did.
That's interesting. So this is a stage in the game where, you know, oh dear, the cow catcher. Oh, you can see Petco creeping round. Oh, we got another dancer on our hands here. You saw the moves, using a mantle to get up, down, up, down, up, down, spinning around his opponent, and eventually picking up the elimination. That was nice. I like that. That was clean. Some of the new mechanics on display.
I think that's a really good explanation of mantling when it comes to a fight. If you can mantle around your opponents, you can really outplay them there. And look at Sherry, who just constantly repair torching their vehicle as they're going in. Shots come through, and he's like, no, you're not. No, we need this truck. No, and negates all damage done.
I love it. Having your teammate in your vehicle with you, with the repair tool, as well as some chug splashes as well to get your HP up as well, is just always so key. You can see these guys, they had 2 blow torches, right? So they really want to make sure they have the ability to repair their vehicle at all costs. Grev's even got a gas can out as well, so making sure that he can get the fuel up. You can see how much everyone's sort of prioritizing being able to keep their vehicles in the game. They are so important to your chances of having a good one. And right now, we're seeing everybody just trying to find a position to safely find some shelter, and this isn't good for them. Their vehicle gets taken out. Oh, that is heartbreaking. They couldn't put it in decent enough cover, and it cost them a huge opportunity potentially in this game. Rabbit putting that anvil rocket launcher to use.
Not able to break much off though. Again, those sharks have a lot of HP. A tank spotted by CU. They decide not to mess with it. They're going to let the Anvil rocket launcher, let that go to work. And in all honesty, everyone's, like you said, realizing, hey, we can't allow these vehicles to just roam free. Everyone's getting such free rotations. We've got to try to take them out. And that's what unfortunately happened for Grev and company. But in all honesty, Levin, they have probably the best positioning outside of zone right now. They're protected by that bridge, and the bridge will go nowhere.
Yeah, that's not too bad for them. As long as the team with the tank doesn't have any ideas, let's say. Oh dear, you don't want to be those guys.
Not at all. Drafter going down, and this is where the players that you see thrive in those moments where they have no builds and they have just their few resources left in those in games of FNCS. This is where they'll excel, and I'm excited to watch that happen because we have a little bit more than normal. But Levin, look at the teams on the island. I don't want to be those teams at all right now.
That's just not ideal, is it? That's one of the worst spots you could be in. Well, we're seeing things really kick off here. Cruel, you've got to be careful, son. You ain't got much cover around here, and there's players who's got their eyes on you. The tank could maybe be of help right now. We talked about how good of a position these guys were in under the bridge. We'll see whether or not that was really the case. Suriano, one of your favorite players in this lobby right now, Clay. Dancing in the storm, doesn't have his teammate by his side. And so now he has to hit some shots to stay in this game, but he can't. The guy from Galaxy Racer will go down, and Crew will follow him shortly as well. So many players going down now as the zone gets smaller, less spaces to hide, more eyes on you as well. And this is just not great. Yeah, you're not going to be safe here, mate. I can promise you that. King, this is chapter 1 stuff we're seeing here in the bush. I love it. I absolutely love it. This is a replay of one of my games from chapter 1. Just hiding in the little bush, picking up some elims. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, I'm about it. As we see 3 Mori just getting very close. They don't see him yet. They're too far away, and they may be able just to chill. Look, everyone's moving past them. They've ultimately forgot about King, and that's what they wanted to do by staying in that bush. They have to be careful, though, because zone is coming in, and they really need someone to push Mori and their teammate there. But constant javelin shots going through to try to take him out will do nothing.
Rabbit and his teammate. I like their position, but they've got to be real careful because there's a lot of people who realize how valuable where they are is. The shockwaves don't connect from Kakarot, but you can see just how sneaky beaky, like he's trying to play it. Mori will come in as well. Oh my goodness, Senpai's just sitting there. He's just vibing. He wants to keep his team up high in the standings. There will be no Sue celebrations for Rabbit and his teammate. And so Mori now and Kakarot in such a strong position. Senpai's finally been spotted, finally been caught out. But he's just going to repair the vehicle and be on his way. I love it. I love it. This is what it's about. But he's got to be careful. They've got the Amber rocket launcher set on him. You got to get out of there, my friend. But not into them. He's in the sky. He's a sitting duck. He goes down. And so all of a sudden, in a 2v1, Kakarot, Mori, they've done so well up to this point, but can they close it out? They can. A brilliant display of dominance from those guys in the end, really taking it to the rest of the lobby, Clay, and a well-deserved victory royale.
Well deserved indeed, but I mean, Senpai and King, they were playing no build the right way, hiding until the last possible moment. Like you said, is this chapter 1, season 1? Because that's what it was starting to look like. There's someone just hiding in the bush. That old day when you would like look down because you thought it would like make your character a little bit smaller there.
I love it. I absolutely love it, man. It's literally, these are Fortnite roots, right? Like these are the origins of Fortnite we're seeing take place, but we're seeing it from some of the best players within the MENA region. An absolutely fun display of games so far, but we got one more on the way, so don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be back with the final game of MENA.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, where we have now had 3 matches of Fortnite with one on the brink of going onto your screens, and that will be it for MENA, otherwise known as Middle East and North Africa. Levin and Clay have been battling their way through all 3 of these matches, and we've had some incredibly hilarious, amazing gameplay so far, I have to say. I say hilarious because in that last match, I have to say, we had one player hiding in a car for essentially the remainder of the game, right the way to the end, and one doing a bank special, I like to call it, hiding in a bush, Levin.
I'm glad you're really owning the bush strategy. Look, clearly it's effective, right? If you're seeing the top pros in the region do it, clearly there's something there, right? And look, it is just how Fortnite initially was played, like Clay was saying, right? You just sort of hide your way till the very end and see what you can do, right? Like, you just take your chance while you get it. But, you know, really interesting stuff, I'll say, and I expect to see more of it next game.
Yeah, Clay, I believe we've started to see the duos playing quite reserved at the beginning. Now I feel like we're starting to get some aggression on the board. Is that what you're feeling as well?
Oh, definitely. We're seeing a lot more aggression early, and then even into those later moments, players shockwaving around, not really waiting for zone to come to them.
And this is what the points look like after that match in particular. 3 more in Kakarot, which is for 53 points with 7 limbs as well. And I mean, we've got to say, Rabbit is actually really gunning for it at the moment, but 3 Mori and Kakarot. I believe it was 3 Mori and Kakarot that won that last match. Am I lost here, Levin?
No, you'd be correct in saying that. You'd be correct in saying that, and it's interesting, right? Because we talked about how much limbs were important, right? They win the game, but they don't, get the most points in that lobby, right? Just because of a team with just far more eliminations. Yeah,
just as a quick reminder, 32 points go into winning if you actually get a victory royale, and then each limb is worth 3 points. So that's, take home 10 elims, and you got 30 extra points added to the board. That's why we're racking up points quickly over here. But do we think that there could be potentially a duo that's going to make a late break for the top spot after day 1, Clay?
You know, I think there's an opportunity for it to happen. I'll have to see the overall leaderboard coming through. Again, this is just for that last match of where players ended up. But I don't know, man. I really want to see Soriano do a little bit better.
Okay, I like to hear it. And I mean, knowing your drop zone, having your initial looting routine locked down is something that you mentioned a bit earlier, Levin. Now, is that something that's essential in matches like these?
You could say so earlier on. Last game, just let's go. Just get me back on get me anywhere on the map, and let's just go. Do you know what I mean? And I will expect some teams to, you know, maybe switch things up going into this last game, right? If you've had 3 stinky games, you're not just going to go land at the same spot. You're going to want to do something drastic to give yourself a chance, because like we've seen, a high elimination point game, I don't know if it's going to push you into first, right? Maybe that's wishful thinking, but it can definitely shoot you up. And at the end of the day, we are playing for great causes. Everyone's trying to raise money for the charity of their choice. And so you want to make sure you put your all into it, right? You don't want to leave this last game thinking, oh, maybe I should have taken a bit of a risk, right? Maybe I could have, you know, just earned a bit more, right? And so I expect some big changes in this last game.
Exactly. An 11 elim victory royale, you'll take home 65 points towards your overall ranking. So if you manage to do something like that, you're going to jump up the rankings very, very quickly. And we've seen that once in our second match of the day in Middle East and North Africa, and that was by Freemori and Kakarot as well. So Clay, any final words for our competitors who are about to go into the final match of MENA?
Good luck. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be just hectic. You're going to need it.
Right, let's close this region out with a bang. 44 duos enter, 1 duo makes it out alive, 0 build Fortnite, and this is Middle East and North Africa setting the pace for the rest of the regions, let's say, to follow. So, Levin and Clay, let's go.
Wow, Clay, it's been an absolute pleasure. Look, it's my first rodeo in no builds, and I know it's yours as well when it comes to casting. And I'm glad I've been able to do it with you, because you've been able to add some rationale to some of the madness that I've seen on my screen take place today. And I expect things to just get that much madder in this final game as we see all these teams look to do anything they can to try push themselves higher up in them standings.
It has been amazing, and it has been chaotic, which is exactly what we want to see when they're playing for charity, right? Yes, we want to see players taking it seriously, but you got to have a little fun with it, right? We're trying to raise money for charities, and at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. And of course, they've got that qualification for Gamers 8 as well on the line. So playing seriously, but also you got to have a little fun. It's Fortnite after all.
Yeah, especially when it's no builds, right? You want to add a bit of flair. A lot of these guys aren't going to be very familiar with this mode. They wouldn't have played it much whatsoever. So as we hop onto the battle bus for this final game, let's see what these guys can cook up. I'm looking forward to it. I know everybody watching at home will be looking forward to it as well. Clay, it's going to be a good one.
Last game for us here in the MENA region. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. On the Svan Island, we are so many different items, so many different things players have gotten the chance to use. Out of all of them, Levin, which one do you think has been their favorite?
That's a hard one. That is a very, very hard one. I don't know if I have an answer for you there, man. You're sort of just putting me on the spot here.
I am. I'd have to say the tanks. Let's be real. Everyone that uses the tanks, you gotta know that they're enjoying that. You gotta know that they're sitting back like, got some elims, let's go.
Yeah, I now, after this, I'm going to hop in and get some tank play for myself. I've not experienced the tanks for myself, you know, so maybe I need to just jump in, land on the tank, and just go off.
I mean, to be fair, when tanks were first introduced, the first thing I did was land tilted, grab a tank, and destroy all of Tilted Towers. Multiple times.
You're that guy.
Oh, yeah. I did it multiple times. It was great, and I definitely recommend you playing some.
Well, if you happen to be playing EU today and you see Tilted completely destroyed, you know who did it. It was your boy 11-2K, or maybe Clay playing on EU as well. Who knows? As we hop over here, 2 Shifty Shafts bleed. Really struggling here. Nachiri, his teammate, not in an even better position either. Tried to finish things off. and that's not going to be great. And Cheery, one of the players who literally broke the record for points in the Cash Cup yesterday, did so incredibly well, just hasn't been able to translate that into no build. And Bleed now all alone will have to do everything he can to keep his team in this game. It won't be impossible, but it's definitely a mountain to climb.
Ooh, shots coming through. Connecting where they need to connect, when they need to connect, Bleed may be able to do it. The mountain is not looking that big anymore, but they've got to worry about Overshield.
Of course, Overshield provides for that extra bit of a health buffer. And now Bleed has the card, but now he needs to try and get some loot, try and get something to get his HP up. Because Passir currently has that advantage, and if they're not careful, they're going to run into each other soon. He's got to be careful. He's got to try and get behind. That was not favorable for him whatsoever. Can he hit the crucial shots? The drum shotgun might be too much for him. Oh, it's not though. 2 HP. Bleed will pick up the elimination and keep his team in the game. What a way to win off spawn in game number 4. Wow, Bleed putting the team on his back and saving the day.
They said, mountains, that's easy. I can climb those no problem, Levin. Got the reboot as well.
Wow. I was counting the Cheery out there. I didn't know if they'd be able to do it, but Bleed wins the fight, even with all the odds stacked up against him. And doing a brilliant job.
Moving over to Command. Oh, we've got 4, 5 teams here now. This is the aggression we were expecting to see from players, and now we get to see it. We've got 3 over here. We've got Sonic, BLW, multiple other teams here trying to find that card. Yonks is here as well. So many players decided, hey, you know what? We're not having the best of games. Let's just go over to Command and make it happen.
Yeah, man. That final game, let's see if maybe we can get the bot, get the Vault. Unlimited loot there at that point. Plenty of shields. Even here at Condor. I don't think we've watched much Condor off spawn. I doubt there was much happening, but clearly in this last game, Zero, who we've seen be pretty impressive, trying to find an angle. Vando has got to be careful. Faris, who we saw go down in heartbreaking fashion last game, does have his teammate Clutcher with him though. And maybe that could be the difference this game.
Kondo's a good POI, but it's very hard to fight early, I feel like, just because there's so many layers to this spot right here that you could use that Anvil rocket launcher to break it up, but then someone just goes just a step below or a step above onto another layer. So Clutcher really has got to put down the pressure there. As Dylan is nearby as well. Zone's not in their favor. They got about 2 minutes realistically to get into zone before it causes them any issues. But looked at Ferris. I think they're setting up a pinch as Clutcher's going to go for the shot. Is going to take the damage first, and then Van going to get beamed from behind. But Ferris drops their guard, goes for the shockwave, and is just going to get obliterated there by Poor.
What a shot. Wow. That was really nice. Poor. We've not seen many people whipping out the striker pump shotgun, but he does and uses it well. FHD though will go down. I don't know if you're going to be able to get a res off here, Yonks. He will stick it though. And maybe this is the play. No, it's not the play. They go down. Back to the lobby for today. That will be the end of their games. And that one is really unfortunate. We've seen them all over them, I feel like. We saw them at Tilted, game 2, towards the west, game 3, and now up towards Command, game 4, but back to the lobby in game 4, most importantly.
They say pros don't fake, and they mean it. They don't fake at all. But sometimes you got to, Levin. Sometimes you gotta let your teammate go there. I admire the stance of trying to get your teammate, but he's Just gotta let him go. As we move over to Coney Crossroads, Bleed, once again, gonna be a spot where they may have to clutch up. It actually looks like they're gonna go down early this time, and Goated and Wazi will be the ones to take him down. As they're celebrating, though, gonna get beamed up. Look, Goated's gonna go down. He hit the BM, and unfortunately, that's what happens when you dance on someone.
I love watching instant karma happen in Fortnite, you know? No better feeling. Crew, watching him go down again. Usually we see him go down deeper into these games, so to go down this early, especially in the last game, isn't great. But we do know what Wazzy can do, even without Goated by his side. And so Wazzy, using the splashes to get his HP up. This isn't great. This is not great at all. The shockwave will change up the angle and the point of attack. But this tree for Wazzy may not do enough. He uses a mini, but can't even put it to good use. The dude just gets tagged right back down. And now this shockwave gonna be key in the way this fight plays out from now. Wazzy has the high ground. He has 150 HP now. But can he hit the crucial shots? Doesn't have a shotgun, but the SMG will be enough.
Ooh.
And the dance comes out as well.
The dance on the players that were dancing on the other players because they finally ended up getting him. We'll be able to get the reboot off as well once they get that card. Moving over. Log jam trick shots up above. We've got Soriano down below. They find themselves in an awkward situation yet again. Will they get out of it this time? Soriano is a very well-known player here in the MENA region, and I'm sad to not see him doing as well.
Yeah, I think I saw someone in chat asking how Soriano's doing. It's a shame. But look, we got a couple more days where these players will get to fight for themselves.
They do, but you gotta wonder, like, how far down if you fall is too far. You know, if you get into that last spot, do you have that opportunity to keep coming through? I think you do, going into tomorrow, but once it gets past that, then you really have to start to wonder how far you can go before it's first place is out of the reach. Again, it is all for charity, so no matter what place you get, you are going to get some money there for the charity of your choosing, but you know these players, they want to be able to get first place overall.
Of course, man. That's what it's all about. The bragging rights, the pride, the honor. We're seeing plenty of it here from Adapter, but he's got to be careful. His HP isn't looking too great. Van is down, so now Port has to fight on his own. And Adapter doing a brilliant job to try to break the vehicle, force him out. And so Paul will run away. Mansour on the chase though.
Oh, just obliterated him too. I didn't even really see him, just knew that they'd be hiding behind that rock, and that's the aim that these pros have that, you know, we knew was going to be such a big factor coming into today. Look at Poor though, just trying to hide out. Doesn't want the same thing to happen to them, Lover. They're just here. They're just trying to survive.
I'm just waiting for the moment they just push and just realize, I wonder what he want. Maybe we should check this bush.
And Porsche just like, please don't check it. Please don't. Let me live.
Ooh, that's not great. Rabbit taking significant amounts of damage. Speedy and Monkey will look to start making their way towards the zone now. And this zone's a bit different to some of the other ones we've seen. A a lot more mountainous, a lot more different elevations. And it's hard to say who that will be good or bad for as we move into this end game. But definitely something a bit different, a different flavor from what we've seen. Rabbit's been able to get his HP back up a bit. And their positioning's looking a lot stronger. But we all know we don't want to speak too soon. We've seen these sort of positions before where players look like they're good. And all of a sudden, someone just has that slight angle on you, couple headshots, and it's all down the drain.
As they're trying to get this player down here, they don't have the best angle on him. They're just trying to shoot, put the damage down. And in all honesty, they have the best positioning in the zone. Like, it is so great because there's going to be very few people that can get up to them. They can throw these anvil rocket launchers shots down and just be a menace.
This position is so strong, man. They can just see everything. Monkey and Speedy sitting ducks. There's just not much they can do. They know they're in that bush as well, so they'll just keep spraying it. And the anvil rocket launcher will get rid of the bush. And so literally, it is just aim training for them. They're just practicing. Rabbit will pick up Speedy. Shoo, pick up Monkey. And that will be a couple eliminations for them. And they're looking for maybe another pair of eliminations. Another knock. Wow, this position is so strong for them. We were wondering who these zones would benefit. Clearly it's benefiting these guys. The anvil rocket launcher as well will help them to secure the elimination. Oh my goodness. It's never ending.
Oh. It's just, yeah, they have the best spot. They can just rain down fire above. They don't have to worry about anybody else trying to come up to them for now. They're chilling.
Interesting thing is, I think where they are, it's very unlikely that they'll pull zone again. And so they will eventually have to move, but they have the vehicle. And this is really smart. A rocket came in from somebody, and so to make sure that the vehicle stays intact, you see him there just making sure to drop the vehicle down out of harm's way. Zoic and Frex, who didn't have the best game 3, trying to make up for that in game 4 and not doing a bad job either. Already 4 eliminations to their name. That's what, 12 points if my maths is good. That's not a bad start already in this lobby.
No, not at all. That's what they really need as well to keep moving through. But, oh my God, the sun just makes it that much easier for everybody that's already inside. Look at QNDX is trying to get some shots in, but we see a shockwave come out, and every time we've seen a shockwave, Levin, it's just not ending up well.
Yeah, you saw there, Frex wanted to maybe push in a bit more, but NM7 had something to say about it, and so he's forced to hold his horses a bit. They've got to be careful. What was once a nice little building with a lot of cover is just a couple walls and some furniture. So they do got to be careful of players. Ooh. You see NM7 has his eyes set on them. This is not going to be easy whatsoever. They've got to move eventually. Oh dear, Mori. Not giving trick shots a chance. Forcing trick shot out from behind that tree. That is brilliant teamwork there. Kakarot making use of the launcher. Mori hitting the shots necessary. These guys won our last game and they're looking to do it again. Can they get their back-to-back? 9 other teams stand in their way. So it won't be easy, but with NM7 just around the corner, they have to be careful. Because if he gets even the sense that they could be vulnerable, he will certainly take it.
they're in such a good spot with this hill. They have the cow catchers in multiple spots. They can just chill naturally on this hill. They don't have to worry about anything. They're in the best spot positioning wise. What they have to be careful about is look at how much AR ammo they have. They're running low, Levin.
This is where things get really interesting, right? Because Adam said, oh, yeah, Rakan, it was never going to go well. They knew he was there, and so they take him out. But where this zone pulls now will determine how a lot of this game goes. Just 2 seconds left remaining on it. This is huge. A lot of players going to have to move. I think there was only one team that was in the zone. And this movement will be a lot of people's demise. You can already see how it's affecting NM7 and Rocky Reels. Yeah, things are getting real rocky for them. NM7 just hiding behind this tree. It's his only hope right now. The shockwaves will be nice, and they actually help him to stay up in this game for just that bit longer. But he runs right into another team. And so all of a sudden, the back-to-back play is looking very possible for Mori. But the team that was actually sitting there in first place, Senpai and Draftel, they are up as well. And so it's battle between two of our best teams and a third as well. Is that King as well, the guy that came third last game? A lot of the teams left in this one are some of the biggest players, Clay. They really have the no build on lock. They clearly have the formula, and now they're all fighting off against each other. It's rare that we see duos left at this stage in the game in previous ones, but we have 3 top-tier duos in this lobby, all looking to fight for the last victory royale of the day.
It's just coming down to who's going to meet each other first. It looks like Draftel and Senpai are meeting everyone else, but no one's helping them out. And now 3 Mori will go for the shots on the King and VDFO. And it looks like, unfortunately, King will fall. Gonna get third place yet again, unless their teammate is able just to stay up. 3 Mori going aggressive yet again. We've seen them do that before, and they paid the price as King will now fall. It's just going to be a 2v1v1. And no, they hit themselves with the Anvil rocket launcher. I talked about how you have to be careful with that, and unfortunately they were not. There's still a solo up somewhere, by the way. It's VDFO who's just sitting in the truck on the other side of the water, just there, and they're gonna know that that's exactly where they are. So they're going over, they're trying to make it fun. And VDFO says, I'm getting back in my truck. No, don't elim me.
Oh dear, he's trying everything he can, but with such low HP, it's only a matter of time. Draftel and Senpai will pick up the final game. They have been a real dominant force throughout all of the games today, and finally being able to close it out with a victory royale and a bunch of eliminations to add to the tally. What a game for those guys. I would not be surprised to see them sitting up above the rest of the lobby at the end of this. They have been phenomenal.
They really have, and it was a lot of fun watching that last game as well, because it was just, again, hectic, right? I mean, that's I think the story of the games today is that they were all just hectic. You can see it during the highlights as well from throughout the day, that really it evolved into players just getting aggressive, playing Fortnite, and having some fun.
Yeah, we saw real nice moments. You can see here some crisp, clean locks from the boys, hitting the shots necessary when it mattered. Displays, but I can't wait to break it all down, see who's sitting up on them leaderboards. Clay, it's been a pleasure being able to cast these games with you, but don't go anywhere, guys. We have the leaderboards for you and more action from other regions on the way. Stick around after this break, and we'll be right back.
Gamers Without Borders, we are back.
It's looking like a glorious day for some charity games, some glorious day for the final wrap-up. Oh, shot and goes down. Fenix might get traded as a result. It's all up to Mini and Bat Sniper head to head, but Bat Sniper had the damage the entire time.
No siphon given to him, though, so that's very important. ETQ might have... Yes! He just got the body! He got the body for siphon, and everybody falls to zone, and it's Trippern!
I into 7X is just going to go down to zone. They tried to break their way on through, but at that point, shooting would have been just a little bit faster.
Alfie especially going to be able to move in there.
Ooh, Hyphen gonna go down. Alfie's got it there. Lindgren trying to drop Alfie on down, but it doesn't look like Alfie is going to come down without the victory royale. As I say that, gonna take a little bit of damage there. We'll start to fall on down. Lindgren gonna find the shots, but they're not going to connect. Alfie is staying in zone, has more HP, knew that, and knew they could play around that. Because when you get that elimination, you get that siphon, you're looking good.
Wants to go for the elimination here, starts to drop down. Flowis looking for Fenix at the moment. Fenix, though, cannot touch that zone. It's going to be game over if that is the case. But there it is. The shots come through. Flowis taking that victory royale.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, and if you are just joining us now, we are 1 region down and 2 to go. We have just finished off MENA region, otherwise known as Middle East and North Africa, and later on we'll be having EU, and even later, North America. We have an epic showdown currently going on Fortnite's zero build mode. So we've got $3 million worth of charitable donations on the line, so it's just starting to heat up just a little bit. It's just bubbling a little bit because we have plenty of Fortnite later in the weekend. However, let's focus on what has just happened. The overall rankings in Middle East and North Africa at the top of the table, Draftel and Kai4U. 32 elims. Times that by 3. That's how many points they got with the elims, and they only got 1 victory royale to take home. But look at this. 3 Mori and Kakarot dominating the victory royales with 2 under their belt, but only 18 elims. And going in with 146 points. P5EK and Rapid taking home the victory royale at the very beginning. They looked like they got off to a great start and hit the ground running. And they got 22 elims overall. Those elims are the thing that's really going to make the difference. Okay, you got to be aggressive, we feel, because 3 points per elimination, that really is going to boost you up that leaderboard. Zoik and Frex coming in at 5th, Calais and in M7X at 6th, and so on and so forth, with no victory royale so far. However, the elims pretty high up there, so an 18, 16. In the high teens, looks like that's kind of what you're aiming for when you come after 4 matches. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. The region really did show up because it's a region that we don't really tend to see a huge amount of content coming out of this way. So amazing to see that they've shown up. And we've got EU and NA coming in a little bit later on in the day. So a dominating performance once again from 3 Mori and Kakarot. They put their foot down in the opening few rounds. But yeah, like I've said, we've got plenty of content coming your way. So it's time for a new region. Let's wipe our hands of that one because we've got 2 fresh faces joining me now for EU. And I'm now joined by Vivid and Panda on the casting desk. Panda, I'm going to come to you first. Having played competitive zero build mode, what's your initial reaction to it on this stage so far?
Absolutely. It's been a very interesting transition, I think, not only for us as talent members, but for also the pro players, because we've seen such a vast change in the way that you have to play the game. When you program yourself in a certain mindset when playing Fortnite, and then all of a sudden you have to throw that out the window and completely change the way you play, it's definitely going to make an impact, which is why I'm so excited to see how these players today are going to be able to adapt, overcome, and potentially climb this leaderboard.
Ooh, we've got the schedule that is going to be jumping up onto your screens very shortly. And again, much like in the previous region, we're going to have 4 matches in Europe. So the best thing to do is to kick things off with a bang, because 4 matches can go by very quickly, especially if you're pretty reckless at the beginning. You know, you got to get your drops sorted out, your looting sorted before you can go and engage in some one-on-ones or 2-on-2s. This is Duos Banks, remember? So if you're only just joining us, here's a quick reminder of our tournament at Gamers Without Borders.
Yeah, and listen, let me tell you, the MENA region was just phenomenal to watch. You know, Draft Out coming in the first place, but just way ahead of the competition. And Clay and Levin doing such a wonderful job hyping up all of the action over there. It's got me so much more excited for this EU segment that we do have coming up.
Ooh, definitely going to be excited, Vivid. I like the way you think. Now, the format for this weekend is pretty straightforward, okay? We're running a point system. The more points you will get because you get more elims. And the higher you place in each game, you get more points as well. Pretty simple. But now for a more detailed version from Panda. Take us through it, mate.
Absolutely. So we got to break down the 3 regions. So the 3 regions that are participating here are Europe, MENA, and North America. Like we talked about here going into this is going to be the Europe region. Next up is going to be North America. Now, it is a duos format tournament, meaning that 44 teams per region will be competing here in the Zero Build tournament. Now, region top 5s from each of the regions can qualify to Gamers 8, which is a massive event being planned for later on. So this is going to be huge. This is what everybody is working for. But it starts off with 4 days starting now and 16 matches. So this is going to be huge for these players, but it's really important that they stay on track with points. And you know what? Listen, the master himself, Vivid, he knows all about points, man. Tell him how they get points in this tournament.
I mean, as Banks explained, you know, it's going to be placement and elimination based. Each elimination, 3 points, but then that victory royale, 32 total points. And you love to see a format like this because it's just so top heavy that these top 5s really come into play. If we look at the difference between first and 6th, it's actually a 10-point drop off. You're like, oh man, you know, you got first, I got 6th. That's not too big of a difference. No, it's a 10-point difference. So you really want to be consistent in how many of those top 5s you kind of get, so that way you can guarantee yourself a lot of those points. And Banks, run us through this charity prize pool breakdown that we are playing for today.
Exactly. If you come first in your region, you're taking home $250,000, and that is a charitable donation. So you'll be giving that to a charity of your choice. But don't worry, all the way down to 44th. So those are the duos that are taking up the entire roster of each of our regions. You will still get to donate to a charity of your choice, which is just amazing. And they're going to be donating to people who are just less fortunate than we are right now. So it's a great cause, and we absolutely love to see it. So, I mean, something I need to touch on right now, I need some predictions from you both, because I know that we haven't seen a lot right now, EU especially. We haven't even seen our first match, so we like to see predictions. So we're about to be launched out of the battle bus into the European server. Which duos should we be looking out for, Vivid?
I mean, listen, there are a lot of notable names, you know, like the likes of Bad Sniper, Anas, and Pink. But I'm going to go ahead and predict that Vortex and Janus are going to do very, very well. Now, we haven't seen a lot of these no-build competitions, but right hot out of the last FNCS they did get 4th place. So that is going to be my reason for picking them. I think that they have a good grasp on how this chapter is playing out so far. So even though they got 4th place in a building tournament, I'm still going to put my bet on them for a no-build tournament.
Panda, I see you nodding away. Are you agreeing, or are you kind of silently disagreeing, like, oh, here we go again?
I mean, look, great choice here from Vivid, but one thing I gotta point out, it's Bad Sniper. That man does not miss, right? You take away building, and that's the key factor here of Zero Build. So True. Bad Sniper probably going to be my number 1 pick here going into the day, but it's going to be interesting because a lot of the big names here are out in the EU region, and they're all going to be vying for that top spot.
Something that we touched on in the MENA region previously, guys, was we were talking a lot about game mechanics and how things are changing quite rapidly, especially with Fortnite. They love to keep us on our toes. They love to introduce new concepts and new mechanics into the game, with each and every update. So now we got, the mantling, and we have new weapons involved, and we've got new ways of getting around the map, and especially right now, vehicle heavy. And we haven't had a huge amount of time to adapt to these kind of important updates. I mean, it's only been, 3 weeks for a lot of these. How do you kind of master this? I think, Panda, we touched on this earlier, right?
Yeah, I think obviously it boils down to this, right? There's a general principle of time that it takes to commit to something, to truly learn it. And I believe it's actually like 100 hours to truly learn a new skill and hone that in as a quote unquote expert, right? So mantling and tactical sprinting are very new, right? They're obviously new to season 2. And then the sprinting is new to season 1 here in chapter 3. So 3 new mechanics, all still relatively new to the scene and all still trying to figure it out. But fortunately in zero build, you kind of have to figure it out fast because mantling is such a vital part of how you play zero build that if you go into this and do not understand how to mantle, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage.
I mean, Vivid, you still compete in this game itself. What have you found the hardest thing to kind of adapt to? You don't have to give away too many secrets, but what have you found the most difficult thing to adapt to, with the latest updates with Fortnite?
I mean, playing Fortnite and always adapting to the updates is just always about playing and enjoying the game, right? Because no matter what comes out, all of these players, they have the skill to adapt. They have the skill to learn any of these new things that come out. But we see these differences in how people play every single meta change because it's really how much dedication each player can put in. So you really do just got to put in a lot of dedication, like even going into like creative and practicing sprinting around or mantling over walls and kind of seeing what that does to your character. Like, where does that place you? How long does it take you to pull your weapon out after you do something like mantling or sprinting? So getting used to all those timings is really, really important for these players. And I feel like whoever does the best throughout this tournament, it's really going to showcase how much time they actually put in to learning these new mechanics.
Well, we had an opportunity to sit down earlier in the week with a duo from FaZe Clan, and let's see what they had to say.
What it means to me if I won the tournament is I would be so stoked to win it with the longest lasting duo of NA because we got to bring home a championship soon. And that would just mean we did it on LAN, which would be the coolest thing ever. So yeah, it would mean the world to me.
If me and Dubs won the LAN event, that'd be insane because there hasn't been any LANs for like a long time, like 2 years. And especially if it's for 2 million, that'd be insane. Me and Dubs would go crazy. So yeah, let's hope we win. I think that a little bit of stuff holding NA East back is that there's not a lot of practice as there used to be. Like, we used to practice a lot more if the scrims were running, but now it's just not as much. But we still scrim, but there's not as much practice.
What describes a good Fortnite duo, in my opinion, is having good chemistry and having your drop spot mastered.
The main thing to be like a good duo would probably be like team chemistry, always sticking on each other, and always being on top of each other, and yeah, having your drop mastered for sure.
If I could add any skin, I would add a FaZe skin, because that would be the coolest thing ever if they added org skins. So a FaZe skin would go hard.
Dubs and Mega bringing in the knowledge from FaZe Clan. Now, something I need to touch on with you guys again, right? Vivid, Panda, we need to talk about what we just witnessed previously. The region, MENA. Is there anything that like surprised you from watching it? Were you pleasantly surprised? Were you thinking, oh, there are these things that they need to work on if they're going to potentially go up against, players from the EU region, players from the NA region later in the year? Vivid, let's start with you, mate.
Well, I think one of the most staple kind of decisions to make when you're playing this game mode is actually prioritize finding some sort of vehicle. Obviously, the tanks are to be preferred. However, with these Anvil rocket launchers that were introduced this season, it kind of makes it hard to kind of maneuver with those vehicles and tanks around the map, because if anybody has these Anvil rocket launchers, they pretty much automatically target you and want to take you out as fast as possible because they want to remove that edge that you have over them. So I think that it was really, really cool to see teams kind of adapt and try to start to like hide their vehicles rather than just be like, oh, listen, like I'm invincible. I can just go wherever I want with this. So I think this was a really cool adaptation that we saw happen over in the MENA region.
What about you, Panda? Anything that pleasantly surprised you? Anything that you think they need to work on? Or, you know, are you thinking that they could be dominant? Like, they looked like there were some really, really strong duos, particularly towards the end. In that fourth match, we had the 3 top duos going at it at the end.
Well, you know, EU is always known as the #1 region when it comes to the standard building game mode, right? However, there's no building. It's 0 build, guys. Like, this could be completely different game. So now it's really going to boil down to how they use these additional tools that are in the game there for them in 0 builds, like the shockwave grenades. Obviously, something that competitive has lacked experience with in the past because tends to be vaulted in competitive playlists. But now with 0 build and it being such a vital part of 0 build, these players are going to have to adapt. They're going to have to pick it up and they're going to have to figure out how to use it. And also to add on to what Vivid had mentioned just moments ago, that new launcher, these players might not know this, but you can actually use it like a standard rocket launcher as well, not just locking on. If you either jump off of builds or jump off of a vehicle, off of any kind of elevation point and aim it, and shoot, you can actually shoot it like a standard rocket launcher. So that's another little tip there for all of our competitors here today if you're watching. So keep that in mind when you have that thing in your inventory. It's not just a vehicle weapon.
Top tips from Panda. I like to hear it. So remember, all of you at home, this is 0 build. There is no building in this Fortnite tournament, and we are just about to jump into the EU region for their first matchup. So as long as your map rotations are slick, your accuracy is on point, I feel like you're going to be golden. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Vivid and Panda. Let's go, gents.
Hey, let's go indeed. Vivid, you ready?
Yes, I am. I am so excited. And listen, man, giving out great tips already to start off the top of the show, Panda. Incredible. But, you know, that just goes to prove that there are little things out there that you really can find. You know, a lot of players might just take it as, oh, there's an anvil rocket launcher to help you take out vehicles. But no, Panda's been putting in the time, testing out these new rocket launchers and coming up with creative ways to use them rather than just the average, typical way.
Hey, listen, I can't take full credit for figuring that out, but for sharing it, I'll take credit for that because, look, I've done some research this season. It's definitely going to be different. Obviously, Vivid and I, we're used to being on broadcast together, but this is a new experience for us as well. 0 build is a completely new way to play the game, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how these top players can adapt, compete, and play this out because – again, we've actually seen some events so far where players of great caliber in the standard competitive modes don't seem to adapt well to the 0 build. So we'll see how that affects them here today. But listen, tell me a little bit more why you picked your pick here for the 0 build tournament.
Well, in typical Fortnite fashion, right, if you do well, you really have to do well in those endgame situations. You kind of have a grasp for those rotations because even though there is a building in the normal Fortnite game mode, you still do have to make some really good rotations, and that is really amplified in these no build games because if you make a bad rotation, you're pretty much stuck out in the middle of the open. So I went ahead and chose Vortex and Janice because, you know, they're well-vetted players. They should know how to make these rotations even when they don't have builds, right? Like we've seen them in clutch situations where they have maybe low builds and they're up against players who do have builds, and even though they have none, they still make something out of it. So I feel like the vettedness of these players is just going to be really, really good, and I can't turn down the opportunity to put my bet on them.
Yeah, listen, I fully agree with you. It's definitely a good choice for sure. But hey, before we can dive into this game, we're actually got a quick little video through Vitality coming in and doing a little quick interview. So let's go ahead and take a watch.
Shotgun.
Shotgun.
Cats.
Dogs.
Sniper headshot.
Huge nade.
Cars.
Cars.
Apples.
Apple, waffle.
Spider-Man.
Batman.
The Rock.
The Rock.
Venom.
Venom.
Night Owl.
Night Owl.
Snake around my neck.
Snake around my neck.
Zombies.
Zombies.
Animals just as humans.
Animals just as humans.
Post time.
Post.
You gotta love these player interviews, Vivid. Like, I love to get more insight from them, but I gotta take one of those questions away from them and ask you, right? So, which outfit are you choosing? You choosing Spider-Man or Batman?
Oh my gosh, I thought, listen, you're about to set me up. First of all, I'm just going to say Spider-Man, right? Like, I didn't necessarily agree with the Batman choice, but I was waiting. I was like, oh my gosh, Panda is going to set me up because I was going to comment on how I couldn't believe that both of them chose Venom over Doctor Strange. Like, Doctor Strange is literally like my favorite character, and they went ahead and dissed him. So that was the one that I was like, man, I can't believe they did that.
I was kind of surprised too. I'm not gonna lie, especially with Doctor Strange coming up here soon and that new outfit just hitting the game. It's an impressive outfit to say the least. But look, we have so much action to unfold here for you all still. Obviously, we got to see the MENA region completely go through their qualifiers. Now it's time for Europe here, hanging out with Vivid and myself, Panda. So we talked about our prediction. We talked about some of the things that are taking place. We got to see some interviews, but I got to talk about what I think is going to be vital and key to these players' success here today. And it's going to be the tanks and it's going to be the battle buses. So, Vivid, starting off, which one are you choosing? You choosing the battle bus or are you choosing the old tank?
You know, oh man, that's such a tough one. I feel like, honestly, I would want the tank because I feel like the tank is just a little bit more low key than the battle bus. Obviously, the battle bus does have its advantages, but the tank you can kind of hide a little bit better with, right? Because it is smaller, like we saw in one of the MENA games where they kind of just like hid their tank in a gas station. And I really, really favor something like that. But speaking of getting into tanks and getting into battle buses, Panda, our players are actually getting into the battle bus, and I think we are ready to start off game number one.
Let's get game number one underway here as they load up the battle bus and get it all situated. Look, I'm excited. I know all of you at home are excited. So let's get you some of this zero build action, starting with game number one of the day. Now, remember, there are 4 matches per region, meaning that this is just the start here for these players. But with only 4 matches on the docket, that means they only have 4 opportunities to make something happen and climb that leaderboard, because it's all about getting one of those top spots to donate to your charity of choice. So here it is. Battle bus is ready and loaded and Vivid. Let's take it home.
Let's go. Here we go. Now, Panda, you know, watching the MENA region over there, like, what do you kind of expect to happen with these drop spots? You know, like, there were some contests going on over in the MENA region and over in EU. Do you think that's going to be any different?
You know, I don't think so. I think we're going to see some players get contested. I think that's going to be a major factor here in today's games, especially with the caliber of player that we have in this lobby. Because we've talked about it, right? But this is some of the best players across all of the EU region loading up in today's games. And we're actually going to see it here. We get to kind of cover your question immediately. Will we see players contest each other? And this is a nice little view of the map, right? We get to see where everybody's landing, have a really good understanding of what we're going to zoom into and really focus on. But there, look at the amount of players splitting down the middle. It looks like this might be a good time to consider trying to land at like a more central POI, because It looks like everybody's either going all the way to the northwest or the southeast.
Yeah, and one of these things that I love about some of these tournaments that we see, because we don't see it often, usually like FNCS, we kind of fill the lobby up, right? But in this specific scenario, right, we're only actually going to do 44 duos, so we don't actually have a full lobby. So it kind of leaves some space on the map open for a little bit less contests. So you kind of have that like staple drop spot, but nonetheless, there are still a lot of players on the map, so they are still going to be contested each other. Like, we see like Tilted Towers, Covert Cavern, some of those hot POIs. And look at this, even over at Rocky Reels, kind of trying to claim this POI because Panda, there's a blimp here.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about it in the past, right? How when a new chapter or a new season emerges, there are new things around the map that truly affect the way the game is played, and this being one of them, the blimps. Now, this blimp here in Rocky Reels is actually under siege by the 7, so you actually see how the name is lit up red. So it's not only under siege by these people in the game, it's also Vask and Chico here looking to make something happen. They're going to take Rocky Reels themselves, but Kovacs up on the blimp is going to take that incredible aim and try to connect as many shots as they can. But with the benefit of the overshield, you just kind of have to back up a little bit, even if you do take a little bit of damage, and heal up real quick.
Yeah, and the overshields are a great point, right, Panda? Because that's something that was introduced this season alone. And the way that it works is, right, you kind of get this 50 shield that you kind of have on top of the HP and normal shield that you have. And this overshield kind of regens as long as you don't take damage for a period of time. So these players can kind of use that to their advantage. And it's really, really helpful in situations where you can't just build a wall, right? Like if you're caught out in the open, you can kind of take that extra 50 damage, kind of make something happen with it. But Kovacs and Xerox here kind of happy with the loot that they've gathered up, and now they're going to start looking to scout the area, kind of see what's around them to make sure that they are aware of their surroundings. But I'm going to tell you right now, they're probably not going to leave this blimp for as long as they can stay up there. They're going to be comfortable and just fine and dandy with just letting everybody under them kind of run around and do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a really good point. They are just going to kind of let these other players begin to rotate and do what they can, but not for Vidil and Noah Riley, who are instantly getting some early game tags here onto Raiden and Dids, and it actually results in 2 eliminations for him. So it looks like they actually potentially picked up another elimination just beforehand. So 3 total elims here for Vidil and Noah Riley. A great start for them, and I believe that's some serious early game points here, Vivid.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, that is a great start. And, one of the things that I was worried about thinking about some of these EU teams is that, for example, Vidil and Riley, they have a history of being aggressive, right? And I've played some no-build games, some of these, like, fun little tournaments that have gone down, and it is really, really hard not to kind of just, like, shoot at people that are passing by, right? Because you're like, oh, look, this guy's in the open. Let me just go ahead and take some shots, do some damage. But, whilst the building resources aren't necessarily a problem in this game mode, it's actually ammo that has become a big problem in instances where I have played. So kind of like taking their shots and getting those early eliminations, you could see there that Vidil only actually had 80 medium bullets left, while a lot of these other players already have upwards of 200. So it does make a big investment when you go for those eliminations. Hopefully they can recuperate on some of those bullets, because it does come into play later on in the game when you need to defend yourself.
Yeah, I think that's one of the other portions of zero build that players are still adapting to, is finding enough ammo to survive, right? Because, well, obviously in your traditional build mode, you have to worry about surge and other things. In this mode, even though surge doesn't play as much of a factor, you actually find yourself shooting more than the typical build mode. And that's because when you come into contact with a player, you can't just build a wall to defend yourself. You literally have to either have a shoot off or just kind of shoot in the direction of the opposing enemy as you try to back away and find cover, because realistically, that's your only option. You have to go find cover because you're not going to be able to build it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And really the only way that these players can quote unquote build cover is with these cow caches, which we did see play a big role over in the MENA region. You can kind of throw them down instantly, but a lot of teams like to kind of pick a spot when it gets closer to this end game, and they kind of just like to set up like 3-4 of these cow caches, which is why you're going to see a lot of players carry them. But look at this. Kiku and Skirwy here, they're going to be setting up a little bit of a trap in this house, Panda.
Yeah, and honestly, this is how you have to play zero build, right? You have to be a little bit more patient. You have to utilize the existing cover, and realistically, you have to set up some situations like this that could feed yourself eliminations if a player decides to walk through that door. But realistically, we've also seen situations like that go sideways as well. Somebody try to set something up, wait for a player to make their way forward, and unfortunately it just doesn't work out in their favor. So they need to be careful just as much as they need to be sneaky enough to pick up some of those elims.
Yes, a very good point as we see here. Oh, look at this, Panda. You are kind of getting your wish here. We are going to be taking our first look over at the battle bus coming into play from Magically. Nemoa's 2Ks. They're going to be kind of chasing this team away, kind of defending this kind of area that they do have security here. But again, you know, that battle bus is just kind of like sitting there, and it's such a big like target for a lot of players that could kind of pass by and kind of like take some pop shots at. So really hard to be low key, and it kind of gives away your position. It's just a giant battle bus, you know?
You're absolutely right. One of the cool things that was added this season, and I think plays a big role in utilizing the armored battle bus, is the repair torch. Now, we actually saw this get vaulted in the traditional competitive modes, but in zero build, as you can see in Scram's inventory, it's still here. And it's still available for the players. So it's really going to be interesting to see if they can utilize that repair torch and all these different new items added in Chapter 3 Season 2 to stay alive here in zero build.
And it's a great point that you make there, that repair torch. The reason why it is so important is because your vehicle, it's going to take damage, right? You're going to make these rotates while you're in your car or your truck or your tank. And, you know, players can just be like, hey, I don't want you near me. I'm over here. So they're going to take shots at your vehicle, and it's going to get damaged. But then when you finally settle down and get to a position where you're kind of like chilling and not really getting shot at anymore, you know, your car or your vehicle, it took damage. And the repair torch is so good because it just repairs that damage that you took, and you can kind of be healthier for that next rotate that you need to make.
You know, now that we're looking at the trucks, another little tip here on top of the repair torch is actually you can throw a gas can in the back of a truck, as well as the back of the semi.
Yeah.
And so obviously another factor here to these vehicles that have stopped them and being successful in the past is the fact that they run out of gas, right? So now you don't have to worry about that as much. You don't even have to take up an inventory slot to worry about it. So it's going to be interesting to see if we get to see any of these plays take place. But I see Bad Sniper and DKS making their way into zone. And it looks like they're going for one of those center spots, which, let's be honest, it's expected.
Yeah, I mean, they're going with the traditional Fortnite way. But let me tell you, man, center zone positions in this no build, they're a little sketchy sometimes because there's just not, you don't have your builds just be like, oh, listen, we're in center zone, we can base up, right? Like, you have to pretty much find a spot in the center zone that is like covered on all angles, because you are in the center of the zone, which means that 360 degrees all around you, there can be players anywhere. So you really have to find a good spot, and those spots, they're just hard to come by, right? Like, even if you're like behind a tree, then you can get seen from like some other angle or something like that. Or if you hang out in your vehicle, somebody might get mad that you're just hanging out in your vehicle. They might, you know, start shaking your tires or something like that. So it is really, really hard. I do like the idea though of sitting in buildings during something like this. As you can see, this duo is just going to be hanging out in the border body, man. Panda, they're just fine and dandy, chilling out. Nobody can even see them.
You know, it's funny. This is very reminiscent of Chapter 1 of Fortnite, right? You hide in the bush. You hide anywhere that you could find, right? Just to stay alive because no one knew how to build. Well, now you can't build. So we're seeing all those same those tips that we saw in Chapter 1 be used here in Chapter 3, which honestly, it gives it a really nice feel. And I'm sure for a lot of these players, they're out here competing. They're like, man, this feels like the old days.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. There's new dynamics come into play, whole different way to play the game. So it has been a really refreshing new game mode that has come out. And you know, these bush plays, we're seeing a lot of teams take over these bushes, right? Because you know, it's not directly cover, right? But teams can't really see you, but you still can get shot. So sometimes the situation get a little bit sketchy. If somebody starts taking some shots at you and they get lucky and hit you a couple times, all of a sudden you're in like a bad position and you don't really have anywhere to run, because usually these bushes are in the middle of like nowhere, just in like an open field. So like, for example, Jacob right here, he's actually lucky. He's got a tree, but there is a team off in the distance kind of just taking random shots into those bushes. When he starts getting hit, those tags do come in, and good players can kind of follow those tags and kind of predict where you're going. So Sometimes it's a little sketchy, but usually a pretty good spot.
Usually a pretty good spot for sure. I think that's one of those things that in seasons past that every player who's played the game up until this point, they kind of gotten in the habit of, right? They see a bush, they take some shots. If something connects, great, they're pushing it. If nothing connects, okay, you know what? Maybe that bush is safe. Maybe I can rotate to it. Maybe I can hide it. That's where I'm going to base myself up. But in this situation, right, these bushes are going to be vital to teams like Babacola and Keneal. So these teams already found it a really nice spot. And I got to say, Keneal with the 6 shockwave nades, that's going to be extremely impactful for their team. But no, I talked about how Surge doesn't play too much of an impact here in this game. But I must be wrong, because Surge is active here, folks, and they're going to need to find some or connect some shots here pretty quickly.
You know, and that's one of those things about these veteran players, right? Like, if you've been playing Fortnite for a couple years now, Storm Surge was introduced, you know, more than probably like 2 years ago at this point. So they've been dealing with it for like 2 years now. But maybe some of these players, they qualified in this no build format because they're just genuinely good at this no build format. And, you know, they're not maybe used to Storm Surge. And as we saw that team there, they were actually below and they were kind of just hanging out in the bush, not really making any plays. But as you can see in the top left, Storm Surge, the way that it works is it is not happy until that there is a maximum of 70 players left in the lobby. And right now we have 71. So it will do damage here to one team that has less than basically all of the other teams in the lobby. And since there's 71, there's only actually one team that can be taking damage, as Andy puts on some great shots from a distance.
Great shots indeed. A great start there from them, and that's obviously going to keep them ahead of Surge if it becomes a factor again. But it's actually on to Pink. Pink being an FNCS champ, a player in the EU region who has done massive things in competitive, now looking to take that same energy here in the zero build competition. But Surge is no longer active. We're down below 70 players, meaning that Surge will not be an issue here for Zone 3. However, if players continue to stay alive, that could be another issue they face here moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, it's Andy and Onyx Addy. These players are looking to get these vehicles and just start moving. But my pick here for the day is Bad Sniper DKS. They got the truck, they got the tank, and they're looking to use it.
Yeah, actually surprising decision, right? Because they were kind of like over behind that little bit of a hill, right? So they were kind of safe, but no, they're actually going to bring the tank up, kind of expose there, be like, hey, listen, we have a tank, and they're utilizing it very, very well, putting some good damage over to Basin and Center, who actually have a tank of their own. But they themselves, yeah, listen, just go right behind that hill right there, and you should be fine as Bad Sniper retreats now, and that repair torch bandit is coming into play here.
Yeah, it's the war of the repair torch, and to see who can use it better. Because you have to, it's more important to get this tank to the end game than it is to get your tags here in this moment. And that's what Stenna and Basin know. They know that they need to hold on and keep this tank as long as they can in the game. And that's what they're going to aim to do. Now, they are kind of finding cover, natural cover through the hills, which is really smart on their part. But they need to be careful because, like we saw just moments ago, Bad Sniper and DKS, they're on the hunt, and they're ready to take shots as soon as they see you.
Oh, this is so funny. A little bit of a tank battle going on. Bad Sniper really wanting to make sure that he can kind of remove this tank, right? Because if he is left as the only tank in the lobby, then that's going to be a big advantage. But if we're looking at the map, actually, Bad Sniper might actually have to make a rotation directly towards that other tank, and the Storm is right on their backs right now, so they do actually have to make a move right now. Just going to be utilizing that tank, kind of take a stroll right through the center of this zone here. But when they actually get into zone, they have to make sure that they find themselves a good spot. There are so many players around them that are kind of chilling back behind them. As we can see over there, we have Zrox behind DKS. He's a little bit suspicious. Maybe he spotted him out earlier, but Bad Sniper's actually going to go up on this hill, and there's not a lot of cover here, Panda, for them to chill out. If their tank gets destroyed, they could be in a bad position.
They could. They absolutely could. So they need to be careful here. But speaking of careful, it's Cholinville and EMXR. They are playing the careful game. While you see all the shots raining in for Bad Sniper, DKS, and other players, they're playing a little bit smarter. But no, as I say that, they're starting to rain shots in too. They actually see another team kind of utilizing their strat just in the distance there. And they're saying, you know what? No, there can only be one as the eliminations now come through here for this team. So great start for them. But speaking of great starts, Bad Sniper, 1 elimination on the board. My prediction is doing pretty well.
Yeah, they are doing pretty well. They are holding down this hill. I'm surprised, you know what I mean? Usually whenever we put a vehicle on a hill like this, a lot of people can see you, and therefore everybody that has an Anvil rocket launcher kind of just like, hey, listen, I'm not doing anything right now. Might as well utilize it the best way it can be used and use it on a vehicle. But they're just kind of chilling in the open here and putting down some good tank shots on the Andretta, actually, who has himself, you know, cozied up in between some cow catchers. But the tank is making quick work of those. And look at all these trucks, Panda, just rolling around the zone, trying to make sure that they all stay alive and keeping their trucks healthy so that way they can keep using this mobile cover.
You know, I was really confused here. So I see Anderlix driving, right? And then Nico in the passenger seat, or Nico not in the passenger seat, but Andy in the passenger seat. And I'm confused, right? I'm like, wait, what's going on here? And this is
look at this.
The definition of what happens here in zero builds, right? You have to survive at all costs. And as you may know, the driver can't shoot you while they're driving. And if the passenger doesn't kind of focus the driver's not going to get out and try to take a fight. So you can actually prolong staying alive just a little bit longer here. But as I say it, Andy getting focused here by a majority of the lobby. The shockwaves coming out, but they're just shockwaving into other players. Again, like we've talked about, in normal competitive game modes, you can shockwave away, build up, cover. But in zero build, that's not the option. So you have to be careful how and where you use those shockwaves, because you ultimately could just end up pushing yourself into a team instead of some desperately needed cover.
Yeah, and Refscar doing well here. Just 1 elimination, but this truck looks very, very healthy, almost full HP. They do have a repair torch, but look, no ammunition. He has an MK7 assault rifle with 1, oh my god, and then he hops out of the truck and gets 500. I was just about to make a point. This guy cannot get an elimination. He doesn't have anything to do so, and then he just jumps out and picks up 500 bullets. So there we go. But these trucks are making a very big presence in this endgame.
They are, and as much as they are a useful tool, if you're not careful, you can also be taken out, and that's what we saw from Refscar there. Refscar trying to hold on to the vehicles that he had close by, and it just wasn't enough. Now his teammate getting shockwaved into the storm. That is a struggle point for them, but here he is, still trying to hold on to some existing cover, trying to stay alive, and a player that was pushing him actually ends up getting eliminated. So Elo Cats can stay in this game, but with players like Coop in the tank taking shots left and right, it's going to be tough to see what these players can do.
It's just a field day, man. He's got the tank, and it doesn't really look like anybody else does. Oh, actually, Percolino is actually going to be hopping into this tank. He only does have 1,300 HP yet. A little bit of a sketchy situation, because he is a solo, but he is making quick work of the duos that are around him. And there you go. You know, just hop in the tank, right? Like, you have another team driving the tank, and you're just going to go hop in and use the gunner seats. What is going on, Panda?
I don't know. It's so much action, I can't even keep track. Coop now hopping in, getting an elimination there out of the tank. Now focusing another player out there in the zone, gets the elimination, and now it's all about connecting the shots into the driver. And there it is, the driver is out. Coop now having to ditch the tank, trying to survive. Can't even use it as cover as it blows up here, and he's taking some serious damage. Now though, Unhydra in a similar situation, a lot of damage taken, and if he's not careful, 1 shot will take him out of that spot.
Look, there's a solo. Oh, they found him out. Okay, there was a solo hiding in the tank. They do find him out there, so now it is going to be a 2v1 situation, but Unhydra has to be very, very careful. Looks like they're on a low amount of HP, maybe even like 1. Oh, and there you go. The tank reigns supreme over Coop, and Unhydra and Naiad, they come out with the first victory out of the 4 games that we have to play here today, Panda.
I mean, it doesn't even matter. It was so close there in the final moments. And 4 HP in a dream, as long as you have a tank, that dream is successful. Like, you don't even have to worry about it. So fair play to Unhydra and co. Able to clean up Coop there in the final moments. So that's going to be a win in some eliminations for them. Yeah. But remember, with the value that we've seen in eliminations, we're going to see more aggressive gameplay just like this. And with the absence of Noah Riley and Vidil in that end game, they're going to need a comeback game, and I have a feeling game 2 is going to be that. But before we can get into game number 2, we're going to go to a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. The EU region has now officially kicked off. Match 1 is done, and our first Victory Royale goes to Unhydra and Naiad. I'm joined back at the desk with Vivid and Panda as well. And I feel like the opening match, it was a little bit slow, wasn't it? Maybe the players are just feeling out their opponents. We've got a lot of money on the line. They're seeing what they're dealing with until that final circle, which was Fast and the Furious 10, Vivid. What was going on?
Everything was going on, right? We had shockwaves flying everywhere. Some people were hiding in between cow catchers, a bunch of trucks, a couple tanks making it into the end game. And listen, if there's anything to say about the end game is that there was a lot of vehicles. I feel like there was more vehicles than there were players actually on like the ground and everything like that. So it made for this really tough situation for a lot of these players because, everybody was just chilling in vehicles, safe and sound.
I think the toughest contender medal definitely goes to Coop there, right at the very end there, taking out everyone left, right, and center. I think he got about 4 or 5 elims in about 10 seconds or something like that. Panda, I mean, it was an admirable attempt from Coop there. Any highlights for you from that particular match?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of highlights, but I kind of want to focus on the name that was missing, right? Know where I leave the deal. I talked about it a little bit before we threw the break, but to see them notably not in an end game was kind of surprising for me, to say the least. Obviously, it's a different mode, but now let's talk about how they can adapt and overcome that. Because remember, this is only game 1. Game 1 is out of the way. This is your opportunity to make some mistakes and come back and do well here in the rest of this tournament. So for them, they need to figure out what they did wrong. And number 1, make sure that they have some vehicles in their area. That's going to be vital to their success. But speaking of success, here are our teams here in the top 8 with Unhydra and Naiad at the top with 12 eliminations and 68 points.
Oh, absolutely running away with it. Speaking of vehicles, I mean, you had Unhydra and Naiad were in a tank at the end, and that was their main source of power. 12 elims, bringing them 68 points from one matchup. I mean, that truly is incredible, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, a 22-point difference already between first and second place. We talked about the valiant efforts of Coop, and he did put up, 6 eliminations total for his team right there, but still only 48 points. Still a lot of games left to play, but that big lead is going to help Unhydra kind of secure themselves up at the top of the leaderboard throughout this competition. And I did just see Vidil. I think he was in like 23rd position there, Panda. So yeah, definitely not the best first game from those boys.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not. But take it away, Barney. Bring us in.
Definitely not. No, I agree. I was just saying the same thing as you, and we just kept butting heads every single time. I mean, I was also going to say that it was the pacing difference. It's just the thing that I've got to get my head around. You see, at the beginning of the match, it always just seems like the pace is so slow. People are setting up. Like you said, there's nothing to hide behind, so you kind of have to post up and see where the circle's going to pull to. But then, do you think that the pace is vastly different between the build mode and zero build mode, Panda?
Yes, 100%. So, ironically, the standard competitive build mode is less aggressive than the zero build mode, and typically lasts about 5, maybe 6 minutes longer than your typical zero build match as well. These are things that come into account because realistically, when you have zones pushing you out and you have to adjust and adapt and do these different things, like those are issues that you ultimately will have and you have to kind of overcome, but you also have to just try to stay alive. The goal in those is just stay alive. But in zero build, you don't have that luxury or option because you don't have builds to protect you. Eventually, it gets to a point like we just saw in that game where there's no cover. You have vehicles to use as cover. And ultimately, that's when we see players just dwindle down, that player count just continue to evaporate out of that game and ultimately leading to a quicker game in general.
And sometimes you just got to play like Banks and be one with the bush, as we've seen a few times already. Match 2's battle bus is filled with competitors already. So Vivid and Panda, I'm going to get you to take us into the EU server once more. This is me signing out. After match number 2, you will be graced by the presence in the hosting seat by Kelly. So this is me signing out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Listen, it's been a pleasure to hang out with Banks, man. He's been awesome to see through the first half of this competition of the day. But now it's time for the second half. Kelly Link's going to come in here after this game concludes. But we got to talk about this game and how it could potentially unfold. You know, my boys, Bad Sniper, DKS, they were in 5th place there. I'm just saying.
You know what, man? I think you got me vested on the prediction coming out of the gates, but it's only been one game, Panda. You know, there are a lot of games left to play. I did actually get a glimpse of where Vortex and Janus were at, which is actually my prediction. I believe they were in like 43rd place, so definitely not ideal. But like I mentioned, 3 games left to play, and these players, if there's anything that they're good at, it's adapting, right? So a bad first game, make a couple adaptations, and you come into the second one even stronger than you did the first one, and you can come out with a nice victory round and boost yourself all the way up that leaderboard very, very quickly.
Absolutely. And the leaderboard is what's important here as these players load into the battle bus and start to take off. This is going to be exciting because now this is the opportunity for these players to adapt, change up maybe some mistakes that they made in game number 1, and really come out on top here coming out of game number 2. But let's see where these players are landing. Let's see how they spread across this map, because like we saw before, it was not necessarily a very even spread, but these players are looking to kind of get as much space or utilize as much space as they can. So it'll be interesting to see where these players land. But looking here, it does look like we might have a little bit more action here towards the Sanctuary and towards the islands outside of the Sanctuary. So I'm excited to see how that action takes place, because that water is wide open.
Yeah, a lot of those wide open areas aren't your best friend either, especially in this game mode, right? Because you don't have any cover. So if you put yourself in, swimming across the ocean, there's not a lot of things out there that you can hide behind. And I was actually taking a look there as we were looking at that map. Vortex and Janus do seem to be landing actually north of Sleepy Sound. So we'll kind of have to keep an eye on the elimination feed, kind of see how that goes for them, because as I did mention, they did not have an ideal first game. But over at Condo Canyon, we have Vadil and Noah Riley alongside Basin and Senna. And Basin and Senna actually had a great first game. We saw them in the end game. I think they ended up in like the 3rd position on the leaderboard or something like that, but we did see them in the game, so surely they have a lot of points. How do you think this game can change up for Vadil and Noah Riley so that way they can do better?
I think they, in game number 1, like you talked about, they're aggressive players, right? They always have been aggressive players. They need to be a little bit more mindful of what they do with their aggression, right? They have to be a little bit more strategic in the way that they're going to rotate as well, because, again, for a team that is so notable and they know how to play this game at a very high level competitively in the standard build mode, zero build is very, very different. So they're going to have to adapt here. But speaking of adapting, it's Pink. Anas has gone down. Pink having to clean up, and does clean up. Another elimination on the board here for Pink, and Anas is back in the game.
Nice. Very, very close. That player actually, Kirwall there, trying to make a shockwave play, actually just going to try to break those builds, kind of fly in there, and it looked like he was actually going for the elimination on the knocked player rather than for that head-on-head fight there, and did not work out for him, and didn't actually even get the elimination, as we see Pink and Anas back up together as a duo. So a quick couple eliminations for them in the early game will be very, very helpful. And thinking about it now, Storm Surge is actually a factor, and actually Bad Sniper here, after a first great game, is going to be getting taken out by Pickle here, and he is on the hunt after DKS here. And Pickle's actually going to hop in the passenger seat. Oh my goodness, wait, DKS is insane. He sees that Pickle gets into the passenger seat, he pulls up to another car, gets out of that car, gets into the new car, and speeds off. Panda, what was that?
That was wild. That's what that was. That was crazy. The way he just slowly, he saw that he was about to start taking tags here from Pickle. Immediately jumps out of that car into another car and just runs away and was able to get away. I'm impressed.
That was genius. It was so fluent too, right? It was like it happened in the blink of an eye. That was crazy. That was like the highlight of the tournament so far, in my opinion.
Thanks.
Well played to DKS there. Unfortunately, he's going to be a solo, but keeping it alive there with that fantastic play.
Yeah, keeping it alive. And that's what it's going to boil down to. even if you lose a teammate here, sometimes it's kind of an advantageous position to be in. When I played in a recent tournament here with 0 builds, I lost my teammates, but I was able to use the natural cover to stay into the final moments, and then I ended up getting a couple eliminations and coming in a top 5, which was just huge for the leaderboard. So that's what you have to focus on. Even if you're down a teammate, like Pasma is here, you have to just focus on finding cover, staying patient, and staying alive.
He's making a run for it. I think the team knows that he's somewhere in the area, and they are going to be actually seeing him make a cross over to this bush, but this player actually only has the combat SMG, which is not good from range. He is actually going to be investing a shockwave into this chase, kind of putting some tags down, maybe trying to break that overshield. Oh, he is getting some good shots in. Pasma is in trouble here. He's going to be finding some cover, but it looks like that cover might be breakable. But those metal cars, they do have a lot of HP. Pasma does not. These shots are going to be heard potentially from Raiden off in the distance. Maybe even Lechi can hear them. But no, Andy is actually going to be picking up that elimination there. Surprisingly so with that combat SMG. Not necessarily the best weapon from range, but it does get the job done there.
It does, but again, like from that distance, you're kind of weighing the pros and cons here, right? Obviously, the damage is super important to have. However, your ammo is equally, if not more important, in a situation in a game mode like this. So they need to be a little bit more mindful of that going into all of this. But it's Andretta and Tripperin who are hanging out here in Sleepy Sound. But I see your pick right over the water there. Maybe this is why we didn't see them have necessarily the best game one. It's because Andretta was here, but it looks like they're definitely taking a different approach and they're focusing on staying alive.
Yeah, I can't believe, checking out that leaderboard, they were like 43rd, right? Which means that they were one of the first teams to go down. But then this game, it seems that they have the north side of Sleepy Sound, like pretty much uncontested. So maybe they just made like an overzealous play on Andretta last game. They kind of like learned their lesson. So now they're kind of just chilling out. They're happy with the loot that they got. Yeah. But it does create some weird situations, right? Because when you do land all the way north of the map, the zones are going to go south, right? Like not every single zone is going to go all the way up here. So the fact that Andretta and Tripper are right to the south, they do kind of cut that rotation off, and it can be pretty annoying sometimes. So maybe something happened along the lines of a weird rotation, but nonetheless, Vortex and Janus looking like they're in a really good position. So we'll keep in check with them to see how they do.
Yeah, I think they have an understanding of how to play this, right? Basin, Stenna, 2 players that we saw there in the end game. We saw them with vehicles. Now find themselves in zone using cover very well, but no vehicle in sight. So this could be a big oversight for them if they're not careful, because we saw how impactful having that really is. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But now Salai and Vox both riding around in the vehicle here and going into Storm. A bit of a risk there, but no, mentioned that that rocket play earlier. That was the one. Noah Riley just used it himself. He jumped up, shot the rocket, and it actually acted as if it was just a standard rocket launcher. So you already know the top pros here in the space, they know how to play it, and they're doing a good job at that. But Stenna and Basin now looking to clean up that elimination from Vidil, but Noah Riley still in it.
Yeah, impressive that he doesn't, know, pan his little trick there. But Vidil does go down, regardless of knowing that little trick. And look at this spot. Kovacs and Xerox, they are more than happy to kind of chill out here, but the zone will actually pull away from this blimp, so they will have to make a rotation. And the good thing about these blimps is that you can kind of use those fans that are on the outside to kind of glide yourself away over to the next zone. So they always do have that in their back pocket, but there is a team under them which could create some weird situations where they both try to rotate at the same time. And Hellfire looks like he used a little cannon there, kind of take a shot up. So now Kovacs is like, let's go ahead and destroy that so that can't happen again. He's close.
Hey, listen, it's close. It is. Listen, those siege cannons, man, they definitely have made an impact here in both 0 builds and competitive. So seeing them focus on either utilizing them or removing them, as we saw in that situation, it's smart. It's definitely the play to do. But the zip lines, they're always there for you. They're always your friend, and that's what we see Scram and Hellfire taking advantage of as they dive into the semi here, not only with the Chonkers tires, but also with the cow catcher. So that is just a building demolishing machine. So if we see them go into a POI with some players in it, it could end up being a weapon in itself as they end up barreling through anything in their path.
You know, that was an interesting situation there. Xerox actually saw them leave, and he was just like, oh, listen, I'm just going to let him leave. And then Hellfire was like, nah, actually, I'm going to take some shots at you. So then Xerox started shooting at him. A little bit of a funny situation because Xerox obviously has, in my opinion, a better advantage point in that situation. But Vortex actually picks up an elimination in the Elim feed, so that's good to see. As Xerox with some good shots down there on Vokes, who actually picks up the elimination. And listen, Panda, I said it earlier, tank over battle bus all day, and I think this is really putting a highlight on that point.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. The way that the tank lays, it's harder to hit shots on the players. Whereas that battle bus, you're wide open. You're on the top and on that skinny little battle bus, and you kind of stick out too against that blue color. So you have to be careful in the way that you play it out. And that's a perfect example why you need to be careful there. But looking at the players remaining, so many big names still in this game, so many players actually outside of the zone. And honestly, this has been kind of a strategy as well here in the zero build meta, is that you need to make sure that you're playing the outskirts of zone, following the storm in, but also doing it in a way that you're not going to run into players right on the edge of zone either. So you have to be super careful in the way that you play that out. But we see players like Joel and Bill and MXer, they're playing it just like that, or just the opposite, I should say. They're in zone, they're needing surge tags, and unfortunately, all the players, they're outside of zone.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I feel like, we've seen plays before, with builds being in Fortnite where players will kind of play in the zone sometimes, but usually it's like one team, right? And they're kind of playing for a reboot. Maybe they're like a solo or a duo trying to pick up their teammate, something like that. But in this game mode, there's usually a lot more teams, even if they're like a full team kind of just chilling out in the zone or in the storm. And it's really got to play on these minds, right? Because if you're kind of like on the edge of the zone, you really got to look towards the storm and make sure that you're not getting flanked, because there are just so many people that kind of hang out in the storm.
There 100%. It is likely more people on the edge of zone and near storm than there are in the circle right now. So you have to be super mindful of that, and I think that's why players like Jeron and Pickle, they get in and they're easy targets as well, because again, there's not too many players rotating around. But with Kyrie here on the edge of zone, they're going to be able to potentially connect some shots here on any players in the region.
Yeah, these buildings are definitely advantageous to have, right? It's not the easiest thing in the world to destroy these buildings or kind of like siege them, right? Because you don't have builds to kind of approach the building, and you know that whoever's in these buildings is just going to want to protect it like a fortress. So they are usually safe once they get inside, but things like windows, right? You can't block them off. So it could create some situations. As you can see, the mantling coming into play there, right? It does allow you to get on some different angles than you would not be able to if you weren't actually able to mantle in a situation where you couldn't build. So really, really cool mechanic that does allow for some unique situations. But man,
definitely
listen,
does.
If you're just kind of chilling out, right, in one of these buildings, like, what is your game plan? Like, what are you doing? Are you looking towards the next zone? Like, are you looking for these tags? Trying to remove some people?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question, right? So if Surge is active, then yeah, you need the tags. But if Surge isn't a factor, you need to be in that building and kind of just be patient. We actually saw how taking tags from a building actually didn't work out in their favor because someone lit the building on fire, and now the focus of the building is who can knock it out with a vehicle first. So you have to be super careful there, because ultimately you're putting a target on your back if you're not being mindful of the shots that you're taking and the amount of players that are around you.
Yeah, very good point there. And that cow catcher on that truck making quick work of that building, actually. Very good play. One player was actually in the truck and the other was outside, so they were trying to do some duo play action where one kind of took out all the builds and the other one took some shots. And they almost picked up Lecce, but they do quickly get in the whiplash and get out of there and go off in the distance and kind of heal up. So this team does actually have full control of this building, but there are plenty of other teams around them that are also enjoying the comfort of having their own building.
Yeah, I agree. And it's actually pretty nice to see Lecce, one of the controller goats, in a lobby like this. We've seen Lecce take a little bit of a break here from the competitive scene, and now back at it in the zero build mode and doing well so far. So see if he can keep up that momentum here going into these games. But now again, utilizing the buildings, but no, of course the caster's curse comes out. Lecce eliminated along with his teammate as he rotates into a building where Pickle and Jaron are just there waiting.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Jaren actually has 3 weapons. I feel like in no builds you usually see like sometimes even 4 like meds, right? Or 3 utility items and only 1 weapon, but he actually has 3. So that is an interesting approach, but they do have a total of 3 eliminations, so maybe it is working out for them in the elimination category at the very least.
Well, think about it like this, right? When you get into some of these fights, a lot of times you have to reload a weapon. So having a whole nother weapon to use as a backup is a huge advantage in itself, especially in a mode where, like you mentioned, most people are carrying only 1 to 2 weapons. So I could definitely see that playing a factor in the reason as to why they're getting so many eliminations. But we've actually seen it in the build mode as well, where players are only carrying 1 to 2 weapons, mainly 2, but then the remainder are all heals. So maybe some of these pro players are used to playing it like that, and zero build just kind of it's a little bit different. I don't know what the case may be, but there's a lot of players that are going to have to quickly adapt here as this game continues to go on.
We have a little bit of a truck meetup going on the side of this little cliff here. But I feel like so far, right, like I see that there are these 3 trucks kind of hanging out, but a lot of the teams are actually, chilling in buildings this time around. So hopefully not as many vehicles in the end game as we saw last time, because let's be honest, right? There was just so many vehicles that there wasn't a lot of coordinated play going on. It was just a lot of chaos, right? But this time it seems like there's going to be less trucks, but maybe, people have them hidden and are keeping them safe, so that way we do get another end game like that.
Yeah. This probably gives you flashbacks, Vivid, to Chapter 1. It has to, right?
Why?
The planes. Now it's just trucks. But
the trucks, though, they don't have, weapons on them, and they don't fly, right? And, you know what I mean? So maybe it's not as
quite
bad.
as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, to be honest. But speaking of bad, man, it's Cito and K-Crow who are cry there that they had been utilizing the buildings for so long to stay alive, and ultimately they end up going down to Cammy, who is in this game, I believe, with SETI. Yep, there you go. Yeah. The underbridge team here doing a good job utilizing those cow catchers and getting some much needed tags on the players all around them. But now it's the truck meetup. The truck meetup. Well, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 vehicles here, Vivid.
Whew. And could you imagine if they all just coordinated some push with all of those vehicles at one time? It'd be like a mob. But listen, what's crazy about Fortnite is a lot of times we'll talk about the meta of the game, but the meta of the lobby is something that actually is a real thing, right? Over the course of these games happening with set lobbies and these same players over and over again, there happens to be the situation where the meta of the lobby and these specific players joining up and landing and interacting with each other in a certain way kind of creates a dynamic, and all these players are aware of how well and how chaotic these vehicles made the previous endgame. So now they might be a little bit more aggressive towards some of these vehicles, try to remove them. But look at this overview right here. I still see a tank, the battle bus, a couple cars, a couple trucks, and that's with these players trying to actually remove them.
Yeah, I mean, look, Andretta cleaning up 1, but not going to be able to clean up the second, man. That's tough. It's a tough situation to find themselves in, and unfortunately, not only did they find themselves in it, but they're going to go down, but not without getting an elimination first. So, you know what? I'll take it, right? That's definitely a high-effort play in general, but speaking of high-effort plays, it's Mirza diving into the tank, trying to stay alive here. as another player is guiding the direction of the tank. And there it is. The shots are coming out here onto the player that's close by. Does end up getting the knock here, which is going to be super important. 5 eliminations on the board is already huge enough. You pick up another one and a refresh. Man, this could be a really solid game here for Mirza.
Yeah, picking up their shockwaves right there. Looking at the Elim feed, Vortex does pick up an elimination, so they are alive in this game. I believe they were in a truck, so we'll have to see how that pans out. But Dan and Nako, they are also in a truck doing very, very well. Both of them pretty much at full HP and full shields with shockwaves at the ready. As Reckons actually makes his way down here as a solo, he's going to be putting himself in an awkward situation. Not a lot of places to go. Dan and Nako are kind of like either unaware that he's on the back of their truck. Like he is sitting on the back of it right there, right behind them. Look, they're like teaming, not actually teaming, but they are just making a group effort right now. And I don't even know if they are aware, but they are all just shooting at the same exact target. This is hilarious.
And Janice is actually now the target of all this pressure here. Coming in from Storm. And it's actually Stenmo picks up Janice, and then Redkins here actually picks up Stenmo. So just player after player dropping here in the final moments of this game. But it's okay, because Dan, Nako, and Redkins still have their truck. And that's all that matters.
He knows he's there. I can't believe they haven't made the decision to get out and just pick up this quick elimination. Like 2v1, surely it ends very, very fast. But look at this. They're just chilling. Okay, newly formed trio in the making right here. Oh man.
Oh man, indeed. I mean, look at all the loot around here, right? So these players have everything they could possibly need. Look, I was about to say, listen, if you're not going Dan, yeah, you're trying to shake this kid off. You don't want him on your truck. Like, this is not what you... They're trying to also not be the focus of this tank that's approaching here.
Man.
As Frey and Stompy up just above them, just pressuring them down below with the tank. I believe this is actually the last 3 teams.
Yeah.
It's the solo and 2 duos here. Reckon's trying to make the play up top. Definitely gets deleted here by Stompy and Frey. And now it's a 2v2 situation. The bus, or the tank versus the truck here. And it looks like your pick, the tank, is a clear winner in this as they take out Nako in the final moments to get the win here for Frey and Stompy.
You know, technically, they didn't hop out and they didn't get that elimination on Rikens, but, you know, chilling out in the truck did end up netting them that second place. So, you know, it was a good play in that regard at the very least. You know, maybe they were very, very worried about making a risk, you know, hopping out. But, I mean, man, that Elim looked so free, you know, considering the circumstances. They know there's only one duo left. I would have just went for the Elim, and you would have got second place and the Elim at the same time.
Second place in the Elim. I mean, look, you kind of have to be patient, right, in situations like that. But, man, that was an incredible game. So much action unfolded. Obviously, Pinkett and Nas being a big factor here. This fight was incredible to watch. But, listen, we got more incredible action coming to you all very, very soon. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back after this break.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Gamers Without Borders. I know Mr. Banks, Barney isn't here anymore. I am here, your host now. Hello, Kelly Link. But we still have Vivid and Panda joining us here to bring us all of the action for our remaining EU games. Now, gentlemen, to me, I'm seeing that this isn't a fight between the best Fortnite players. This is a fight between cars and tanks and pretty much everything else that can ride on wheels, Vivid.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you right now, Kelly, the tanks are 2 for 2, actually, and the trucks are making a good push, a good effort, but the tanks have come out on top every single time.
And I mean, Panda, I don't think that's too much of a surprise. Obviously, we have seen some no-builds tournaments, but this is one of the first ones that we've seen since it's become implemented in Season 2. So what is it about vehicles that are so viable in this format?
Well, obviously, with a lack of cover, especially in an end game like that, where everything is pretty clear except for that bridge, you have to have something, right? And the vehicle is the next best thing to protect you in a situation like that. But one of the biggest things that I think players are overlooking is the use of the launcher, right? Yeah. That launcher in this game mode right now is so important for every team's inventory to have. It does excessive damage to any vehicles close by, and with just 2 shots, they could take out a tank. 2. Oof. So if 2 players use their rockets, focus it on a tank, you're immediately taking it out. So I think realistically, that's what we have to see more of. We have to see more players carry that launcher and ultimately take those shots so we can see the tanks either get removed earlier or they will continue to be dominant.
And that's definitely something that we can be seeing in this next upcoming game. But before we do that, we have to look at the match results of the game that we just wrapped up. That is game number 2 of our European region. And Stompy and Frey up on top. I don't think that's too much of a surprise. But looking at the eliminations, Vivid, other players are not allowing that VR to take all of the points.
Yep, good point there. 47 points for Stomp and Frey, but very close behind is Mirza with 44 points. And then even that, only 5 points behind. Look at this, Panda, Vortex, and Janice making an appearance.
Okay.
I'd like to see it.
Hey, listen, Kelly and I go back and forth when it comes to predictions, so I'll give this one to you. Vortex, Janice, definitely a really, really solid game. For sure. But one thing I want to mention is Scram and Hellfire. We saw them do a lot of big things early there, but they definitely fell short. And I think that is in part to their aggression. So they need to be a little bit more mindful of that going into this. While those eliminations, they're important, right? But getting a good balance of that with the placement points is even more important. So we'll see if they can adapt here in the second half of this competition, because now there's only 2 games remaining. So only 2 more opportunities to climb this leaderboard.
Well, if we're going to be doing predictions, I'm going to take the one that chat I kept seeing the love and hype for, J-Ron and Pickle in 5th place after that game. I'm just going to pick them. I actually don't know too much about them, but I always go with whatever chat is going. However, I will mention that out of this top 8, Unhydra and Naiad are VR winners from game 1, as well as Coop, who had an incredible tank 1v2, 1v4 run earlier on in game number 1, also not up here. So a lot of things being shaken up after game number 2. And we can actually see the remaining teams up here. Whoa, Seti and Cammy in 15th place, Vivid.
Yeah, sort of a surprise there, right? But, some of these teams kind of need to get their grasp, kind of figure out how this game mode is going to play out. And, you mentioned it, Unhydra and Naiad right there. They did actually get 13th place, so 21 points. Not terrible. I think that they will still maintain a spot towards the top of the leaderboard. And it's cool to see Tripper and Andretta up here as well. They are landing Sleepy Sound just south of Janice, as previously mentioned. So the Northern boys who are landed up there doing pretty well.
Doing pretty well indeed. I think, look, we have to remember, right? Like, this is match number 2. So obviously my boys Bad Sniper DKS, they didn't have necessarily the best game here in game number 2, but they were 5th in first game. So I'm not counting them out just quite yet. But looking at the way this broke down, right? Even for a Nas and Pink, right? They are the in-game champions when it comes to your traditional building competitive mode. So to see them fall so early in match number 2 is kind of surprising, but also not surprising, because zero builds is a totally different world.
It is a completely different world. You guys were talking about it earlier on, or actually, I think it was the MENA team that was talking about it, how it almost feels like we're back in Chapter 1, Season 1, where people are hiding in the bushes, kind of learning the meta of the game all over again, because last chapter, all we loved to talk about was that height wins games, and it's all about the height steals, but there's no longer height to even steal for these teams. Oh, seeing Vidil and no Riley all the way down in 42. You know what? Maybe they're building up the suspense. They want everyone to think that they're out of the competition. But Vivid, if there's anyone here that I can imagine making a comeback, it's this team right here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We know that they're usually a very aggressive team. And I was speaking on this with Panda earlier, how like that aggression in this no-build game is really, really hard, not only to like play out and secure those eliminations, but it's very, very harsh on your resources because you have to use a lot of ammo to actually secure these eliminations, mainly because of that overshield that just keeps regenerating because these fights are usually elongated throughout a long period of time. So the resource dump into some of these eliminations, not only that, but also the time that you kind of have to invest. Maybe it's not working out for Vidil and O'Reilly, so maybe they need to be a little less aggressive.
Well, we might be seeing some more aggression in just a moment before we hop into game number 3. 2 games down for Europe, and you are just joining us right now. This is Gamers Without Borders, everyone. We're going to have 4 days of incredible Fortnite action, bringing you guys right here between 3 different regions. And honestly, Panda, this is one of the first times that I personally get to see an event for North America where it kind of has NA East and NA West. I mean, besides, some third-party events back in the past, it's good to see kind of everyone competing again.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you and I, we're used to NA West, right? But it's going to be interesting, right? Obviously, we had MENA first, now we have EU, and then next NA. Like, you all at home are in for a treat because it is literally just a nonstop day of Fortnite action.
Yeah, we got Shia Wager and SBG going to be joining us for NA commentary. But again, that's going to be in about an hour or so, everyone. We still have 2 more games to go to wrap up Europe. And I mean, just looking at the games that we've seen right now, is there any shining stars for you, Vivid?
Tanks.
The tanks.
Tanks, yeah. They're doing pretty well.
I mean, besides banning them, how can you even try and counter them?
I think you got to go with Panda's advice, right? There's Anvil rocket launchers. I spoke on it a little bit. There's kind of like this meta that develops in a lobby, right? So these teams have to be willing to kind of use these Anvil rocket launchers and not just hold on to them, right? They have to use them on the tanks when they see them.
Yeah, but Panda, that's easier said than done. Obviously, there's only so much that you can do in hopes of even getting that weapon, let alone using it against a tank in a very efficient way. So before we go into this game number 3, what do you want to see coming into it?
I want to see something. I want to see something different. And the reason I say that is these players, I think they know, right? You've had 2 games. We often see this in traditional competitive game modes where the first 2 games is about adapting to what's going on, identifying where the issues lie, and then trying to figure out a way to overcome them. Now, match number 3 coming in this way, it's only a 4-game format, mind you, is going to be a crucial game for all of the players involved. So every point counts, every action counts, and getting those tanks out as soon as possible is going to be super important. So hopefully these players are going to be able to adapt going into game number 3, but we will see here shortly.
And chat, maybe your favorite player is competing right now and you're watching them and you're saying, oh, what are they're doing all of this wrong right now. Why aren't they changing? Well, we still have so many days of competition to go. Even though we have 2 more for this region, there's still several days of competition. So send them a tweet, talk to them in their Twitch chat, let them know what they're doing wrong and what they can fix, because this is for an incredible opportunity, everyone. $3 million in a prize pool going to the charity of our winner's choice. And that to me is just everything. I mean, Vivid, being able to work for such a big prize pool for charity, what does that mean to you?
I actually never got the opportunity to like play for like an opportunity like this, right, where you're like playing for charity money. So I can only imagine it's got to feel great though, right? Like you got to kind of want it more than if you were just winning money for yourself, because you know that this money is going directly to a great cause and it will help out so many people rather than just kind of like helping you out directly. So I feel like there's got to be a lot of passion behind the competition that's going on here. And, I won't necessarily say pressure on these players, but it's got to be in the back of their minds like, hey, listen, I have the opportunity to help a lot of people, and just playing alone is very, very great. So shout out to these players.
I completely agree. And we just had these media days between Europe and North American players where they got to come out. I believe it was between South Carolina and Copenhagen, and to be able to see all of them. And that really brings back this sense of community. And I think for competing in these kind of tournaments alone, that also brings you this sense of you're doing it for a bigger thing, right? Panda, were you a part of that?
I was, yeah. So I got the opportunity to be a part of the first like official like return to in-person event with Epic, and it was a pleasure to be a part of it. It was a pleasure to see the players all get together and just enjoy being together, right? Vivid obviously knows a lot about this. He got to experience this before we went primarily virtual. But Vivid, tell us your experience about being in person and hanging out with these players.
It's like the best like vibe ever, right? The atmosphere is just always so fresh. You're meeting all these new people. You can learn so much more about a person in person than you can like over like some like Discord call or something like that, right? And it's just really, really refreshing to kind of like hang out, kind of have those interactions in person. And then usually these events, right? Like you actually still got to play Fortnite. So you got to still perform your passion, but you just got to do it alongside so many other great people, and meeting everybody is an experience that you can't really explain, but it's just like one of the best feelings ever.
Oh yeah, getting to meet and hear from these players face to face is such a great opportunity. And obviously it's a very limited opportunity, but we actually had an opportunity to I said opportunity I think 3 times in a row there, but we had a chance to interview one of these incredible players. So let's actually see what they had to say.
I think Mega got into Fortnite is, I think the same way, like his friends were playing from school and maybe his brothers were playing, and then he naturally picked it up as well and started playing with them. So I think it was kind of the same as me, but like something to do with his brothers probably.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. I was just walking back home from school, and then a lot of my friends told me to get the new game and that they were watching like streamers play it, Fortnite. So I decided to install it like the day of on my PlayStation, and then I played it. I mean, that's pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest, but I kept playing it, and then after like a month or something, I just bought a PC, and then yeah, on from there. We met like 2022, 2021, 2020. I think around like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we were playing like squad scrims, and I was looking for a group, and Dubs had an established group already, and they were scrimming, and I decided to join off them. I'm pretty sure this was a long time ago, so it's not spot on, but they were scrimming, and I just asked to join their team for a little bit because they needed a fill, so I joined, and then yeah, I carried. I think the amount of hours Dubs plays a day is like 8, probably 7. Yeah, probably around there.
Yeah, that's right around there. I think Mega plays about 3 hours a day.
2 out of 10.
Usually, I mean, I would say neither of us. Like for like scrims, we're always on for scrims, and like, but I don't know. That's a tough answer. I would say neither of us.
Yeah, neither of us. How me and Dubs improve is probably through like VOD reviewing. So after like a tournament or something, we go into replays and see how we both played, see our mistakes, and see how we can fix them.
Always love to hear from our pro players, especially top players like Mega and Dubs there. And David, I have to ask you, being our residential pro player, how important is it to do VOD reviewing after a tournament?
You know, honestly, okay, this is going to be surprising, but I honestly didn't do that much VOD reviewing because when I was on teams, me and my team kind of like directly reflected right after the game, and all that was kind of like fresh. So if we didn't necessarily remember something, then we would kind of go back in the VOD at that point. But there's been a lot of changes since I played personally, and there are a lot of dynamics that are different between teams. So a lot of teams will VOD review a lot more than some others, but I personally more so had like a direct reflection on whenever mistakes that were made directly after the game. Like my teammate Chap, he has that sense of play where he likes to just not VOD review, but just recollect on whatever just previously happened. So that's kind of what I did. But VOD reviewing has become something that's very, very important because it's hard now that the competition is just so much tighter nowadays. You have to make those minuscule adjustments.
Well, I would say that you were kind of doing VOD reviewing, but it was like a VOD of your memory, not like a live stream necessarily. But Panda, hearing the difference of the hours played between the two of them, one playing 8 hours and one competing for 3. I know 3 hours a day seems like a lot to a lot of people, but to me, that seems like such a short amount of time to compete. What do you think? Or not to compete, but to train.
Well, listen, we could talk about the differences that causes, right? Obviously, Dubs being, I don't want to say the better player, but definitely more time in for sure. You know, Mega was talking there about how he carried, right? But I don't know. Dubs has been definitely the key proponent of that team in more recent days. So it could be factored in because he's been able to put in 8 hours a day. However, what it boils down to is effective practicing. I think a lot of teams, while they put in 8, 10, 12 hours a day, right, they're also not doing it effectively. They're not spending time adapting to a mechanic like mantling, like tactical sprinting, new things for this season. And what happens is when they don't take that time to focus on that stuff, they fall behind. So listen, that's ultimately how you have to play it, and you have to be super careful of that stuff.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to fall behind whatsoever. And I really do like what you're saying there, but we're not going to be falling behind because we're in the battle bus ready to go. So gentlemen, take it away.
All right, Panda, game number 3. You know, game numbers 1 and 2, they were a little bit different in their own regard, but we did see a tank win out in both scenarios, and we're both kind of hinting at the players needing to kind of use these Anvil rocket launchers a little bit more than they currently are, to kind of remove those vehicles so that way the end games are a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, and we'll see if that actually ends up playing an impact or playing a big role in the success of some of these teams is being able to take these out early. But when you have these teams spread out in the way that they are, it's really going to be interesting to see who could take advantage of what. Like, it looks like Greasy Grove wide open right now, right? And obviously places like Camp Cuddle, the Fortress, all places that could provide you some of those advantages, like the tanks, like the Anvil launchers. So those are surprising drops that are open right now, and these players need to try and get over there and adapt and try to pick up any loot that they can.
Yeah, those POIs being open, it kind of can create some dynamics where a team can kind of like roll over to that POI and kind of notice that it's unlooted, and they can kind of get like so much loot, right? Because effectively at that point, they probably looted their current loot route, whether that be, you know, some split drop or an actual POI, and then they kind of roll up on that one, and then they just get that much more loot.
Yeah, I mean, considerably more loot, right? I think being able to not only effectively get to one of these spots. Oh, and we actually have just gotten word here that we are going to restart this game. It looks like some people were a little bit slower to get on the battle bus than others, so unfortunately they missed it. But hey, we're going to be able to get back into this game momentarily. But before we do, we're probably going to sit here and talk for a little bit. So, Vivid, let's talk about it, right? Obviously, we still got 2 more games to play. We're about past the halfway mark. Still so much yet to play. But with some of those key positions being open on the map, could we see players fill that void? Even the players that potentially missed the battle bus here.
Yeah, definitely, Panda, right? I think that the main reason for this restart that we are going to be seeing is we didn't see those players actually make it into the game. There was quite a large amount missing, so those POIs were probably open, let's be honest, because those players that are usually landed there didn't actually make it onto the battle bus. So they do got to be quicker, hopefully, this time around and making it to the bus stop for this game. But yeah, we still do have those 2 games left to play, and it's really, really great to see that we are actually just going to be getting a little bit of a requeue for this game here, right? Because you wouldn't want any of these players to kind of miss out on the opportunity to get that top 5, so that way they can, qualify for the land that we're going to be seeing later on in the year that's going to be taking place in Saudi Arabia. And then obviously the charity money, so that way they can kind of decide where a large portion of these donations do go, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think obviously it's an awesome opportunity to be able to play for charity and kind of focus and send money in a certain direction. But it's also really cool to be able to qualify onto a larger event that will come later in the year. So much is coming out of these events these next 4 days. And I'm excited to see how these players can adapt, overcome, and be a part of such an incredible event here with Gamers Without Borders. But look, we still have those 2 more games to play. We still have a lot to kind of dissect and digest here as these games get ready to unfold. But Vivid, let's talk about our favorite piece of the Chapter 3 Season 2 meta. What is your favorite part of the adjustments here that we've seen this season?
Honestly, I think that my favorite part has got to be the bantling, because I myself played the game for like 2 years, 3 years, right? And building was always like the core mechanic, and the movement was something that never really changed. But all like the weapons or like vehicles or POIs, that stuff kind of always changed. So I feel like this chapter introducing the tactical sprint that we see, the mantling that we see, those changes to the movement for both game modes, right? We have the building game mode and the non-building game mode. Those are in both. So it adds dynamics to both of them. And when mantling came out within like 2-3 days, right, we were seeing some crazy clips of people doing some crazy high ground retakes where they were just being able to jump up this wall or that wall while they were building. So kind of introducing this new mechanic created a situation where these players have the ability to just create these awesome and new techniques that we have really never seen before. And then obviously the sprinting is a great addition, and the no build game mode as a whole has been just great for the game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But hey, listen, I heard it's about time. They picked up the late passengers here on the battle bus, loaded them up, and we're getting ready to dive into game number 3. But listen, before we completely dive in here to this game and talk about what's happening on the screen, I gotta give my 2 cents here. Chapter 3, Season 2. Right? There's been a lot of new additions. You got the combat SMG, you got cow catchers, you have just these incredible new items. You have the drum shotgun returning, even the heavy sniper returning, which is one thing I'm surprised we haven't seen more of in this game mode, but we potentially see it unfolding here in match number 3. It really boils down to the one, the only. Are you ready?
Okay.
Repair torch.
Wow.
I'll say it. Listen, the repair torch has probably been the most impactful item here in the zero build meta, to say the least. That's why we've been able to see tanks and trucks and things last as long as they have in this game. But fortunately for us in the standard competitive mode, that repair torch has been removed. So it's going to be interesting to see how those changes affect these players, because for right now they get to play with them, but when it comes to some other events coming up here very shortly, they better not get too used to that repair torch.
Yeah, that is crazy, right? The 2 dynamics between the 2 game modes. There's so much to take in if you do want to compete in kind of both of them. There's so many differences, and the loophole, and honestly, it's kind of needed, right? Because building and no building, there's just so many different dynamics. And like, for example, in this game, you have tanks, right? So right off the spawn here, you're kind of just looting, and Sido here is just instantly getting his building that he's trying to loot blown up by a tank, right? Like, we wouldn't really see something like this happen in arena, because tanks are not actually in arena. So these new dynamics, these new situations that come out of this game mode are just so great. I mean, not necessarily maybe for Sido in this position, right? He's like, man, I'm just trying to loot. Like, why are you trying to blow up my building? But the guy in the tank, he's having a blast.
He is. He's having a total blast, to be honest. And I respect it, right? I respect the understanding of how this has to be played, right? Because realistically, that's what you have to do. When you drop in a POI that potentially offers you a tank, you drop on that tank. You don't have another option here. Speaking of options, though, Marcy's teammate not in the tank, choosing to try to take the fight head on. And fortunately for Kyrie, it did work out in their favor. However, taking a lot of damage to do so. So need to be careful here, Kyrie. You need to loot up here and keep the ball rolling, because just because you have a tank now does not mean you are secure in this game.
That was funny. You know, I was watching Marcy kind of take those tank shots, and I saw that Sido was actually making a play for like that 1v2 situation, which I thought was going to be a really good play, but no, Kyrie in the end there actually ends up winning out in that head-to-head 2v1 kind of weapons only. So great job by him. And as you can see, Anas here showing off his loot path, using that cannon to effectively rotate around, kind of loot up as much as he can along with his teammate Pink here.
Yeah, I mean, pretty impressive how they've been able to take advantage of the cavern here up until this point. But Noah Riley, Vidil actually switching it up here. They said, you know what? I'm not gonna allow these players to have this cavern to themselves anymore. I know that my aim is enough. I know I can be successful here in zero build, and I'm gonna show it here in the best POI on the map, being the cavern, and Vidil showcasing exactly why they are top tier talent here, getting 2 eliminations quickly on the board.
Yeah, switching it up. I believe they were landing over at Kando Canyon, so a little bit of a weird change. We don't see Fortnite players switch it up very often, but they're going to be making a switch up over to the cavern, and it's going to be working out. 2 eliminations right off the bat. And looking at the map, you know, it looks like you have somebody maybe up top, but they seemingly are going to have all of this to themselves. And even, no, he doesn't have the card yet. Noah does, so yeah, they're going to be getting the vault too.
See, this is huge, right? The vault provides so many advantages here for these players. So a really, really solid play there on their part. Obviously, a huge turn of events too for them, right? They've struggled leading up to match number 3, but now in match number 3, they find themselves in a lot better situation, being able to get the vault, being able to get some eliminations early on. And that's the start they needed. And I think that's the momentum shift they needed too, to come back and do some big things here in the final half of this competition.
And magically up here, loving the tank. But again, you know, sitting up on this hill, I'm so surprised that there aren't more shots coming in, right? Like, we've seen the effect that these tanks have in the end game, so these players gotta be unhappy with how these end games are going, simply because of the impact of the vehicles. And sitting out in the open like that, you would expect some shots to come in. But even still, you know, we've had a lot of conversations about the repair torch coming in, so even if they did take some shots, they might be able to repair them. But 2 Anvil rocket launchers will take that tank out, and that seems like, you know, if you find like 10 rockets or something like that, maybe you have to invest 3 of them, because the first 2 will do enough damage to destroy it, but then they'll repair it a little bit, so maybe a 3rd one is needed. You know, only 3 rockets to kind of take out these tanks. It would seem worth it to me, but then again, you know, if you're shooting your Anvil rocket launchers at a tank, they might start to focus you, so maybe that's what these players are scared about.
Yeah, absolutely right. This could really be one of those situations where you have the rocket launcher, you try to do as much as you can with it, but sometimes it's not enough, right? And that could potentially be why we've seen this lack of success here for them. But for Moez and Magically, they're like, you know what? We're going to blow up every vehicle here.
Look at this.
This is our big brain play here in Shifty Shafts, because they realize that whether the players are close or they could be rotating through, they know for a fact that they will potentially go for these vehicles. So to swap it up and take away those vehicles from them, huge. On top of that, you see him pick up the Anvil launcher there in those final moments.
Yeah,
that's going to be huge for them as well. But speaking of huge, it's Mirza and Lazen in the vehicles yet again, looking to get their way into zone and secure these bad boys there in a nice spot on rotation.
Look at them. They got the upgraded tires. They got the cow catchers on the front. They both got a vehicle each to themselves. They're just like rolling right now as a duo. You got Lechy and Swilliam over here, though, sticking to a singular whiplash. We did see last game, they kind of used that to escape one of those sketchy situations later on and actually end up going down. But that fast vehicle can really come into play, especially if you stick to the paved roads. And that team just using the tank to blow up the entirety of the gas station. Maybe they were looking to get a refuel and ended up bumping into it, blowing it up a little bit.
Yeah, you have to be careful, right? Especially when it comes to them gas stations, because all it takes is one little bump into the gas station, like you mentioned, man, and that thing is on fire. So they definitely are going to have to be a little bit more careful in the future, or maybe that was their play. They said, you know what, we got it fueled up enough, right? Now let's make sure that no one else can fuel up as they go through.
Yeah, good point, good point. Refsguard here, going to be sliding down the hill in accident. He's going to have to be running all the way back around. Can't build up the hill, Refsguard, so make that a little bit of a run around. And I saw actually the deal had picked up an elimination in the Elam feed, but I do not see him on the map looking at it. Oh no, I see them. They're right by the Daily Bugle, rotating in from that northwest side. They are the blue arrows, so
yes,
getting that position there should be pretty good. But again, you know, you think about it, sitting up on the Daily Bugle in a building game mode, you'd just be able to build a box and sit up there. But here it's just so exposed. Like this team, right? Like there's just so many angles that they can be shot from. Yeah, they do have this truck, but only 1200 HP. That does go down fast. And no, Riley and Vidil actually making the decision to try to hide their car in this tall grass. I don't know if that's going to work out for them.
If anything, I think that makes it stick out.
Yeah.
Like, I would see the tall grass with the car, and I'd be like, something's not right about that. But hey, listen, these players, they're utilizing the cars, and it's actually interesting, right? We've seen more players go down earlier in this match than we've seen in previous matches, and I think a lot of that has to do with the added aggression with these teams. They said, you know what? We want to end this early. We want to try to get as many eliminations as we can so we can climb back up the leaderboard. Maybe they're behind with a larger deficit, whatever the case may be. They're trying to make it happen, and so far they're succeeding.
Yeah, and again, we see that strategy come into play where a team actually like breaks into a building and kind of just parks the truck because they want to protect it because it's proven to be just so valuable. And I feel like every team that we've kind of tuned in so far has had a vehicle, and we've gone through like 20, there's 26 duos alive right now, and if every single one of them have a vehicle, it's going to shape up to be quite interesting. And Refsguard here actually opting, even though he has a tank, he's not shooting at the truck that is right there. So that is interesting. I wonder why he is choosing to do that, right? Because if you are in a truck, you don't really have a lot of return potential, not a lot of return power compared to a tank, that is, at least. So Refsguard could have had some easy damage there, but they are going to be rolling around here on Janus and Vortex. That is my prediction. Hopefully they can make their ways out of this, but no, the truck blows up and it does look like Janus goes down. Vortex is trying to swim away. The turret on Refsguard does go on cooldown because it does overheat, so Vortex is left to do this as a solo. Bit of an unfortunate situation. They weren't in really a position where they could kind of just leave. They did have the truck, but kind of stuck now. Refsguard is on the hunt, going to be putting himself up onto this perch, going to be hopping out to see if he can get an angle. Not looking good for Vortex, but it is one of those awkward situations since he can't build. He can't kind of create an angle for himself, but Vortex gives him the angle nonetheless. And yeah, there you have it. Vortex and Janus are actually out of this lobby, so an unfortunate run-in with the tank. Kind of interesting how that situation played out, right? Refsguard opted to not shoot at the tank that was on the bridge, and kind of like in not doing that didn't expose his position to Janus and Vortex, so they weren't making a lot of noise. So it kind of made those eliminations possible in a sense. But here you have it though. Refsguard's tank is actually going to be taking some damage. The Anvil rocket launchers are coming in, but his teammate here in Elo Kratz does actually use a shockwave to get right back up to the tank. And now he's waiting for Refsguard to hop back in, and the damage isn't enough for them to kind of leave the tank behind. They are going to be hopping back in, but Refsguard's going to be taking some shots from off in the distance, so he does hop seats right there. A little bit of a trick, right? Make yourself a harder target, but are they getting targeted right now? I think they're getting targeted potentially by another Anvil rocket launcher. I don't see one coming in though. And here's the repair torch. Man, it heals these vehicles so fast. You saw he was at about 1600 HP, and then within like 5 seconds, all the way back up to that 25 100 threshold. You know, maybe these vehicles, maybe if they get damaged, maybe they need like a little bit of a cap on them, right? So if you take X amount of damage, you can only heal it back up to maybe like 2,000, right? So maybe if his tank takes damage to go all the way down to 1,500 effective HP, maybe he can only repair it up to 2,000. I mean, 2,000 does seem like a lot of health even still, but you know, maybe it would help kind of make your anvil rocket launches that you invest kind of seem like it's doing something rather than just getting kind of completely countered by those repair torches.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny. I talked about how I love the addition of the repair torch, but I have a love-hate relationship with that thing. I'll be honest with you, right? Because obviously it's really cool to see something like that be added to the game. It adds a totally different dynamic to it and how you approach vehicles. But at the same time, like we're seeing, man, these players are able to just truly hold on, use it, but definitely use it to its fullest potential.
Look at Piz here. He's actually opted for 2 repair torches. That's how good he thinks they are, so his truck is going to be healthy for quite some time. Oh no! They hit their tank they hit their truck over in the building, and the tank's going to be blowing it up. It's actually going to be dropping that truck down and them into a little bit of a ditch now. Now they're going to be stuck, but AZ off in the distance, and Nas putting in great shots to knock him out of the gunner seat, and Jola kind of saved here as he's down in the bottom of this ditch, and now Kaplushan kind of left in the tank as a solo. Still a lot that you can do in a tank as a solo, but going to be missing his duo for sure.
Definitely going to be. I mean, it's crazy that Joel Van Vil and team were able to survive there with a mixer. That was kind of impressive to say the least. But speaking of impressive, it's Andretta and Trippin still has their tank up and running. They got their repair torch. They only got about 40% left on that bad boy, so not a ton to work with. But with Andretta having that anvil launcher in the inventory, they definitely have the potential to keep that tank alive, but not with Pink and Anas on the case, because man, do they not miss.
Great shots, and they actually find the knock.
Wow.
And Pink is seeming like he wants to push for this, but off in the distance there is a team. Yep, they're coming in on a boat actually. That's the first we've seen of that caliber of vehicle. And the cow catcher's coming into play. There's some C4 is going to be dropped right on this cow catcher. It's going to destroy them instantly, leaving them in the open. And Nas and Pink finding some eliminations all across the board here. I wonder where Andretta's at. I think Andretta did get picked up yet. Oh no, is he? Oh no, he's knocked again. Actually, he got knocked by another duo after getting res. So Anas and Pink putting in work.
And Trippin just holding on up there on the hill. That's tough, right? It's kind of the difference of both worlds, right? One world, you're seeing a lot of success, picking up elimination after elimination, staying alive, and then you see Andretta, Trippin, holding on for dear life. Maybe 10, 20 HP in a dream, and Andretta down. So it's definitely the difference of two worlds, and there it is. Pink actually ends up cleaning up Trippin. Nice. So it is the best of those two worlds. Cleaning up and ultimately walking away with some eliminations. But for Reckons and Piz, they are now fully taking advantage of this truck here. No one is really focusing them in their direction. They got an LMG in hand, which is that new addition to the game here more recently. And they're just looking to keep that truck alive, which is kind of impressive where they found a place to position that.
Just kind of found between a hill and a tree place, you know, just kind of like stuck their tree right there, or stuck their truck right there. And it's actually a really great position because, as you can see, there's a bunch of hills around them, but those hills, sitting on the top of them isn't really possible for anybody, so nobody can kind of get on those hills and do damage to their truck just simply because of the game mode that we're playing. So a very good position in hindsight here for Reckons and Piz.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's kind of interesting, right? They're like, this is our territory. And you see them push Denmo away in the other vehicle. But at the same time, it's like neither one is really in an advantageous position if they keep that truck out there in the open. But no, Bat Sniper, my personal pick here for this competition, now holding on by himself. And it looks like potentially not only healing himself, but healing Stenmo. throughout this, and honestly, sometimes that's just how it goes. You hop in a vehicle, and another player's there. They're both just patiently waiting for the zone to continue. I'm waiting, though, because Bad Sniper, in an instant, will all of a sudden just take out Stenmo. And I think that's what we're seeing there as that truck starts moving again, is Bad Sniper is like, nah, I'm healed up now. I'm ready to take this fight.
Oh, man, Lecce with the aggression. Notice is that a player is knocked over behind these cow catchers, goes ahead and makes the push for it. And it's not going to be an elimination because I do not believe that he actually knocked him, but does pick up all this loot. And if you look over in the distance, Pickle is inside of a tree. Look at him up there.
Yeah, this is just craziness. I mean, honestly, Swilliam, Lecce in an amazing position here. They have the natural hill cover, and people would have to fully go over that hill to see where they're at. And then on top of that, it looks like we're going to see an end game with way less vehicles than we've seen in the past. This is actually extremely impactful here for the remaining players, especially for players like Vidil, who have struggled to get to this point in these past games.
Yeah, and Lecce himself right there blowing up another vehicle. I don't believe they actually have one themselves, but Vidil in a tank right now. I don't think Noah, his duo, is actually the driver right now, but I do think that there is a driver nonetheless. Just kind of found a optimal situation there. Bad Sniper goes down. Lecce picks up an elimination. Vidil kind of fighting for his life on the edge of Storm here. Oh, gets the clutch. Chug splash off, but still takes a shot in the back, so it is going to be going down. And Lecce is loving this. He's just sitting off behind this natural cover that you talked about, and all these teams are kind of going at it off in the distance, and he's just like, listen, I got 440 more medium shots where that came from.
Yeah, see, and now the players are starting to focus those bigger vehicles. They realized that this was such an issue here for these players. So now the shots are raining in, and they're going to be able to kind of switch that up here for a moment. But with so many of the top teams that we've seen in today's competition still alive here, anything goes. One of those being Frey, who honestly, as I say, goes down, but being one of those players that they had a great game number 2. They actually won game number 2, and they found themselves yet in another end game here. So definitely a considerable amount of points for them. They should be feeling pretty happy about the results of this game. But for Swilliam and Lecce, they're looking to make that comeback. We've seen them fall early in these last couple games, and now with them being the only duo remaining in this competition, it's time for them to clean up and win.
Yes, sir, and here they are. They are making a play on the last person alive. Now, I'm looking at the map, and there's supposed to be one more person alive, but I don't see him in the zone here. So, Panda, I think we have a sneaky player playing a heel off in the zone. Yep, there he is. Nude Noah out here with floppers galore.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. They definitely were watching Chap in Twitch Rivals, because this has been the Chap play here throughout one of the zero build events here. And actually kind of impressive that they were operating this out of Chonkers Speedway.
Yeah.
So honestly, impressive to say the least. But it looks like they realized, they said, you know what, I don't have enough floppers to just solely survive this here in the final moments. I gotta make a play. I gotta make something happen. And trying to drive and take floppers is definitely not the easiest play, to say the least.
Look, Lecce is like, are we gonna lose this game, William? Like, is this gonna happen right now? Are we gonna actually get out healed by somebody that's been in Storm for this long, right? Like, this is going through their mind right now. They're so worried. They're like, man, we just put up 5 eliminations. We defended so much ground, and this guy is just eating floppers, and he's fishing more. Oh, man.
The sweet science of Fortnite. Can we just say it? Fortnite, like, you don't get any other esports like this. And Fortnite just doing it big. But it looks like Nude Noah is out. No more heals. The final ticks tick away. And it looks like Lecce and Swilliam will walk away as the Game 3 Victory Royale holders.
Oh, man, that moment where finally, right, like it pops up and the screen starts to change and it says, Victory Royale for Lecce and Swilliam. They're like, whew, finally that guy goes down, right? Like, how many floppers, how many med kits, how many med mists does this guy possibly have? finally he does go down, and Lecce and Swilliam are going to be picking up that first place. But, Newton Noah picking up a guaranteed second place in, the match, right? But not necessarily in points, because I don't think he had any eliminations, beat it the strat that he was playing. So still, second place, still a lot of points. But Lecce and Swilliam, great game out of them.
Great game indeed, but there's one more game remains. Who will come out on top as the EU champions here in the Gamers Without Borders event? We'll find out soon after we take a short break. So we'll see you all in a few.
Welcome back, everyone, once again to Gamers Without Borders, where we just wrapped up our third game of Fortnite for the European region. We've already wrapped up Middle East, North Africa, and now we're moving on to Europe. And then after this, we're going to be having our North American competition. And of course, I can't be doing this alone. I have Vivid and Panda joining me, calling all of the action. And for a moment there, it looked like we were going to have a heel-off victory, although I'm sure Lecce and Swilliam were feeling pretty confident, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, that feeling of just kind of standing there, right? There's nobody else around you and nothing's going on. You're just well, just got to start praying that we did actually do enough. But yeah, clearly that they did. They played very, very well. But talk about playing very, very well. Vidil and Noah Riley, 10 eliminations, a total of 52 points. Even though Lecce and Swilliam did pick up that victory royale, they only picked up 47. So a crazy little bit of a swing going on there.
Yeah, definitely a swing. And that's what happens when eliminations are so valuable. And these players learn that and take advantage of it, especially for a team like Vidil, Noah Riley, who infamously are second half teams, right? They're the players that when high pressure situations present themselves, they overcome it and they come back. So it's really exciting to see them have a big comeback game like that. But will it be enough? Because one game remains here, Kelly.
That's true. And I have to ask you, how much of it is that from them switching their POIs to Command Cavern?
Oh, I got to say, like, a lot of it, right? They weren't really necessarily doing well out of Condo. They switched over to the Cavern, picked up some quick early eliminations, and then a whole vault to loot, right? So very, very good switch up from them. Good point there. But Unhydra and Naya, they haven't had to switch up a lot because they've been at the top of this leaderboard since we started today, followed quickly by Stompy and Frey, who are closing that gap, and they are only 12 points behind. And that big difference in eliminations, right? 11 eliminations that Hydra has over Stompy's duo right there. But it appears that Stompy and Frey have played a little bit more consistently in the placement category.
Yeah, I feel like all the teams that we saw compete really well in game number 1, but less so in 2, were able to make a comeback in that game number 3 right there. But Panda, for teams sticking out to you right now, who do you got on your eye?
Well, I'm going to stick to Bad Sniper and DKS because, listen, I have those flawless picks, as Kelly knows all about. But another team that's really impressed me was Vidil and Noah Riley. Like we talked about before, they found themselves in 9th place overall here after that game with 50 plus of those points coming from this one game. So if they can replicate that same performance here in another game and even potentially walk away with a victory royale, it's their easy way to climb into not only a top 5 spot, but potentially that top spot here in this event.
Well, it looks like there's another opportunity for a lot of these teams now watching the finals of that last game where new Noah coming out for the heel off, just, fishing along for those floppers. Vivid, do you think we're going to be seeing that again in our final game for Europe?
That was actually in the back of my mind because I did watch Chap do that in one of these no-build tournaments, and I was like, man, we're going to see that probably at least in every single game as one team is going to do it. But it's kind of weird, right, that they had this kind of knowledge that this was possible, and then they only chose to bring it out in game number 3. Now, looking at the match leaderboards right there, I don't even think that we actually saw them in like the top 8. So it's not actually a lot of points, right, because you aren't getting any eliminations, and just that second place, it alone isn't enough to make up for a lot of it. So an interesting strategy that did work out and get them a second place, but not technically a lot of points in the grand scheme of things.
Well, who needs points when you get recognition for an incredible play like that? And you know what? Change from the tank meta. I always appreciate some variables inside of my competition. Panda, speaking of variables, I'm seeing obviously we had the blimps be such a pivotal part of the start of this season, but now it seems to be a little less important, I'm noticing.
Yeah, well, one of the things we have to talk about, right, when it comes to the blimps is that they're falling. Right?
Yeah.
So not the same amount of blimps are available here for these players as once was here in the beginning of the season. So that making a dramatic impact in the way that this game is played, especially for players that landed in those areas, whether it be the Daily Bugle was one of them that's gone. I believe even the one closer to the caverns getting ready to go. Rocky Reels now under attack. Like these blimps are slowly slipping away. So you can't put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, here in a situation like this. You can't focus the blimps anymore because you never know. Next day, they could be gone.
Well, who needs the sky vehicles when there's so many land vehicles all around us to be able to protect us? And now we can even protect our own vehicles. Vivid, you guys were talking about it during the game that you're not the biggest fan of those repair torches.
It repairs them so fast, right? Like it almost repairs faster than people can kind of like damage the vehicle. So it's kind of like one of those situations where it's just so good. It was a good idea, but in these type of situations, it just does so much for a team.
Well, we might be seeing some changes going on into that. And Panda, I'm going to stop you right there because the battle bus is ready to go. I can hear the beep beeps off into the distance. So with that being said, let's hop into our 4th and final game of the day for Europe.
Panda. What do we think going into game number 4? What are we going to see different? We saw first 2 games were tanks, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
3rd game, we had that nice little heal off. What do you think is going to happen in the 4th game?
Well, the 4th game is uncertain what's going to happen. But what I can tell you is going to happen after this it's not going to be Vivid and Panda anymore. It's going to be SVG and Shio stepping in here to cover all the NA action. So make sure to stay tuned for them, because they'll be going on shortly after we're done. But here it is, the final game. And all I hope is that we have another end game like the one we just witnessed with limited vehicles, because vehicles were getting taken out left and right by these players. So they're starting to realize what they need to do. And let's just see more actions like that.
Yeah, that is very, very true. We did see a lot less vehicles. In part, we saw a Nas and Pink kind of putting on a showing of their own, kind of doing their dues and removing those tanks. They kind of knocked out one team of a tank, and then when Andretta's duo took that tank over, they then knocked Andretta out of the tank. So those shots, Anas and Pink, put some respect on their names. Those boys can definitely aim. Those shots were incredible to see last game. But it's going to take more than just Anas and Pink to knock out the number of tanks that are actually available on this Fortnite island. So we'll have to see if the lobby wants to switch it up. But now all these players got to think to themselves like, man, this new Noah guy, he just performed the great heist. He picked up second place by sitting in Storm all the way at Chonkers Speedway. So are we going to see some players kind of forcefully force them out of that situation, or are some players going to try to replicate it? Like, what do you think, Panda?
I think we're definitely going to see another team probably try to replicate that. It makes the most sense, right? They especially a team that's already in the top 8, if they can just consistently make it to the end game and get those placement points, that's an easy top 5 spot, and they can go on to that huge event coming on later in the year. But I actually have a live update for everybody. If you're a Fortnite fan, this is going to hit home. We're removing most vehicles and fire from all tournament playlists. So while this isn't going to affect what we're seeing today here in Zero Build, through standard competition playlists similar to FNCS and Arena, you're going to see some limited vehicles and no fire. So huge changes coming out. Figured I'd share that little update with you all as we see the true impact of having vehicles in the game.
Yeah, wow, that is a crazy change that we are seeing right there. Thank you, Panda, for that update. Again, that is not, I don't believe it's going to affect these no build kind of playlists, but those competitive playlists where those vehicles have kind of taken over, they are actually going to be removed in hopes to improve server performance. So great to see the Fortnite team kind of working on that. But Malabuka and Mustache. Now, Panda, this is a high value team here, right? Like one that we usually see at the top of the leaderboards, and I really haven't seen much out of them today.
I feel like they may have been hiding the first couple games, and now they've decided to show themselves and step up. And listen, man, that's a power team right there. I can see them getting 30 eliminations, right? 30 eliminations and a victory royale. Could you imagine in one game being able to top what has taken players 4 games to get in points? So it would be pretty impressive, to say the least. I'm excited to see what they can accomplish. But for players like Stenmo and Lushi, they already know what they need to do to accomplish success here. And that's take advantage of this vehicle, keep it alive as long as possible, and keep the game moving.
Yep, these trucks, they're pretty good. Put that cow catcher on the front there so that way you can ram through some stuff, and then these upgraded tires are very, very helpful. But as we come over here to Rocky Rears, we're talking about the last few of the blimps that are actually available. Xerox is going to be knocked up here. Not sure how this happened, but he is going to be getting picked up. As we see in the Elan feed, actually, Anas and Pink do get eliminated. So they are actually out of it this game. They were making a pretty good run. Another team that was making a pretty good run, kind of like a sort of a comeback, if you would say, is Vidil and Noah Riley. And Kelly kind of talked about how the Cavern switch up for them has worked so well. And looking at their effective HP bars, they seem that they are both 100 shield and 100 HP. So looks like they're in a pretty good position, Panda.
Yeah, definitely a good position and definitely a good switch up for them. Which, honestly, that's what we love to see, right? We love to see people who, in the first half of things, maybe they weren't hitting the goals that they were hoping to hit, or accomplishing what they were hoping to accomplish, and ultimately finding some fixes for that and turning it around. And that's what we see here from them. But it looks like Malabuka Mustache, another team looking to put some huge points here on the board in the final moments of this tournament.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good position, but he's kind of falling into this like situation where he's just kind of taking these shots that aren't really accomplishing anything, right? Like you're just like, oh my gosh, look, there's players in the open. I have to take shots, right? Like, let me do damage. Let me see if I get an elimination. But the player is pretty safe. You know what I mean? Like, they're in a car, and I don't even think he ended up hitting them at all. So you kind of just waste ammo, which becomes so important. Like, there were multiple times where I have played games where I've been like restricted on the amount of ammo I have just simply because I was being careless earlier on. But that's not the case for Noah Riley, as he is playing this third person angle, kind of trying to hide, and he is suspicious of that player kind of seeing him potentially, so he's going to run back to the safety of Vidil as Vidil tries to play some tricks with the Anvil rocket launcher, kind of trying to send that thing up through there. You got any tips for him, Panda? Any way that he can kind of squeeze that rocket up to that angle?
Hey, listen, if he jumps and shoots, you get a little bit more control out of it. But one thing I will say is, in my opinion, that's the misplay. Those rockets are so valuable for the final moments of this game. And, well, fortunately, Vidil has quite a few, right? But it's more valuable to have 2 rockets in the inventory of a team, especially a team that doesn't have a vehicle readily available for them to use to take advantage of. But, we see some nades coming out. We see explosives being used left and right. And you know they got the C4 on the door there. So all it takes is Kira and Blast just to creep up into that vault there, and they're going to end up paying the price.
This is hilarious. I can't believe they're like entertaining this idea of trying to like fight this from Kerwa and Blast. I myself... Oh, no! Panda.
Oh, man.
The Anvil.
Wow.
The Anvil rocket launcher. You gotta be careful when you're in these close spaces. He tries to sneak one into the vault door, and instead, the Anvil rocket launcher, it goes upwards and it goes right into the ceiling and ends up knocking him as the rifle damage comes in from Vidil and Noah. That is hilarious.
Impressive is what it is.
Was that impressive?
Play, listen, you know, the play worked out, right? So I gotta say, in zero builds, all these new plays are impressive to me, to be honest. It's funny to see the creativity or the accidents that lead to like these major plays made by a team. So hey, props to them for making something happen in that fight, because that fight was at a standstill for a while too.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. You know, I was like, man, this team's really thinking about, you know, fighting the people that are in the vault. You get the vault, you get so many resources, so many heals, and there's even like barrels that they could have used at one point. Obviously, they're kind of like trapped in a sense, but still a hard fight to take, and a little bit of a mistake, and ends up costing Blast and his teammates.
Yeah, but speaking of something that's not costing anything, it's Raiden. Dids. They have a decent amount of heals there for them, and they're able to escape there with one of those whiplash vehicles. And Lecce and Swilliam still in this game here. Doing some big things and getting big tags and eliminations. That's what you love to see, folks. Swilliam and Lecce coming out on top here in Chonker Speedway.
Wow, Swifty and Wendy off in the distance, just taking damage right on top of that little like plateau thing, and I guess they just had nowhere to run. Maybe so much damage was coming in. Lecce and Swilliam just hitting their shots so fast, no real time to react, and they just ended up getting wiped out from like full HP to 0, both of them. Incredible shots from Lecce and Swilliam. You know, you talked about Lecce, great to see him playing that controller GOAT. That aim clearly still on point even after that little break that you talked about.
Yeah, look, that's what you love to see, right? That was one of Lecce's strong suits for the longest time, right? Even on controller, right? He had some of the best long-range aim that we've seen from a player, and he continues to hone in on that ability here and come out on top here near Chonkers. But there are so many players, not only near Chonkers Speedway, but they're outside of zone. I don't know what's going on. Is this like a truck meetup here or what? But they're going to need to start moving here shortly.
And Tripper and Andretta are down here at Chonkers. We just saw them in like game 2, right? They were landing at Sleepy, which is all the way to the north, and now they're all the way south. Are they just around the worlding right now? Is that what's going on? Making a little bit of a day trip out of this match? This is incredible. And,
yeah, it's kind of a surprising change, to say the least.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a change at all, or if they just literally just drove down here just to kind of see the scenery.
They're like, hey, listen, let's go on a road trip. Let's hop in the car and see where it takes us, right? But hey, listen, the vehicles have been an impressive part of all the zero build tournaments thus far that we've seen today. So many games still left here in the NA region. So for those of you watching right now, make sure to stay tuned because the action continues on to North America region. So make sure to stay tuned for all that action unfolding because we got incredible names over there as well competing. But we're going to finish it off here in EU with Jodar and Axel walking away with two of the powerhouse vehicles in the game at this moment. Will we be able to see them use that successfully, or are we going to see teams like Vidil, Noah Riley use those launchers?
And look at this, we're going to see a blimp come into play. Yeah, this is only the second zone, so probably after the next zone shows itself, they won't be in since they are on the edge right now, but there is a possibility. Jaren and Pickle find themselves on top of the Tilted Towers blimp, and Malabuka and Merstash look like they're in a pretty good position, and it's kind of incredible because this position, maybe this has kind of been a contributing factor, right? We haven't seen a lot of zones that have involved these blimps yet, right? And when you are up on these blimps, you see so much that if you have the ammunition, you can kind of take out some of the effective HP on some of these vehicles, as we saw Pickle and Jaren kind of shooting at some of them, but they've realized that they weren't getting anything done, and they just start staring at the trucks and not really doing anything about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's kind of funny to watch how these players utilize the different vehicles in different ways, right? Obviously, look, the Whiplash is good when it comes to whipping around the map, trying to get things done. And then when you have like the armored battle bus, the tank, the semi-truck, the regular truck, like these vehicles are meant to just stay around and destroy anything in its path. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. But again, I've seen quite a few vehicles so far, but I feel like I've seen less vehicles than before. But no, there it is. It's Noah looking to continue to accomplish the heal off here, but it looks like they're potentially struggling with another team contesting them over in this area.
Yeah, Raiden and Dids. I'm not sure if they have plans to get out of the zone or if they're kind of trying to replicate Noah's strategy. They are in the Whiplash and they are driving, but I'm not sure what they are going to do. There are a couple other players actually out here, a full duo, just right to their northeast right now. But it looks like they are actually making an effort to make it into the zone, so no heal off for this duo at least, but like you mentioned, new Noah again out in the zone, and he only had one med kit, so definitely not the amount of meds that he had last game to replicate that sort of strategy, but maybe his duo has a plethora of meds and they are planning on doing it again.
Could be. They could be planning it. Or we could see a different team end up pulling off the heal off. Because remember, Chonkers Speedway area isn't the only place you can accomplish a heal off. So it'll be interesting to see how these players adapt or who ends up trying to take that strategy. But speaking of a different strategy, it's Lecce and Twilliam with the classic high ground focus any players that come by strategy.
Gosh, I can't stop looking at their ammo count, right? I'm always so worried about it. Swim's got 400 though. Like, he's fine. I just have, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like traumatizing. I was in a game and I just like was shooting at everybody and I ran out of ammo, so now I'm just so worried for every other player, but they're doing fine. They've all managed their resources well. I guess in my retired old age, I'm just bad at managing my resources, so I ran out of ammo that one game.
Hey, listen, it happens, right? Like, you remember those things. You definitely remember those events for sure. But regardless, these players are doing a good job of maintaining these resources, but it's also due to these players getting eliminations to pick up refreshes and get more resources too. So impressively so, our first place team in Unhydra and Triprin, they're holding on. They're doing extremely well here in these final moments. And it looks like they may be good to go. Oh no, this is going to be a tough situation for them to be in.
Yeah, so actually, they have a good opportunity to run in right now because Andretta is actually knocked, which was the main team that was kind of holding them out. They got to pay attention to their East, though. As Raiden comes in, we saw him off in the storm. They make a good play to kind of avoid that. They do realize that Andretta is knocked. They are making a push play on him. Andretta gets picked up. Oh! As soon as he picks Andretta up, Tripper and Andretta both hop in the truck. Oh, the truck blows up, though. Tripper's still alive. No, he ends up going down to Noah Riley and Vidil up on the hill here, benefiting from this kind of battle that's been going on.
Well, we talked about it, right? We talked about how they needed a comeback, and this was a team that knew how to handle these high-pressure situations in the second half of a tournament, and they're showcasing exactly that here as they have 4 eliminations on the board. They're staying alive here as these players continue to rotate around them, and they have really good positioning where they were at, as long as they can maintain some semblance of high ground. But as I say that, Vidil, Noah Riley getting punished by these other players. Vidil going to go down. Noah Riley by himself here, using the cow catchers to just try and stay alive here. But now Unhydra, they're looking to potentially get involved here, as well as other players fully getting attacked. But Noah Riley by himself, the clutch master here in this final moment. Will he be able to hold on? It looks like it's a no.
Nah, I mean, great effort. I don't even know what just happened, right? Like, they were kind of chilling up on this hill, and then, what do you think? Did they get a little bit too aggressive, right? Like, I saw an opportunity to kind of go for some elims, and they kind of just started driving their truck around and left that hill. Like,
have to.
Maybe they
Yeah.
could have just stayed up there, you know what I mean?
100%. I think they gave up the advantage that they had in that fight, and they gave it to another team, because you saw another team just creeped up, end up not only getting the high ground, but getting those eliminations. But speaking of eliminations, 10. Did you see that? 10 eliminations in this final game for that team. That is an impressive amount. I'm surprised that these players are just falling like this.
Yeah, 10 is incredible. This zone is coming to a close, but already 29 players alive. As we pan over to Nipsey and Coop. We saw Coop came number 1, if you guys remember. He was in that situation where he got 2nd place, went down as the tank. Him and his duo are going to be ourselves a cozy little spot in the attic of this house. Probably hearing all the chaos going outside, and they're just like, yeah, we're good. You guys just keep on keeping on, and we'll be in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be what's going through their mind right now. You see the amount of players in that building, too? Like, on each level. They're like, listen, you guys take the basement. We're going to take the 1st floor. You guys can have the attic. Don't even sweat it. Like, oh, you know what? We have one more? Yeah, take the 2nd floor. But no, there it is. The building is fully collapsing. They are taken out here with Stenmo still rocking the same vehicle that we saw when we tuned in with them earlier in this game.
Yeah, it's crazy that repair torch again, highlighting that they are getting shot, but just repairing faster than they're really taking damage. So pretty good strategy for them to keep that vehicle alive. As we see Lecce putting himself in a pretty rough situation, but I think he shockwaves into a tree. So he might be hidden and safe. Yeah, Lecce is up in that tree over there. I don't know if he's actually in the zone though, so he will have to make a play at some point to get out of that tree. But if he does have more shockwaves, then that should be pretty easy. As Steno puts down some great shots here on Swilliam, actually, which is Lecce's duo. Swilliam does go down, and Lecce's like, listen, bro, I gotta leave you, and I'll be in the tree.
I'll be in the tree. I like that. I like the strategy, to be honest. Listen, nobody's chopping down trees, right? I mean, there might be a vehicle driving through one, don't get me wrong, but no one's actively chopping them down, getting those additional resources. And man, look at everything on the ground here. It is all coming down to this as these players are just driving left and right, resources left and right. Coop, though, one of our top performers in the first few games, still alive here in the final game of the day.
A little bit of a tough situation, right? Looks like this duo is the only duo without a vehicle. So we see Steno, obviously completely fine in the truck of their own as Nipsey goes flying into the air. Refscar with some tracking in the tank turret. He's going to hop out of the tank, kind of puts down some cow catchers to repair that tank. And your prediction, Panda, Bad Sniper still alive in this endgame.
Still alive. This is wild. Yeah. There it is. Listen, I tried. They did well. You know, I still have faith that they're going to be in a good spot there on the leaderboard. But with players like Refsguard and Kratz here, just elimination after elimination, it's going to be tough, right? This is the loadout of the century. You got a tank, you got a cow catcher, you have the MK7, and you have a heavy sniper. Like, this is literally everything you need for success here in these final moments, and that is why they're being so successful here in these last few minutes of the game.
Scram gets sent into the storm. DKS over here as a solo to verse Revscard in the tank. DKS makes a shockwave play all the way up. Revscard with great tracking out of the turret. DKS actually hops into the tank. He's still alive, Panda.
Still alive, holding on for my prediction. I'll take it, but no, as I say, it goes down, gets obliterated out of the sky, and it is all over. To finish it up, we have none other than Revscard and co. walking away with the final victory royale of the day with at least, I believe, 11, 12 eliminations there. That is an impressive way to close out EU.
I mean, those 4 games were awesome, right? I love the no build element that we have seen all day. Panda has been very, very great. And Revscard putting on quite the performance, right? Kind of flying under our radars in a little bit. But Panda, it is time for us to kind of take a quick break. And after that break, we will wrap up all of EU.
Yeah, it's time. Done.
and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We are back.
It's looking like a glorious day for some charity games, some glorious day for the final wrap-up. Big shot and goes down. Fenix might get traded as a result. It's all up to Mini and Bad Sniper head to head, but Bad Sniper had the damage the entire time.
No siphon given to him though, so that's very important. ETQ might have. Yes, he just got the body. He got the body for siphon, and everybody falls to zone, and it's Trippern.
I into 7X's just going to go down to zone. They tried to break their way on through, but at that point, shooting would have been just a little bit faster.
Alfie especially going to be able to move in there.
Ooh, Hyphen gonna go down. Alfie's got it there. Lindgren trying to drop Alfie on down, but it doesn't look like Alfie is going to come down without the victory royale. As I say that, gonna take a little bit of damage there. Will start to fall on down. Lindgren gonna find the shots, but they're not going to connect. Alfie is staying in zone, has more HP, knew that, and knew they could play around that. Because when you get that elimination, you get that siphon, you're looking good.
Wait for that zone to close in, but Flawless doesn't want to take that chance. Wants to go for the elimination here. Starts to drop down. Flawless looking for Fenix at the moment. Fenix, though, cannot touch that zone. It's going to be game over if that is the case. But there it is. The shots come through. Flawless taking that victory royale.
I think it's when Andy Lex win the duos FNCS with Nate. I was knowing him for a while, but it was the first time we won a big tournament. So yeah, it was memorable.
I think the best moment for Nikov was when he qualified for the World Cup finals with his teammates. I think it's this one. I think the best game style for Nikov is about his aim. He has a really good aim.
I think what makes Andy Lex a great player is his game vision. He has a good game sense, so I think it's that why he won many tournaments.
I think we know each other since 3 years. After the first true FNCS, we wanted to throw together and we didn't, but we already met together in real life as well.
Yeah, I think the same with Airbox. We needed a one more guy for our trios, and we think about Andy Lex, so we asked them to trio with us, but something goes wrong, so it didn't happen. But yeah, it was this moment I met him. Me, definitely.
I think it's me. Because Nikov is only a fragger and he's only following the IGL in the game. That's why.
Oh, it's not true. It's not true. I'm definitely the smartest guy is here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. I am your host, Hello Kelly Link, and we have 4 incredible Fortnite games from the North American region coming your way in just a few moments. But before we can get into that, we have to quickly recap what just happened in Europe after those 4 intense games where you guys saw it. It was pretty much a tank meta. And with that being said, it's not much of a surprise that Unhydra and Naiad are going to be taking our first place spot with that first VR we saw in the day going up against Coop. And you can actually see Coop all the way down in 6th place right there with his team Nipsey. But of course, we have to give some more shout outs to Bad Sniper. I'm sure Panda's feeling pretty good about that, joined by DKS. In 3rd place, though, it's Refsguard and Elo Kratz. We watched them in that final game where Refs had 10 eliminations alone by himself. So to see him up there in 3rd place, you know that he's going to be feeling good. And of course, everyone else wrapping up our top 8 right here. But that was just day number 1, chat. If your favorite team isn't in our top 8 or all of the teams that we're looking at right now, do not fret because we have 3 more days of Fortnite action here with Gamers Without Borders. And of course, whichever team comes out in first place will have the lion's share of that $3 million prize pool to go to the charity of their choice. But everyone, now we have to shift focus to NA, and that means that we have to shift focus to 2 more commentators. Joining us now, we have SBG and Shayo Wager. Shayo, how's it going, man?
Going really good. The sun is out outside. I'm feeling nice, and it's nice to be back to Gamers Without Borders. SBG, how are you, man? Haven't really been on the mic with you too much, but I'm excited for these games.
Oh, yeah, no, this is going to be an awesome time. We have some good games. I was watching EU take place, and some people were slaying out. We got some big names coming up today in NA, so I'm super excited.
Well, with that being said, let's quickly look at our schedule right now just to see what we're going to be looking at for our competition. Obviously, everyone, MENA and Europe are done. That is Middle East, North America, or North Africa and Europe. Those are 8 games wrapped up, and we're going to be seeing them tomorrow. Now, it's about the 4 matches that we're going to be seeing in North America. And you 2 gentlemen right here, typically I see you guys in the FNCS. So NA typically is followed by an East or a West, but now it is the whole region competing in one tournament. And that's what I love to see because I see in our list of players Reet's name, although currently alone, so I'm excited to see who he's going to be competing with. But Shayo, just real quick, break down the format for me.
Yeah, for me, when it just comes to the format, when it comes to Gamers Without Borders here today, this year in specific, we got 3 regions as we've seen so far. Duos, there's 44. Kelly just rounded up a few of the names that are going to be playing up overall today. 4 days of games, those 16 matches for a day. We'll see exactly how that breaks down. And it's top 5 per region, qualifying the Live Gaming and Esports Festival in Saudi Arabia. So that is what everyone's kind of fighting for. Millions of dollars for prizing as well. And SBG, I believe, is also 0 build rolling in terms of how they actually roll around on the ground.
Oh yeah, we're rocking with no build or the 0 build mode, newly implemented this season. It's been a huge hit. The players have loved it, from content creators to the professional players. But nonetheless, let's talk about the point system and what we are playing for today. So that first place, that sweet victory royale, is going to be 32 overall points, and then it declines by 2 and then goes down to 1 as we get to the top 5. You first start getting placement at that 35th point, and 1 elimination is going to be 3 points. So we saw some teams racking up 10 plus eliminations. That's going to be a big game if you're able to rack all those elims up and then put the victory royale in the bag as well. So we'll see how these play out. And let's talk about the prizes. What are we playing here today for? Kelly, walk us through.
First place is going to be walking away with $250,000 donated to the charity of their choice right there. But you can see everyone that competes, all 44 teams, are going to have an opportunity to give to those in need. And that is what this is all about. Gamers Without Borders, everyone. It is an incredible opportunity for charity, for so many different charities that we have on board with us right now. And of course, some Fortnite in the mix. But if I'm not mistaken, this actually isn't the only game. We have more games coming up in the following weekend, so make sure to follow Gamers Without Borders, everyone, bringing you some of the best esports action that is out there right now. But guys, we obviously have to talk about some of the teams that we're going to be looking at right now because, I mean, this is NA. We got some of the biggest names right now, and I'm just looking. We got Macwood, we got Jack and Quad joining up. We got the X-Set boys from Knight and Rogue Shark. I mean, Shayo, so many big names. Which team sticks out to you?
For me, that last one you mentioned specifically, Knight and Rogue Shark. I mean, when you go to a classic duo in NA that's adaptable to many modes and POI changes, when you have that raw aim intact as well, those are the names that I think of personally. SBG, anyone that really stands out to you?
I'm looking, and Jack and Kwa have been playing really well together. I think they could potentially adjust as well. Talking about somebody that's figured out how to play a little differently, those two I think understand. And most of these gamers, they're competitive. They're used to the building mode, but the zero build is going to be a slight change. So I don't know how some of these players are going to quickly adapt, but you're right. Knight and Rogue Shark have played together for probably longer than we've been alive at this point, and they are just so good.
I mean, we don't really know how this game is going to play out for game number 1, but we're going to find out right now, everyone, because the battle bus is ready, and game number 1 for Gamers Without Borders NA is starting right now.
Here we go. Let's jump right in to see exactly what the action looks like off the bus. First of all, this is also just really cool in general, SBG. We're in some neo-dystopic futuristic setting. Our heads just hovering above the skyline. Are you feeling the lesser oxygen in the air?
Yeah, we're in the stadium just looking down in. There's the battle bus, and we're literally jumping into it. Like, that is beautiful. And we see the players. They're on Spot Island getting ready. If I had to guess, this might be a Jaith skin. That's one he tends to rock. He's also in this tournament. Now here we go, and let's see where everyone's going to wind up dropping. There's some huge POIs that players have succeeded at in these zero build tournaments, but I don't know how much these guys have watched the zero builds. We'll have to see who goes for those Command Cavern, the Rocky Reels, the different central areas that allow you to get those early great positions.
See exactly how it breaks down. Zero build for me personally as well. It's just been a nice breath of fresh air to the nuance of Fortnite. Lots more action, but at the same time, a loss of less protection. So when it comes to decision making, a lot of these guys might just be all in or just bopped completely out. So we'll see exactly who drops down first. Already watching a fight break down between Macwood Threats and then Joe and his teammate all the way down below. Yamai is the only one alone at the canyon, but a nice even spread around the map.
And this is one of those great POIs where you're able to grab the cars with the chonkers tires on them right off the spawn. They all come fully gassed up, and these players seem fully gassed as well, looking to get right off the bat with some elims. And Macwood Threats looking for some shots here, but Crackly and Joe, they simply just want to grab that car and get out of there. But Macwood says, no way, I'm going to beam you before you even can go. And these guys need to make a quick move, and this could be it. Crackly goes down. Now it's up to Joe to sprint away, and he might be able to for a moment, but I don't think this is going to last.
It's going to be tough. Big catch up all the way on the way. Joe's gone. Inside a vehicle of his own, it looks like, and Macwood and Threats are on the hunt. Shots been taken at the driver's side of the vehicle, but no hits so far. Just one really needs to land, and this is a car with a boost. Joe is in big trouble.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time. This is one of those chases that doesn't end well for Joe. He does get tagged up there, his shield gets cracked, and that's it. They're going to be able to grab 2 quick eliminations. Threats gets both of them. That's 6 points in the pocket already for these guys. And now they got to go back and loot their whole POI. Maybe even next game just fully have this uncontested, because they've pushed that team out quite quickly here, Shio.
You talk about contestation, you can't forget about Smacked or Dubs and Mega, always the ones rolling around and making POIs difficult for everyone else to control. Talk to me about NA in specific, though, SBG, because you're a little bit more familiar with this side of things. I'm usually across the pond in EU. What makes this region so different from the rest of the world?
Well, so typically when we're talking about the competitive mode and even the content creators, it's the big names. There's a lot of big names, and the competitive mode plays a little slower than what you see out in EU, and then the content creators that have matched and morphed into the competitive have also found their way. So we're going to see a lot of big names. I mean, we just looked, TK, Larson, Hydro. These are a lot of players that most of the fans know. But when we're talking about the zero build mode, what's in front of us is the key. Those vehicles, the tanks, the battle buses, the different vehicles with the chonkers tires on them, those are the keys to being able to succeed, especially what we just saw in Europe. I think they laid down the groundwork for us to see exactly what we're looking for in order for someone to be successful. And then, Shio, did you see someone was doing the heal off? They weren't able to win a game, but they got a second place.
Hey, the placement matters. Heal off still in the business. something in EU and just across the world that happens over and over again. And I know sometimes you get sick of it a little bit, but it's the strats that matter the most, right? Getting those placements down. It's strategic to watch, might not be as flashy, but you mentioned, you know, the big names on NA. I feel like ego is a big thing here. You take builds out of the equation, you put charity on the line as well. I feel like everyone's going to be guns out 24/7.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what exactly they're playing for. These guys are all super competitive and want to win regardless of, you know, if it's winning money for a donation or if it's simply winning money to put in their own pocket. These guys just want to win and they know how to. Here's a couple more players that are pretty well known in Ocus and Nut. They both are one of the more notable duos. I believe they performed really well in the past Duos Cash Cup, finishing in the top 10, and then Felix and Sparebo right nearby looking to snag some loot. Command Cavern is a POI we see tons of teams land at, and it's one of the few POIs that can support a ton of teams here, Shia.
Yeah, definitely very familiar, but talk to me about this, SBG, right? What if I was watching Gamers Without Borders last year? That's the last time I kind of touched on Fortnite. Now I'm rolling in and I see blimps in the sky. I see a bunch of things going down aerial-wise. I might not be completely about the POIs. What are the importance of these blimps? How can you use them? I see vertical zip lines. What has changed so far in this season?
Oh, geez, that's a loaded question here, Shia. So we'll start out with the map. So if you watched last year and that was the first time you ever watched, we're getting a quick engagement real quick. But if you just watched Gamers Without Borders in Fortnite for the first time last year and now you're watching again, it's a whole new map. There's literally a completely new map that we're playing on, and it is a battle between the 7 and the IO that's taking place. So that's why we're seeing all these IO blimps, there's different cars, and the 7 are scattered throughout, and we will see different IO or 7 people at different POIs. I believe it was Rocky Reels was currently the place that has all of the IO guards looking to fight whoever winds up spawning or landing there, and man, it is all over the place.
What's the importance of the blimps though? Like when it comes to no build, specifically zero build right now, obviously Narwhal in the house, you can't really move around as much. You can still break walls. Does that still happen inside those blimps? Is it important to take control of those points? Are they similar to, like, you know, mountains in the days of old?
Yeah, that's a great question, Shia. So typically it is the best place to be because, like you mentioned, you can break walls in buildings, but you can't necessarily break the outer shell unless you're, you know, one of the 7 fighting the IO, but that's not going to happen in this game, so we don't have to worry about it. Players cannot break the blimps, so it's an awesome place to either hide or take the top of and then just have so much vision. You do have to be careful though. Sometimes players get caught out and just have way too many angles to protect themselves against while on top of the blimps, especially the ones in the more open areas. It's a little easier to hide at Command Cavern, but nonetheless, it is a great place to be, and that's what I would look for is players playing for mountains, playing the priority within buildings or within the blimps.
Absolutely. So positioning obviously still mattering, so much more so in a mode like this. Looking over at Jack, org mate of Smack right now. Both sides of the organization are in a fight for the moment. A few knocks all around, and Mikey also cleans things up. So as per usual, wherever Mikey and Smack go, chaos will follow. I think a tank is involved as well with all the explosions on all sides. Smack the 1 HP and is quicker on the draw. Hide and seek down, and Mikey can be picked back up.
And it looks like Paper and Tahi just going to let that be. They're going to continue looting up, and Mikey's going to be able to get picked up. Shio, now, we've seen there's multiple different shotguns going on right now. We have the drum shotgun, we have the striker pump, we have the new Ranger shotgun, we also have the auto shotgun. If you're playing, especially the zero build mode, what is your preferred shotgun? And tell us a little bit about why.
I like the big booms. I'm rolling with the striker. I know a bunch of people like to just get that drum active and just rocking in, but I like the most classic type of experience when it comes to being as close as possible to the pump. Not too familiar with the Ranger shotgun in specific because I'm just like an old head completely. I see what I like, I pick it up, and I don't like to change things as much, but that's what it is for me. Is it any different for you?
I kind of vary between the drum shotgun and the striker. I think both of them work. It really depends. Like the loadout Paper has, if I'm holding the striker burst, I'm picking up a drum shotgun. If I'm holding an SMG along with my shotgun, I'm probably going with the striker pump. So you don't want 2 strikers in your inventory. You want to go and switch it up if you're doing that.
Respectfully, yeah, and absolutely. Watching Sleepy Sound right now too. one of the better POIs. This could possibly be one of the strongest ones as well, with how much of a separation there is and the amount of loot spread out between two different fronts of it, the beach side and kind of the residential side up top. Is there a de facto power POI that still exists? I know it was Cavern previously in seasons before, but has that power struggle kind of changed?
I know Cavern's still strong, but in the no build modes, we have to think, where's the battle bus, where are the tanks? So those are kind of the key pieces. So Sidehap Station has a battle bus. We also have Coney having one of the tanks, and there's a few other POIs where you could find the tanks, but I think Coney with its central position is going to be one of the best if you grab that tank and find a way to hold on to it into the end game, or even just play on top of the blimp or one of the buildings in the area that allows you to really play it safe. Like you mentioned, Sleepy is also an awesome POI here. We've seen a lot of players succeed out of this POI, and there's really almost two POIs in one, with the water splitting naturally down the middle.
We haven't seen so far, really just across the board, it doesn't usually happen, is these north zones rolling in for Fortnite in general. A lot of the times it's mid or somewhere towards Rocky Reels. As a result, we see a few changes in the way people play, talking about names as well. Blasts from the past that are still playing on right now, and you thought I was going to say chat, but for me, that's also Fashion Care. You've been around the NA scene for so long. Speaking of chat, though, he's rolling with the D-Gen. Yeah, I kind of like the fact that, you know, a few creators can come out, a few of the old heads who still have the aim, the know-how, the knowledge to make those rotations can now play again in Zero Build Fortnite.
Oh yeah, Chap is no slouch when it comes to the Zero Build Fortnite too. He actually was able to win one of the recent Zero Build Cups. I believe it was the Squad Cup that he was able to win. So him and D-Gen, two of like the more intelligent IGL-like characters, and I would expect them to do well. We see them using that repair torch. That's something that in EU we saw a lot of players holding, and what it does, it helps you repair whatever vehicle you're in. So whether it's a car or a tank, you can use that to repair it when it gets dinged up, and helps you really continue to keep that vehicle strong as we move into the end of the game. And Shio, I mean, I don't know how much of the Zero Build you've watched, but I'm sure you know that tanks and just general vehicles are so strong, so that repair torch is going to be something that everyone needs.
Hey, so strong that it's not even available in competitive, right? So definitely a must-have for the game for the moment. I feel like heals of any variety, as soon as you just have them up and your defense is better, it's just huge. And this is what I was waiting for, a little bit of the third zone drama. You don't see as much of this when you're just watching regular Fortnite. It's fifth zone where things start to really tense up and people start to meet each other and get their bases tested. It starts off so much earlier in Zero Build.
Yeah, because you can't really just base up. At this point, everyone's either hiding, like we just saw, or they're rotating in their cars. So it's a combination of all of the necessities that need to happen. And there's nowhere that's safe at this point, as we see an awesome tank battle about to occur right in front of our eyes. One on top of the mountain, using the high ground.
Oh, they're almost done. Oh, getting hits. That tank is super low. 500 damage before, another 203, and they have to ditch that one completely. He gets flipped way up in the sky, focusing the truck next. Aiza and Black Wolf don't even care about your insurance. They're going to start attracting a few more eyes, though, onto their vehicles, so they'll move out right on that zone line as well. There'll be the ticket service for everyone trying to move in.
And we see these players, everyone's rocking a tank, trying to move their way through. Hydro up top with Ducky trying to find some shots on some players in the distance. We see a lot of vehicles getting exploded during this period. Everyone looking to make these rotates in. Is, like you mentioned, third zone is kind of the big one because of how open the map is, especially when we go in the further southern areas or like central zones. This is honestly one of the more mountainous terrains, so it's a little easier to hide, but there's only so much you can hide when you're rocking one of those tanks and driving around. It is so loud.
I feel like a lot of these players don't want to hide either. They want to be the loud voice on the server, on the map. Sparebow Felix now locking him with Agers. Sparebow down all up to Felix. Sounds like a familiar situation, but he's got the truck. He's driving, and he'll be surviving for now.
Yeah, he's out. He's like, all right, sorry, Sparebow, not today. I'm gonna play this one myself. Maybe go get the card. We'll see.
It's a possibility.
Loves
everyone just trying to be as stealthy as possible.
This is a nice little move hiding in the roof. I mean, we've seen plays like this in, you know, different seasons, but I feel like that's ever so more important right now in the zero build is get creative where you're hiding out, because they just snuck Sparebow, got a nice elim right there, and another player may rotate right into that same path while Felix is looking for something. He's trying to find something. I don't know what exactly it is. Maybe just scouting the loot. And now we got Rotten Twinkies and Jax is Godly right on the backside of Macwood and Threats. These guys are going to get pushed into Macwood and Threats here, but we may have another vehicle battle going on in front of us.
800 damage. The battle bus explodes. Threats and Macwood are not allowing anyone to live on this side for free. If they move just a little bit, they can see Felix as well. Batch down carry by himself. Tap and DJ still moving over. Their nades in the business here as well. They're right in the sight lines of Paper. This is going to be tough. And now they're caught between everyone, and there's nothing they can really do.
Oh no, down goes Chap, and DJ's trying to escape, but he's right in the eyes of everybody else. He doesn't have his teammate to heal that while he moves on. He's going to try and play the corner here. May actually have this for a second, but Paper and Tahi, no. He's a solo. They're going to go for that as soon as he makes a move, but they're going to wait for it. He has to come to them, and DJ knows that. Likely going to try and just move on south and play this a little differently than going into the team that just took down your teammate.
Absolutely. Be a little bit safer for now. I think Jate is just moving in from the zone as well from the top left, so going to be super action happening there in just a second as everyone starts to move. Still 24 teams left alive. As I see that, a few more fall. Mega down inside the feed. Look at all this loot that Tali's about to get. They're pushing in for DGen. He's starting to move. Paper's kind of jumped in and gone on for a ride. He doesn't really sign up for it. They're going to be back right where they just kind of left off with one bush gone.
He thought about it. He was like, maybe this is a good idea. Nah, just kidding. All right, I can't be taking free rides. We'll take our own car in the zone. We do see those two hopping into a vehicle. We got W Carry all by himself. And this is a tough zone if we're playing these zero build modes, because this is basically just all open space. It's going to be who can find that little bit that you can hide in or hide behind for cover. And one thing we haven't talked about is the cow catchers that were so prominent in these end games during the EU games and the Middle East, North Africa games. Playing those and throwing those down when all of the vehicles are gone is such a great play at the end of the game, and I haven't seen many players holding those in their inventory.
I feel like from what I've seen so far, the cow catcher maybe attracts a little bit of attention, and after that, a tank might be one shot, it's gone. So maybe that's the reason why. Maybe that's why everyone's just, you know, going for the shields. Shades and Sis, though, classic duo, always having the most riskiest antics, watching the tank battle with VIP front row seats.
This is beautiful. This is like broadcast level right here. We see Shades and Sis just sitting there, and it's got to be so tempting just to fire away at that. You're like, all right, come on, just take a shot. Oh, we do see Heiza go down. So this is likely the moment. Yeah, there it is. Sis and Shades take him down. Easy elims right there.
Do they want to walk out and actually get that loot? They might expose themselves to a few more tanks and trucks coming in across the way and down the hill. Dictating Gandhi as well. Wrapped them inside the house. Big Chilling and Rogue Shark and Knight, the dynamic duo of Force and Fury, taking a fight and a bite out of every single duo in front of them. Not now separated from his partner as well, and he's going to get almost Shockwave across. He's going to be between two cow catchers. It's going to be one of the most intense fights we've seen so far. Jumped up in the air, beamed, not really, not dropped on the Shades. How did this happen? They didn't expect it. It's trouble. Wow, the chaos these two are causing is just insane.
The poor guys, Shades and Sis, get jumped on because someone else throws them in there, and then another player, Casker and Carrie, are right next to each other. Sis is trying to catch a ride. What is going on here?
Might be able to pick up Shades in just a second. Trees are burning too. Rogue Shark is down. It's all up to Knight. He has to bob and weave and sprint as much as possible, making I might be gone, but he can still get a few more things thrown down on the map to help you out. It seems like so many different teammates are duelists now, and Mega's pushing Knight all the way up top. Binks and Chant Basin just have to watch. This is crazy.
They're actually in a really good spot. They may have one of the few vehicles that are pretty healthy. Oh, I say that, and yeah, no, here's Threats and Macwood with a fully.
Forget about Macwood. This is tough.
They're in the best spot too. They have like a little bit of natural cover to hide behind, and then everyone else is just trying to hide from them.
Carry and Degen. I think Carry's driving right now and he has the torch. They both have torches, so that truck can last a lifetime. Shark and Knight just have to be quiet. As I say that though, they're still taking shots at every truck possible, hiding from the tanks. Gandhi getting beamed, dictating, left on an island. They're gonna use those shocks to maybe get them isolated up in the air. A shot down from the sky. Gandhi goes down.
Straight fragging out there, and now Rogue Shark is in the eyes of the tank. They're trying to use whatever they can with that little bit of hill. Degen and W Carry go down there. Actually, no, W Carry's still alive. Looks like Degen gets taken out, and now Knight's gonna throw down nice little shield keg here. That'll help for a little bit, but with Macwood and Threats looking at them, that's not going to last for too long. And now we just see a couple of vehicles going around, and then Knight and Rogue Shark, but down goes both of them right here. That was just a tank versus a truck in a sedan.
I wonder how this one is going to go, especially with Threats on the side of the tank. Threats now getting beamed though all the way down, and he is knocked out. That is huge. It's just Mac with the big boom potential.
Some big shots coming through there on Logix, and now Chentix is trying to hold on with this truck. He's going right for him. We're moving in. There's not going to be a lot of space for anyone to hide at this point, and it's just a matter of who can out-heal the shots coming through on the vehicle or get some shots in, and he's going straight in with that. Oh my, Shio.
Vehicle jousts back and forth, and Macwood's back online. That boomstick's here, and the car is down. The truck's about to be next. Threats is getting ready. Everyone's up close and personal. Mac's not going to be able to do any damage. Logic has just jumped in and hijacked the tank. He's going to go straight for Macwood's driver's seat. This is tough. Binks is there too. Beams on all. Sandman is down. It looks like it might just be Macwood versus Logic for now.
And it looks like this is the final 1v1. Macwood and Logic just ring around the rosy. Oh my good, Macwood wins? What?
Macwood wins! He jumped up top on the tank, hijacked the turret, and shot the seat. You can't make this up. Quick decision making from Macwood, control from Threats. They win that first game in NA.
What a beautiful first game. Showed us all the excitement, the craziness that is Fortnite, and these guys showing off just how good they are with their aim, their ability to use tanks. You know, Macwood and Threats, they know their way around as we watch some quick little highlights here. As these guys started it from the beginning, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are pure entertainers first, I feel like, and then competitors right afterwards as well. I've seen the socials, I've seen the clips, the streams back in the day, and they start the game off with high energy, end it with a big bang as well. They were just chasing down every single duo possible. Shark and Knight, though, surviving for so long without vehicle assistance is one of the biggest things that was, I think, a part of this game as well.
Able to find their way around, and the SMG is proven to be very strong in these close battles. Everyone's just trying to push it through, and hey, we'll take a quick break while we get these players back in the lobby, but we will see you guys on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to Gamers Without Borders, where we just wrapped up game number 1 for our North American Fortnite competition. And of course, we still have Shio and SPG calling all of the action. And you know, we kind of predicted it at the start of the show, especially after watching Europe, where 3 out of the 4 games ended in a tank semi-battle. And that's pretty much what we saw. But Shio, there was a moment where Macwood and Threats were fighting Logic that was in the tank with them. What was going on in that end game?
It's all about making sure you take control of your own property, right? Like, Macwood's tank is getting super hijacked, but he just moved back and forth. You can just bust down that driver's seat and then take shots from the turret there. And he actually put a reversal on the Logic. That's exactly what he was trying to do first. So that's huge. Still, though, Logic and Janman rolling in might have not won, but had 11 elims. First place overall, SBG. That's huge.
Oh, yeah. The 3 teams at the top just slayed out. We see Threats and Macwood 8 elims, Knight and Rogue Shark 10 elims, and everyone else is in that like 2 to 5 range. So we see that big gap in those top 3 really having a huge first match. For some, it was key to be in a vehicle. For others, it was just being out in the open and taking down players. We'll have to see exactly how this continues because there's only 3 more matches left. Match 1 sets the tone, but 2, 3, and 4, that is where you win or go home.
And here we're taking a quick look at the rest of our teams and how they performed in that first game. But just as SBG was saying, this is just game number 1. We have 3 more today, and then we have several more over the weekend, everyone. So still a lot of opportunity for these teams to climb up the leaderboard and claim their first place spot where they can have the lion's share of that $3 million prize pool giving away to charity. But I have to talk about something that we saw in Europe, and I don't know if you guys were able to watch it, but we saw a heel-off potentially come down where one player stayed in zone and had about 20 floppers. Obviously, it didn't really work out for them, but they did get second place. So, SBG, how viable is a heel-off in this current meta?
I think it's viable to get second place consistently. I don't know it's viable to win a match, especially if you haven't done it before. It's really difficult to consistently get that pathing and understand what needs to be done. It's also kind of stressful. You know, you're sitting there, you make the slightest mistake, you use a heal before it needs to be used, or you wait too long and you go down the storm. So a lot of these players I don't think have practiced the heal off, and I wouldn't expect that to play too big of a factor, maybe a second place or third place, but I doubt to see it late into the game.
Well, a heel-off could potentially happen in game number 2 for North America. And if I'm not mistaken, I just got word that we are ready to go. The battle bus is being, and you guys are ready to hop into that seat. So let's get right to it in game number 2.
Let's hop straight in. Kelly's prediction might be a heel-off for me. It's 3 words: tanks, tanks, and even more tanks. That would have been 7, but we're not keeping up with the math here, SBG. We're keeping up with the players in the game.
3 tanks. That's all I heard. I don't know if anyone else heard anything. 3 words, tanks. Now we're going in. Battle bus. We'll see if Macwood and Threats are contested once again over there at Chonkers. We do see Rocky Reels as a red POI. That means the IO guards, they're coming in hot trying to take over that POI. So if you land there, you not only have to fight any players that also land there, you got to fight a plethora of IO guards landing or that spawn there as well. Now we see everyone splitting out. We got Fatch and W Carry. They go to the split to the east of Sleepy. Then you got Tahi Paper taking that north side. Mega and Dubs already in an engagement over there at Shifty Shafts. And like you said, they ain't leaving. This is their POI, and they're going to continue to fight for it.
Always contested no matter the season. Past that, yeah, you mentioned that in Rogue Shark, they're getting ready to possibly push a POI as well. Seems like it's a little bit more spaced out for majority of the map, and a lot of those late game players did kind of spawn in and rock in from the bottom right. They'll have a late game start this time. Those tanks will be a few, I don't know, weeks late towards the end game, but I wonder what exactly they're going to be fighting for the south or the north portion of the map. We're tuning in with the Daily Bugle right now. Jamper, Duke's in trouble. Trades on all sides back and forth. That extra 50 overshield makes these early game fights that much more interesting to watch.
Caber is able to just win that aim duel with Dukes, and that's not a common occurrence. Dukes is one of the great aimers in the region, but we do see Narwhal and Caber is able to take that. We also have Carlos and Alex Rami down at the other side of Bugle. They are a father-son duo, and Alex Rami's been gaming for a long time. He used to be racking up the Victory Royales back in the early days of Fortnite, so it's awesome to see him still playing.
Was rocking it, inspiring the youths, and then rolling in and fighting amongst them as well. Awesome to see. Saw Hizzy and Blackwell before they were in a tank, but they can still throw down with those guns off spawn. Dubs at the moment, though, looks like he's in a little bit of trouble all the way over at his POI.
And looks like he gets knocked, and Mega is going to follow him, so they must have got Dubs right back, and Nets just quickly said, no, that's not happening, not in my POI. So Dubs and Mega going to have to move on to the next one. Hyza and Blackwolf look like they're trying to chase down whoever is nearby, and I think Coney owner, he's way too far. He's not owning anything this game.
And this man is ownless. Feels bad. We talk about Blim control as well. Taking a look at Tilted. Big names up top with a few more spread around the POI.
We do see a number of teams landing here at Tilted. One thing we didn't talk about yet, Shayo, is the new mechanics. So for those that haven't watched any Fortnite recently, there's two new mechanics as far as movement goes. You have the tactical sprint and the mantling. You want to kind of walk us through what exactly those are?
Yeah, pretty much tactical sprint. You have a little bit of a meter now. Obviously, sprinting is already a mechanic in Fortnite. A lot of people have it enabled automatically. With the tac sprint, put your guns away. You can start to move really fast. You can also get an elevated jump after the fact as well. Right there, you're going to be seeing an example of Carlos not using the tac sprint to jump out of the vehicle and get away fast, but that's all good. A lot of people use it for big maneuverability. It's one of the biggest techniques in movement inside Zero Build, especially as well. Let's see Narwhal just activate it. Nope, not needed because K-Burbs is just so good with the aim. Past that, mantling is all about climbing objects. If you're close enough to a ledge and you jump on it, you can just pull yourself right up above it. You can kind of combine both as well and use it. Obviously, sliding is also there from previous seasons. We can see Bank right now moving, sliding, ducking, and mantling as much as he wants inside the cavern.
Pretty cool to see all this movement, and I think it adds to this Zero Build game. It really helps it move through and have the players have some additional mobility and movement. I like it. It's a nice fun piece, nice addition to the game as we see Kurt and Jade moving through this POI, trying to find out who is nearby. Bank on the outskirts of this, but neither player really looking to get involved in any kind of fight at the moment. Everyone just hanging out and waiting for the game to proceed forward.
They're just getting ready for now. Yep, that's exactly what Jade is looking for. Possibly a torch. Maybe not for now. They don't go the crazy type of tank gameplay. And Kaz will be waiting though overall, watching, ready for them inside this cavern. It's going to get a little bit freaky here in a second. Still 37 teams alive. Maybe they just walk all the way out. Lots of floppers on the side of Bank, so maybe they're going for a heal-off strat we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is one of the places where you can play it out of. In EU, we saw it coming out of the Chonkers area, and a lot of players have used it in this command cavern area to try and play a heal off. So there is multiple options at this point as we see Vert and Cease looking to grab one of these early hills. It might be a little too early though, because you run into trouble. As we see, they have a lot of different mobility items as far as the vehicle, the shockwaves, and Fluger is not liking this, but Cease is putting fire right back on him.
As he's taken out earlier in that last game, I believe by a tank getting bullied over and over. And he'll be in the sightlines of a few duos, but going to be moving fast, just making sure he keeps up on damage, keeps up on pressure, understands what's going on across the map.
Looks like these two just going to simply make their way into one of these buildings. So we see Shades and Sizz getting in a little engagement here. Not too engaging on both sides. Sizz and Shades just cleaned that one up. And now they got a nice long rotate out of the storm to go. Hopefully they're able to find a vehicle. I do believe, yeah, there's a truck they can grab right there. These guys will be able to quickly make it out. And we did see Crackley out there in the storm somewhere, so he has to be careful.
Lots of late storm growers rolling through. I think there was Jaith moving in like almost the fourth zone last time, when third was switching into fourth, coming in straight from the zone still. Everyone will be pulled up again. That'll be really interesting to watch. Odd numbers means there's already a few solos around. Sizz and Shades. This time SPG, they're not really hiding in these bushes. They're ready to take control of game number 2.
Yeah, they saw that first game. They're like, all right, we gotta get in the tank and make sure we win this game. So they're changing their plans. Interesting that they have no heals besides these bandages to get them through all this storm. So you're gonna have to chain that together. It's something that, as long as you're comfortable with and know different floor and loot spawns, you can pretty easily walk through storm. But a lot of players panic. They start taking that one tick of damage, and oh my goodness, the game is now over.
These guys are seasoned vets. They're going to be fine. Pilkey down below might be the one who is exactly what you're talking about. In trouble with the nerves. Kaz here, though. You talk about raw aim. Talk about trouble for Cease. Let's combine both and look at this equation. A duo basically going straight down. Cease now kind of just 1 HP walking around. That's going to be really tough to watch as he moves in. Pfluger's out of there. Doesn't want any smoke. No damage. Cease shields up. He's ready for a little bit of revenge.
He's looking for it, and look like Bank and Kaz are gonna be seeking some further Cease. Cease actually hanging out a little closer than I would have expected him to. Oh yeah, they saw him. Good luck. He does have the shockwaves to get out, but I don't know that that's gonna be enough as he's getting chased down from behind with the vehicle.
First shocks to a truck. He needs to just escalate, go all the way towards the top. You got a full refresh of a few, but it doesn't matter. Kaz does not miss.
Oof. Well, down goes Cease, and now Kaz and Bank, they're feeling good about themselves. Their card's been running around. They've been picking up some elims here, left and right. And now they're even looking for some more shots as Kaz sees another player. That's Jathan Co. rotating in the storm. We're moving up towards the the northwestern part of the map. That's just not the right words coming out of my mouth.
Oh, it's fine. You're correct, actually. That's the center of attention, you know what I mean, of the game. So 50% right.
There it is.
Rocket. Now, these trucks don't care about the environment at all. First of all, just in terms of Fortnite gameplay, you can see the fumes coming out of the top, right? It's not just me. That's steam, right? Or some type of gas. Past that, Bank and Kaz rolling in, breaking almost every tree. We need that oxygen on the map, guys. Come on. Let's be civil about it, but they will cause destruction as they move. Tali and Paper, they'll be more focused on camping, staying eco-friendly, not really partaking in the vehicle gameplay.
Yeah, it looks like those two are trying to get through a build that's just not going to happen. Tahi Paper, also looking at what happened last game, simply sitting in the bush. They saw the success from Sizz and Shades. Clarity has a good one. It looks like Death was able to get back up, but that didn't last too long.
Mobster Italian elimination I've ever seen. Just taken out to the river and shot down.
Gandhi and Dictate, two vets themselves.
Yeah. Definitely have a little bit of say in what happens here, but I've seen, I mean, what are your opinion on these battle buses, armored or not, when they're rolling in? I feel like if a tank sees them, they're just in trouble.
Oh, it's so easy to shoot with the tank, and we saw that happen last game. I mean, a tank took out like two of them fairly easily, and they weren't even able to get much back. The turret is no comparison to that massive gun on the front of the tank, and now we see Clarity and Slacks moving on through. I don't know what's going on with the cars. They're just running into one another, but now they're good. They're all right for now.
Slacks is actually just like fulfilling his lifelong dream of being able to go to a carnival and play some bumper cars. Couldn't do it as a kid. He was grinding the mechanics and creative, but he can do it in game now. So shout outs to him.
That would actually be an awesome creative map, is somebody just like making a bumper cars, and you're on like a platform where you got to push people off. Hey, there's some ideas for you people out there. If anyone's a creative builder, you might want to think about that.
Go for extra coding, get super immersive with it. If you get bumped in the game, you get bumped in real life. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Some Ready Player One type business. Who knows?
Gotta put something under your seat.
It's rattling. But right now, who's not rattled is Sparebow Felix. Saw Sparebow take a little bit too much of a big fight, but that was because there were some hidey boys inside a roof. This time that won't be the case. They'll be around a tank inside a wood logjam factory, and another duo who's equally as scared of the behemoth with a cannon inside these doors.
This has gone pretty well for Knight and Road Shark. That's where they landed. They haven't had to leave yet. They just sit right here, and zone comes to them. That's quite nice when that happens to you. A couple of teams that don't have that. We got Lando, and Lando and Soul trying to make their rotate in, following in the 2 players in front of them. They're just hiding behind these hills using that good old line of sight. We're breaking the line of sight on their rotation in.
All these trucks just super modded. Chonkers in the business. Cow catchers right in front of them as well. They got the armor protection. They've got the cleave damage available. 4 people in front of them. Smacked and Mikey don't even care. See a duo in the bush. Keep moving on. Slight repair torch tech. No one wants any beef right now.
They definitely didn't even know anyone was in that bush. They're just like, hey, we're going through this. If someone's in here, good luck to you. They're just taking out bushes right now. The enemy of bushes, Smacked and Mikey.
They have their own achievements to get. It looks like this game, some submissions, side quests, so to speak. Trump and Daddy as well. This is going to be tough for them overall. Auto shoddy inside. I was about to say the box, but it's just the room. 1 down. They got 1 more to go.
It's a pre-built box. Sounds ready. Now these guys getting hammered by the tank. It's coming through. They're the focus. And they have to get out of there. It's breaking both their shields. And this tank is relentless as well as the other players. Looks like Tahi and Paper taking shots. Tahi's going to take out Trump. I haven't seen... Oh, yeah, Degen picks up Daddy. And both of those guys now getting sent back to the lobby.
Daddy down. Unfortunate. Now it's Chap and Degen we're watching. Middle of Logjam Lumberyard. Chap's rotations just so good. A mastermind in his own right. Spearbone Felix, they took out Bank, I believe, right before this, and now they are at Demolition Derby, it seems like. Trucks, chonkers, and cow catchers all around. I count 4. One of them acting like they're AFK, and I honestly don't know what is going on right now, but this road is not up to standard. I don't know what it is. There can't be these many vehicles going back and forth and off-road at the same time.
Everyone is in a vehicle right now, besides the couple of players hiding in a building. Just look at that. It is just vehicle galore. We're playing Vehicle Royale at this point, and the battles, the joust going on between Sparrow and Rotten Twinkies are just awesome.
There's 1 tank here. It's Knight and Shark, and they're still bullying just the players. They're not going for these tanks at all. They're letting them just ride the entire time, not taking out another individual. Logic on the backside, biding his time, looking to just keep his lead right now. That's first place de facto overall, still inside the game. Do these amount of trucks spawn in the game? Like, I just feel like there's way too many right now.
This has got to be literally every truck on the map at this moment. Every player just knows where they're at, and they're like, all right, we're getting this one. Sparrow just trading his truck. You know, maybe a smaller one. Go for the more sleek model here. And Felix, oh no, he's getting back in. That was an interesting move by those guys.
Super interesting. They're all kind of pushed all the way towards the top. Repair torch is basically burned through as well. We've seen so many instances of that. Chap and Degen, the only truck I see so far next to Rotten and Fash that isn't really moving, isn't taking too much damage. I don't know what this is, but Sparrow just got booped.
I think the vehicle blew up on him and then Smacked, and Mikey just coming through right through. It's like, what's up, Sparrow? Oh, he's letting him know. And now the next target is Clarity and Slacks. Mikey's coming for you.
There used to be a lumberyard here the last time I checked. Now it's just like a pit stop completely, a barren wasteland of loot and trucks. This is tough.
Yeah, somebody didn't get the memo that you're not supposed to run through buildings. And now we see the tank. Looks like a new team is taking over the tank. That's Tommy there. They're in a good spot, and the few players that weren't in a vehicle getting picked up right now. Those poor guys, Narwhal going down there in the feed. Everyone just running around. It's going to be a matter of who gets to stay in their car the longest this game.
Gonna be interruption up top of the mountain. First we saw a tank all the way inside that logjam lumberyard. Now it's kind of catching up with Yoda and Blur coming in from the backside. They're actually going to be in a little bit of a protective state. The tank blocking any shots possible. Or the truck, excuse me, blocking any shots possible as the tank moves up by itself. They have insurance for this end game ready to go.
That is so smart. Like, they're literally using the truck for protection for the tank, and the tank just firing away. Look at those 200 IQ plays right there by Blur and Yoda.
There's 2 big loans on vehicles taken out. I hope they don't default by the end of this. Clarity's right below them right now. Well, they could just hijack the tank, go for that fight early, but it might attract too many eyes. Here's Fash going for a few shots, but I don't think you understand whose Wrath he's actually bringing forward. That's going to be a big tank rolling in. I'm wondering exactly where Rogue Shark and Knight are as well. They have the other tank on the other side, but it looks like they're down for now or something. It's just a field of trucks and burning metal in front of Carry and Fatch.
Oh my goodness. Everyone else is moving around. These 2 are just sitting still, and it's working for him. And as I say that, he gets beamed up here by Jade and Kurt. One of the few players just putting a punish on all these guys trying to run around in their vehicles. I don't know how long this will last if they continue to poke and prod at these players in the vehicles.
Look at how much damage Shades has taken so far, staying up top here, and he's not actually stopping the mini. So vulnerable right now. The tank takes a big shot. Yoda's here. Shades has to work quick to not only heal himself, but the tank. They're retreating. Every other truck is trying to follow them as well. Yoda misses another crucial shot. The tank is almost so healthy now. Shades at a sliver of HP. Jade can take him out at some moment, but he's distracted by easier targets down on the ground. AV gone, hide and seek deleted. Casker taken down as well. There is so much loot on the ground, and he's going for it. Shades is back online. They're turning the ties onto Yoda. His tank is almost down too. Every vehicle up for grabs. There goes the tank straight to the sky. It is chaos right now at Logjam.
Sizz and Shades just locking it down with the tank. Jade's trying to make some plays. He's actually going to jump on to Chap's tank. Chap somehow got into a tank. I don't know what's going on. Players are flying all over the place. Trucks are exploding. This is pure chaos.
Shades and Sizz are watching from the outside, and they're letting all fire rain loose. This is tough for anyone in the middle in no man's land. Look at Shades. He's just beaming. Carry, one of the only secret agent survivors left over. Chap is also 1 HP inside his vehicle. They'll get found out soon. A big shockwave coming in. Nets is now close. It's gonna go straight back all the way towards the other side. This is just insane from the side of Shades and Sizz. They're still raining down damage across the way. Chap is finally found by Nets. How is he alive? How is this allowed? What is going down? No one can stop them. Shades and Sizz breaking all cover, and now they're getting up close and personal. Boot backed, damaged, malleated. This is just tough. There's one boat left, and he's just trying to survive in it. Do they know? They break it down, and they see him. It's a tank's world. We're just living in it. We're watching, and it looks like they have everything under control.
And we just talked about it. We mentioned whether someone's going to go for the heal off, and someone was playing heal off. Not going to happen. They do secure that second place, but Sizz and Shades, they're the winners that come out on top. When everything's exploding in front of you, now Sizz and Shades just simply take it home.
Chaos, destruction, anarchy, and its name this game was Shades and Sizz as a duo. What a crazy time to be alive with Zero Build Fortnite.
You can't ask for anything better than that. That was so much fun to watch. Everyone literally just roaming around. You know, you got some gun action going through. You got like the couple of players that are trying to hide behind a truck, or they're throwing down a cow catcher like it's actually going to do something in that chaos. And it's like, oh no, don't see me, don't see me. Oh, that's too much fun.
So much fun, but there's a lot more to be had. So let's take a break for now. We'll be right back after just a little bit.
2 games down, 2 more to go here at Gamers Without Borders featuring Fortnite. Everyone, it's North America. We've already wrapped up MENA and EU, and this is our final region of the day, but not the final region of the weekend, everyone. We still have 3 more action-packed days of Fortnite coming up, but of course, 2 more games of NA. And Shio, I kind of said it that we were going to see a potential heel off. Unfortunately, we didn't get to watch it because pretty much it was just Shades and Sizz grabbing that VR.
That's exactly what I wanted to watch the entire time as well, too. That was just crazy to see. But yeah, big shout out to you for actually calling it out and it happening as well. I mean, I want your predictions for game 3, I guess, after this as well. But so far for just this game, it was just nuts for Shades and Sizz SBG. I mean, they just popped off.
And we saw Shades and Sizz rack up 8 elims and Narwhal and K-Burbs after that early fight and just narrowly winning it. They were able to rack up 9 elims, hang on there until like the last few moments, as well as Seek and Nets, DGen, Chap, all picking up so many eliminations. And, we do see Logic and Janman once again in 5th place after having a great game 1. So these guys clearly understand what they're doing.
Yeah, we got to see Logic in the same tank as Macwood in game number 1, I believe. So to see them do so well in game number 2, you love to see it. I'm sure in our overall standings, we'll be seeing them in our top 8. But just looking at some of the other teams that we saw perform relatively well in game number 2 there, I see Set Av, another player representing X-Set, just like Knight and Shark, joined by Casker, of course. But other players, other teams that are sticking out to you, Shio?
For me, looking at Gandhi and dictating, they're doing kind of well overall. We see them going towards the end games a little bit. Mikey and Smacked as well are inside, kind of disrupting a lot of players as they move around. Black Wolf and Heiza also taking control overall of a lot of the tanks. And Threats and Macwood, I mean, we saw them up top beforehand. Now in 29th, they'll have to come back in the 3rd game if they really want to keep up SBG.
Yeah, definitely one poor game doesn't mean a poor tournament, but they were still able to pick it up in game 1, so likely gonna recalculate, get themselves where they need to be here in game number 3.
Well, let's recalculate for a moment and just take a look at what we've seen so far. And it's been pretty much a tank-heavy meta. In fact, just tanks and cars everywhere. So Shio, say that you're in this end game. There's 5 or 6 teams remaining, and everyone has a tank. What do you do to differentiate yourself from the rest of the pack so that you can hope to grab that VR?
Quickly, I go in real life, check my driver's license eligibility, make sure I'm registered and up to the highest class possible of driving repertoire, and then go back in the game and win.
Interesting strategy there. SBG, what do you think of that?
That's beautifully said. I mean, my pure analysis is you just make sure you're in a tank. If you're not in a tank, you're not doing it right. And if you aren't in a tank, go try and steal somebody else's. Like, it's as simple as that. Just tanks win games, right?
Is there any counter to tanks?
More tanks.
Or you could, there's the missiles that you could fire, but a lot of players aren't picking those up. I haven't seen a lot of those held. They were more commonly held watching EU. Maybe after what we just saw, everyone's like calculating in their head, all right, maybe we should pick up that Anvil missile.
Yeah, so why do you think that is, Shio? Why is no one really focusing these Anvil missiles like we saw in EU?
I feel like NA is a little bit more close to the chest and just want to take the game in their own hands, maybe have a little bit more fun along the ways as well. Strats might not be there. The emotions might overall. And I feel like they want to take control of the tanks, have the heals. I just wish there was like an instant transmission available for all these players to dodge these tank bullets, get into the tanks, have some fun, throw a little bit of chaos even more with mobility in there. But hey, who knows? Maybe that happens in game 3.
Well, as we all know, it took at least a year for Kakarot to train in that instant transmission. If I'm not mistaken, there was actually a Kakarot either in EU or in MENA, so I don't think we're going to be seeing instant transmission because he was the only one of the team that could use it. But instead of that, we're going to be looking at some more high power level plays from a lot of our teams here because we have some of the biggest names that Fortnite has to offer in North America. But a lot of big names not necessarily showing up right now, SBG, and is that just because of the general format of this tournament, or is it more so that this is kind of a newer chapter? We've only really seen Twitch rivals have a competition and no builds.
I think it really comes down to the lack of knowledge playing the no build or the 0 build mode. It's, something that a lot of these players don't jump into. I personally have had a ton of fun playing the zero builds because you're just constantly playing. But I think we can find out what happens here in game 3 because I'm hearing that it's close to being ready.
Yes, everyone's put their seatbelts on right now. The engine is revving, but I don't know if we're ready to jump in just yet, everyone. But Shayo, something that I saw interesting is that we had 2 players that actually had an advantage by standing on top of the roof. And as we've all known in the previous chapters and seasons, that height wins wars. But how viable is that in this competition?
Pretty viable, I think. I think it's a nice strategy. I want to see if there's more of that in game number 3.
Well, we're going to find that out real soon, everyone, because game number 3 is ready to go. So let's get right into it.
Indeed, Kelly talks about the knowledge needed, the secret strats. SBG talks about the knowledge of the mode. For me, it's the totally awesome nuclear knowledge you need, otherwise known as tank for short, that really wins these games. So let's see who jumps into one first and rocks it out off the bus on this island.
That was beautiful. Beautiful right there. T-A-N-K. Would not have caught that if you didn't spell it out for us, but thank you. Now we're checking out where everyone's landing. And this is going to be a telling tale because the tanks have ruled. You got to be landing somewhere with a tank, or you have to go take someone down that's rocking a tank at least.
Trying to take down Macwood off spawn, I don't think that's going to be too easy. A lot of these guys, that's what you got to remember too, right? Yeah, they're using the tanks, but they're also beasts in terms of just raw player skill. You have to attack a Titan that turns into an 8-headed Hydra once they get into a tank. Every single possible variation of this fight is bad for these new up-and-comers.
Oh, yeah. And if you just think about like taking a pure aim fight with some of these guys, there's just a few people you're not going to win against. And we saw that happen earlier in the games, players just lining straight up. And then there's always in the back of your head, you're like, oh, I got to build. And then you take a second to try and build. It doesn't work. And then you just have that panic that happens internally.
Now look at the panic right now. Asian and Kanata, all the worries sent back to the lobby. Ike getting smacked once again. Might not be top 10 all the time in placements in these games, but they're taking out big names off spawn.
Definitely are. And we see, looks like NPen and Honey Owner getting some elims off spawn as well. Punisher fighting some of the IO guards off spawn. He's taking the blimp over at Tilted Towers. He's playing with Zemi. These two are also contested though. There's a number of players here at Tilted.
Law is in the business. See if he has that third person peak advantage. Punisher's gonna be waiting for now. A slower start to the game overall from what we've seen before.
Do you see jumping right here on Qua? Zemi takes him down, and that's two. Oh, actually just one elims. Looks like someone else was taking out Jack earlier. Now we see Punisher gonna pick him up. Rhythm and Assassin down below. They're not gonna wind up getting in any action there, but we do see some action taking place. We got Joe and Crackley looking for Sizz and Shades, trying to get their revenge. These two have battled off spawn here, and it looks like we're just sitting in a bush. The Sizz and Shades classic.
This tank gets close. I think they're going to be able to just jump in and start this fight in a creative way. Shots taken on all sides. Sizz already down. Shades cannot catch up. And the reigns of terror from that second game are taken out before the third one even starts.
There it goes. The tough thing is you got to be able to hit your shots on that tank because there is some vulnerabilities on the players, but it's really hard to focus on what's going on when you just have a tank running down your throat.
It's mega tough, and we'll be fine for now. All chilling, ready to go. This is the tank that basically won the last game. Let's see if we can do it in this one. As they move around the map, I see a little bit of a picture of a hotel right now inside Condo Canyon. In terms of bed and breakfast, SBG, what is your go-to breakfast?
Go-to breakfast? Yeah. I like a sausage, egg, and cheese on a bagel. That's probably my go-to if I get to pick.
Okay.
What about you?
Steak. What are your thoughts for breakfast?
I have thoughts, and that is a great breakfast.
Yeah, the number one thought I've had from people when told about this secret sauce recipe of a breakfast is, how did I not think of this before? Try it, my man. It'll change your life.
Yeah, I definitely do some steak and eggs when I got leftovers, but you know, as adults, there's no rules. You can cook whatever you want, whenever you want. So a steak at 8 a.m., 2 in the afternoon or 5 o'clock in the evening, whatever you want.
It's dinner time somewhere, and right now, Punisher and Zimi really eating these anvil missiles, rocking all the way down. If you don't have a tank, you can basically make one yourself.
They're just raining them down. This might be a mistake, though, because you want those for later when all the vehicles are running around. They're kind of wasting them, and these players actually do get in a vehicle. That's not the right move against the Anvil, because it will lock on. We do see Zimi getting some shots there. I don't know that they're going to want to chase this, as there's a number of players here, and it looks like Slack's Clarity also in a truck right nearby, so everyone's just running around. Someone's gonna have to make a play for that tank, because that thing is looking so nice.
See this drive forward at all. Clarity's already in. Slack's ready to go too. They're getting bullied though. Clarity, driver's hatch broken, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. He's back inside that whiplash, trying to drive, but one of the wheels is shot. Still luxuriously gold though, as we look at it fall beneath the bridge. Slacks though picks things up, and they're still getting bullied as they move out.
That's right. Someone else putting it on is not. He's using that heavy sniper, one of my favorite weapons ever in the game. Just being able to like smack people, and oh, it looks like there were some shots coming through. Okus gets Kaz, and he's gonna try and jump on Bank here. Following this up, Bank has got nowhere to go. He goes down. A little nice play there with the shockwave. Following that one up, we see Okus hitting them shots, and nice little refresh here.
Enjoy it. This is the most creative this game is going to get. The deeper that we go, the more room we'll show. It's going to be a nice vehicle battle already. Punisher picks up Zimi. They're gone. An assassin also soon ready to go. Everyone has a chance for the vehicle. They're going to go all the way back up to home base as well in that blimp. Looks like tilted central portion of the map has control, has that zone for now. Zombies up top, and everyone's looking good.
Yeah, this could be the first game where we really see the blimp take over. We haven't necessarily seen a ton of blimp play just yet. Just kind of off spawn, maybe like a first zone or 2 people going at it in the blimp. Now we might have the shot to see how powerful the blimp is in 0 builds when everyone has to rotate into it.
Too much power around for now. I like the mantling in combination with gliding. It really makes that, you know, extra step you need prevalent. You can get to so many other spots without the hassle of having the perfect glide.
Would 100% agree. Especially like when you're moving in an end game. I think that's probably the biggest use for the mantling.
I love how there's a bridge that has so many stop gaps for vehicles, and the most flimsy whiplash high-speed luxurious car can roll through them like it's paper.
I was talking about that like day one. I was like, okay, you just drive. Like what is supposed to be stopping a vehicle it just quickly ran through with like no damage to the vehicle. I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that.
It's interesting, super interesting. Oh man, the one game that Punisher switches POIs and drops is old home has the home zone, so that's gonna be tough. At least they have tilted control. They don't get to have a tank though, and looks like their entire big 8-wheelers being stolen too. Okay, so the torches can't fix tires then, I guess, right?
No, it can. So once it gets back up to full HP, the tires are fixed.
For real?
For real, for real.
That is crazy. Yeah. Hey man, shout out torches.
They were uber prevalent in the competitive mode. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It might not fix the chonker tires. I know it fixes the regular tires.
Does it fix, like, I guess just the important ones, like the back 2?
I don't know how this works.
Listen, we don't need to know, right? Because actually we might need to for the next few days, but after that, be in the back recesses of our minds. We'll see exactly where these guys go with 4 out of the 6 tires they have so far. If my math is correct, maybe it's more. Listen, the truck is moving. That's what important right now. And past that, everyone is getting ready to just be in driving mode, just ready to relax and let the late game come to them.
You know, I'd have to guess that the tires are actually working because they weren't taking damage there. Normally when your tires are shot out, the vehicle takes damage. So maybe we're just not seeing that. I want to point out, look at all these makeshift parking garages that people are figuring out. I don't know that you're allowed to park there.
I think there could be a permit. You could apply for it, right? Construction permit, what the heck are you doing type beat permit, and then parking permit, just 3.
Yeah, we're like, hey, I know you're trying to have lunch at this place, but I'm gonna put my car right into the kitchen.
Get up the food a bit faster. I like it. We're watching a little bit of kart racing, it looks like, as everyone moves through Greasy Grove. That's a real garage, but we're gonna park a semi-truck into it. Very nice.
You know, your casual residential semi-truck.
Yep. Who needs a roof? These guys.
Larson going for the living room parking job.
That one's taken. Yeah. So that third permit not there. I love how civil everyone is as well. They understand you're just looking for a parking spot. There's no point to really fight right now. C4 and the Anvil missiles ready to go as well. So Hide and Seek is really looking for the big boom.
Yeah, they're going to be the terror of this lobby. And there's the Anvil coming through. They're trying to hide. Oh. That was close. Almost took him down, but they're going to heal that back up pretty quickly. Hide and Seek, taking some notes, using that Anvil, making sure that he's going to be able to take down some trucks, and TK goes down, so Chap's able to clean up TK, and it looks like those two are in an engagement.
And that Crackly, we know they're in a very important vehicle right now. It's that tank. Looks like Gandhi and Dictating are the ones to do damage to them for now. We're trying to get right back in and drop the pressure down. One shot hit, the tank is moving backwards fast. Gandhi is trying to keep up, but he's getting beamed and now eaten by the storm. What happened? What is this? Gandhi down, no time for peace. Dictating, he's now a solo. They were so close to stopping the tank, but not even these guys can take it down.
The pro plays to stay alive in the tank. We see those guys bait out like an empty tank and then jump in it, take them down real quick. But as nice as that was, the 3 points probably not worth the lack of HP here for Crackly and Joe.
Judging by what happened to Sizz and Shades, yeah, you need about 400 HP to survive this end game, even in a tank. You start getting damaged. I know Joe is outside the vehicle for now. There is someone behind him in the storm. Could drop down on him at any moment. 150 damage, not too hard to deal by yourself. That kill will be there. It's Logic coming in from the far side, but looks like they're even driving outward somewhere else. How do people have enough heals to do this is my question. Maybe there's some med mists in play as they move around. Attack and Cardi are still moving in, and looks like we're into another drive-in of a town. No, this is the OG Greasy. Okay, so we're chilling still in these garage houses that are controlled by one duo each.
Yes, now going for the refill, just casually in the center. You do see shots coming through. Jackson, Rotten Twinkies, trying to hide. But that's not happening with Coney Owner right over there. But I think it looks like Death is knocked, and now they're getting tagged up by a different team. They have to be able to take out that tank quickly enough. Oh, we have an open tank. That could be nice.
That tank just blew up. Yep. Open tank towards the skies and hop in the sedan and get out as fast as possible. 26 duos, a little bit fat for this lobby. That's what we'd like to see. Jackus and Rotten putting their lives on the line to get all tanks out of play. They have a porta potty to use to get out, but if one shot lands, that could mean disaster.
Yeah, they're doing the lobby's work for them right here. As tanks are firing away, they know that that's one of the dangerous positions, is that team up on that natural high ground position. But nonetheless, hey, they're still doing all right, hanging on for now. Definitely still going to be a focus. We do see Tommy getting picked up. D-Gen and Chap hiding out in a bush, taking the good old bush strats out of Season 1.
Gonna be low key for now. Looks like we're ending over Greasy as well. So all these cars, all these 8-wheelers, sedans, trucks have not really even used their fuel. They haven't taken the most amount of damage. Everyone's wondering exactly what to do for them as well. 2 trucks driving by, so repairs are gonna be tough to make, but double the HP to actually use. Crackly just popped off and took down tank takers all the way up top on that crane. I'm looking at one more tank left. That's Macwood and Threats. They're getting shot down. No, that's Joe's on the other side. There's still 2-3 tanks in play.
It does look like Joe gets knocked here by Nets, so Quackley's gonna have to make something happen, but I don't know that they're gonna be able to get back up to that tank. You can't build up to it, and nothing tells me, oh, that's just gone. See ya. Now Macwood and Threats, this is a position they feel quite comfortable in, and we've seen them before. They're just watching fights go on and taking shots at this tank. Look at that. Everyone's just playing their game, but there is another tank. Looks like that's Casker and Enpen? No, AV and Casker, sorry.
Hey, Enpen's also in the business. He was inside that tank. You're not incorrect, and that tank was one that's in trouble. Just look at the positioning from Macwood and Threats. You mentioned it a little bit. Just perfect spot where the right can't really see you. They have a lot more to deal with. The left is blocked off by so many hills. You just have open season in terms of shots from both the turret and the big cannon as well. This is just tough on all sides, and I believe right now with Joe down and that tank blowing up, when we tune in with his POV, they're the final big boomstick left in the lobby.
This is exactly what you want if you're those two. Be in the final tank. Looks like SJ does go down. We saw him going for the heal off in the previous game, so not executing to the best of his abilities this game. Likely gonna try it again. Now Threats and Macwood are on the hunt. Everyone else is just gonna have to run away because good luck trying to take out these two.
Or just firepower domination. Janman and Logic, they make it to the top 15 for now. Still good placement points. I feel like overall, they're popping off. They're the ones though to take down Macwood before in the overall standings. This time, it's up to Macwood to try to clinch that lead. Cease and Vert chilling in the bush for now, but I know that Macwood also just doesn't like trees. He might chop down a few in front of him and find these guys just hiding out right down below.
And anyone that moves, this becomes a target for these two. They got 3 elims. Really. Now, they know though, a lot of these other players know that if you start focusing on these tanks, it won't be an issue. And we see a significantly less number of tanks and vehicles here in this game. So players are learning. It's not exactly the same, but as I say that, we see Threats and Macwood both have repair torches to make sure that tank goes absolutely nowhere.
They found an extra repair torch on the ground as well. They've taken out so many different bodies. They basically just get to control as much as possible what's going on outside their tank and inside the health of it as well. They're back up to full HP.
It's just too easy. These guys just simply dominating the lobby. Thank you very much. It's like Paper takes down Rogue Shark. They're watching a fight happen, and they're just sitting here enjoying the views once again. But instead of it being a front row seat, they're up in the balcony seats watching everything happen from down below them.
That's now electing to use a few of his own ammunition. Doesn't want to cause too much attention overall from the side of the tank. Wants to be a little bit harder of a shot too. Head body's gonna be a bit smaller from this angle on this seat.
Snipes coming through, but nothing connects. Season Vert actually having a pretty good game. 6 elims already. Hiding out in a bush. They're gonna have to make a rotate too soon, which will expose them to the tank, but if Okus keeps the attention of Macwood and Threats, they might be able to make a little rotate. And unlike the previous games, we only have a couple of vehicles here.
This is Crackley in the driver's seat and Gandhi in the passenger seat. These guys are not on the same team.
Oh,
I don't know what is going on in that truck, but it is not normal.
It's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Butter should just go down from fall damage?
I don't know.
What's going on? Why is Tommy in this car? TZ's down. More shots being taken. I think whoever that guy is that's shooting ceased back and just forgot how to use his eyes for a second. I don't know what Crackley's even looking at. Entire car goes down now. Everyone's in trouble. Where did the tank go? How is Macwood down? What happened in the spawn of just a few seconds? That was Nets, Cease, and Threats. I feel like they're the last alive. If Macwood gets this res up, or if Threats does right now, the game is basically just over. It'll be a 2v1. I think it's just a 1v1v1. Nets now inside this truck. It's being beamed all the way down. Cease, the last person, kind of in a situation of 1 HP. There's one more duo left at full HP. It's Ocus. They've done nothing right now, just kind of sat around. Cease is now pushing in. What a weird endgame, but I'm not even sure who's gonna win this one.
Yeah, they definitely don't know Cease is behind them too, as Ocus and Nut look over. They explode the last vehicle. Cease goes for a play, but Threat says, thank you very much. That's 3 more points. Now we have a final 2v2. Let's see how this plays out. Threats is gonna go up, try and make a play. Throwing Ocus in the storm. He's going for the play on Nut too. Ocus is in. It's an aim battle. Who's gonna win this? Threats is looking good. He's able to take down 1. It's a final 1v1 here for Threats.
The trampoline man went all the way up top. Pops someone all the way down. He can still make this 2v1, but Nut understands what's going on. Beams down to Threats. You're not going to get away this easily. There's another heal off going on somewhere across the map. Hilke will take second place, and Nut will be there with the victory royale.
Basically, that 6 zone ends the heal off right there. And what a beautiful game from Ocus and Nut. They just somehow found themselves up on top of everything when there was just pure chaos that happened. And all of a sudden, everyone went down. And Ocus and Nut are just sitting there like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess I'll win this game if I have to.
Yeah. And that was like at the loss of vehicles as well. It wasn't like a tank was doing all the damage this time. This time it was the players kind of getting in very weird situations. Gandhi specifically as well with Crackley. SPG, what was happening there?
I don't know. I mean, I guess sometimes it's better to be in a vehicle. Whether or not it's actually your teammates is an interesting one. Let's take a look at some highlights here and see what happened throughout the game. You guys saw a lot of these elims happen, and man, this has been so much fun to watch. I've really enjoyed the Zero Build tournament thus far.
It's been nuts. It's been insane. While you guys see on these highlights from the last game, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back after these few short moments.
Gamers Without Borders is back, and we're here to give you the final piece of action of the day, everyone. The remaining game for North America. 3 already down, and finally we got to see a no-vehicle game in our no-build tournament, and it somehow ended up being one of the weirdest end games that we got to see. So, SBG, Shio, you know, we asked for it. We didn't want to see vehicles at the end there, but somehow we got something even crazier, Shio.
I want vehicles back in this 4th is my consensus after the fact. Ninokus might not feel the same way. 16 elims SBG. Jeez. That's a huge swing.
Yeah, those two just slayed out. 16 elims is the most we've seen. I know we saw Threats and Macwood get a lot of elims, and Threats almost made an awesome play there. You know, maybe one more shockwave to go up and then throw Nut into the storm, and we're telling a different tale. But nonetheless, what a huge game from those guys. Crackley and Joe, after going down a little earlier, able to make those top 3. And we see the second page of the leaderboard. A lot of players just scooping up a few elims all throughout.
To me, the standout moment, though, was when Gandhi and Crackley were enjoying a nice drive down the hilltop and realizing that they weren't a part of the same team. So, Shia, what's up with that?
Hey, sometimes, you know, you get tired of your duo and you just want to switch things up. You know, I'm not sure how the duo looks after the fact, though, in Game 4, what discussions are being had there, but that's their business. The Game 3, a wild time.
Yeah, although I want to talk a little bit more about what you were saying, SBG, where we saw Threats throw incredible shockwave grenades, actually knocking out Okus, but unfortunately Nut was still there on the height of that hill. So what could have Threats done a little differently besides throwing another shockwave grenade to possibly grab that VR?
I'm not exactly sure what he could have done differently. Maybe just leave Okus alone, because he probably would have fell to storm damage and then focus fully on trying to take down Nut. But, you know, in those situations, it's tough. You don't know exactly what's going on and where the other players are. But, man, that would have been a beautiful play. One more shockwave in the inventory, and we would have been seeing something special. Trust me.
I like it. All right, don't focus the Okus. Is that going to be the story for game number 4? Well, we're going to find out, everyone, because the battle bus is ready, and we're ready to hop into the final game of the day for Gamers Without Borders. So take it away, gentlemen.
Let's wrap things up with a bang. Game number 4. Which way will it go? The only guarantee is second place will be a heal off from what we've seen so far, SVG.
Yeah, pretty consistently being able to grab that second place. And it was a different team this time. We saw SJ go down a little earlier. Maybe that was all part of the plan, or it could have been something completely unplanned. And sometimes when you run into another player doing heal off and they've collected half the heals for you, it actually makes it easier for you to go for the heal off. So if we have 2 colliding heal offs, it either goes terribly because they just wind up griefing one another, or one of them comes out on top with way more heals than they should.
So you get either you get a heal off or a heal on, basically. So we'll see which way the switch is turned. When we tune into this game, looks like a little bit lighter on the south side for now. An even split across the map. Everyone should be able to get to their tanks, their items, that much faster in fairer ways.
Now we do see, looks like our previous game winners are in a fairly good spot once again. And here's what's going to be happening every single game, it appears. You teased it at the beginning. Dubs and Mega just going to be fighting off spawn every single game, and it doesn't matter. These two are going for it. You land at their shifty shafts, they're going to fight you.
That's personal inside zero build. Big shot from Hide and Seek. That extra overshield already down from both players. Phase duel, have to back off, and Hide and Seek right now is starting to move, and this man is not stopping with the shotty in hand.
And no one really has any ammo to continue this fight, so everyone will be complacent with walking on out. We'll be content and move away for the time being, but Mega and Dubs also getting some shots back. Looks like Nex is going to take some damage. And Hide and Seek needs to be careful as well, because Mega's not going to let him just walk around like that. If he thinks he is, he's in the wrong spot. The fight stalls for now, but will continue shortly.
Field back up on all sides. Dubs with the Hail Marys. Hide and Seek down, enough time for Mega to get that med kit popped off and around. They're going to be looking really healthy right now compared to Nets. Anvil Missile coming in, and they see exactly where he is in 2 more seconds. There's the boom, covered gone, and now they start to clasp.
Shots coming through. Mega and Dubs cleaning it up, but almost able to take down Mega. Not today, though. So game 1 and 4, you know, they're beginning and end. They don't necessarily care for the middle games. We see them now playing out here. They'll have all the shifty to themselves and be able to move through the rest of this game.
Looking good so far. Teams rolling down a little bit throughout the course of the day, but lobby still looking strong. Look at that, seeing a little bit more fun across the map until we get straight into vehicle mode. Kaz and Bank up inside the cavern. Okus and Nuts ready to deal even more damage. I mean, 16 elims, and there weren't even that many in the early game. They got them all the way from the third zone onwards. That's just amazing to see.
It is amazing to see, and something else amazing is this amazing peek we see here from Kurt. Getting some shots through, able to get those tags, understand that player's weak, but looks like a shield keg was popped. Bank, healthier than expected, and Jace rocking what looks like some pajamas. It's almost bedtime for some of these players.
They cannot be asleep at the wheel, though, towards the end of this game. That's the big thing. Nathan Kurt kind of been just sleeping inside the storm. And eyes are wide shut in this POI right now. Bank trying his best now has to just delay as much as possible. Kurt's there. Jaith now. Lots of damage taken, but the overshield will come back in just a little bit of a moment. Kurt ready to keep fighting. Kaz at low HP. It's really tough to go against this aim demon, but are two bodies going to be enough to stop him? Jaith, 200 HP. He's going to be there with a big shot. They lock it out.
Finish him right there and take it home. Don't be sleeping on Jaith and Kurt here, because they're going to take you out if you land at their POI. It's a solid win for them off spawn, and they'll be able to get Kurt back up. Looks like Okus and Nut are above and not going to want to get involved in this. Death and Coney Owner, for some reason, are all the way up here. I haven't necessarily seen them. Maybe they decided this was better than Coney. And Dukes and Jamper also looking for something here, but oh, are we about to have a play? We're going for it.
They're going straight forward. It's a little bit scuffed. That's on one side. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what this entire jump down was about. Duke's taking a lot of damage from the backside, though, from the third party. Cody finally down. Death down below as well. A botched attempt at a heist. They get found out and thrown straight to lobby jail.
Yeah, the bathroom break didn't work there. Now Dukes, Jamper have more points than they expected. I don't know that anyone could have expected that move coming out of Death and Coney Owner right there. These guys in a really good spot. And I guess we're getting another northern zone from what it looks like.
Might be a big pull up, and if that's the case, that means the majority of the lobby moves. That means we're up inside trucks and tanks. And if it's a TNT type game, I mean, it's gonna get explosive towards the end.
Explosive indeed. Hopefully a couple players bring those anvils, and oh no. TK looks like he's taking out the FaZe duo, so unfortunate for those guys. They're going to be falling early on in this game. We see Tahi and Paper looking to take the rock station up here. A little triple rock, triple chest. And they're in a fairly good position. Oh, plus that llama definitely does not hurt.
Usually, though, I always see it. I'm like, wow, this is going to get so many good builds off the refresh. You know, it's going to be nice to actually see what's good with it. But in a game of vehicles, in a game without builds, I wish that llama just spawned the tank.
Imagine the tank pops out of that little llama when it explodes.
A redemption book by its cover, right?
Exactly. That's why you force it into a building and then it just, boom, a tank drops right on you.
That would be amazing. Junk roof style.
Oh, yeah.
That's not in the game. Definitely want it back. Tahi Paper. Looking at them so far. Okay, Jaith down, so the cavern loot now switching over. That's Okus starting off his Elim spree. 30 in slacks. They're moving through, locking in. Not finding too much success on Elim so far. It's Smacked, actually, who's doing tank Overwatch duty right now for the rest of the map.
He's in his position. We're about to have one of these epic tank battles that everyone's rooting for. Looks like NPen and D-Roller are on one side, Smacked and Mikey on the other. They're exchanging shots. And looks like Blur and Yoda are like, all right, you guys do that. We are getting out of here. I want none of the sauce.
They have the torch though, so they can take a few hits and keep rocking. Smack going to adjust back up a little bit to make sure he doesn't get hit too much. They have the fuel and the torch to keep this tank active. Blur and Yoda do not want to give it to them for free. They're not getting focused by just one, but now 2 duos, possibly even the majority of the lobby. Enough damage though for Blur and Yoda, enough of a distraction for them to cross the river and get towards the mountain. Very, very nice because zone is so far away.
It is quite far. It looks like one of our tank owners have decided to go elsewhere. Fuel up a little bit, hit the gas station, you know, just driving your tank into the gas station, get a fill up. It's pretty normal. Either way, they're in a pretty good spot. You know, it'd be cool if you could put chonker tires on a tank.
Okay, that would be nice. That would be kind of insane. Let's make them as fast as whiplashes, right? I think that's the first case. I want tanks drifting around corners.
Imagine Tokyo Drift style, just whipping around a corner.
The music starts playing from the tank as it whips.
Oh yeah. Well, you have the radio. You could turn it on.
That's true. Need to add that track. I don't know what is happening here, what type of fight this is, but somehow D-Roller and N-Pen are not going down. Running away on foot, dodging this barrage from the tank.
Yeah, this is not a good situation, but it looks like Mikey and Smack gonna kindly let them go and walk or drive the opposite direction, although they'll wind up catching up at some point because zone is forcing them to go east. They're gonna heal up a little, and yes, these guys are going into the gas station as well. What is going on? Where are we going? Repair tool, new repair tool. Look at those eyes on these players.
Gotta keep your money up, not your funny up, you know what I mean? So they'll make sure the resources are at bay. 30 and Slacks are getting their truck ready to go as well and have the option for shockwaves as well too. Gonna juggle it all the way over and look to see exactly what they need.
We see Larson and TK. They're hurting a little bit from whatever fight they just got in. Now they're gonna hide under in the shifty shafts. It looks like Assassin and Rhythm are coming in hot in the truck. Take a peek where everyone's at. We got a couple of players in the storm. We see Gandhi all the way out there. Chap D-Gen making their way in. A lot of players still on the outskirts have to make this rotate.
What is the Gandhi doing is my question. They're on an island right now looking at something.
It's a great metaphor. We're all on an island sometimes in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
The island within the island.
An eye for an eye makes the whole land blind.
Battle Royale style.
Battle Royale style. 100%.
Of course.
All right, Rhythm Assassin. Gonna put the track on pause for now. I'm liking this prop hunt type situation going down. Arson and TK. They're gonna be moving around. Random harpoon from inside the truck, and they're gonna hear it actually revving on that driver's seat. Still found out though, TK beamed. They go back and forth with Lucas coming in from the left side. It's not an Ocus, and if they're looking at 16 Elam games, that means fight, fight, fight is their plan, and they might just roll in, drift out, and go for a few more shots.
Yeah, a number of duos just got taken out there in the feed. We're dropping below that 60 mark. Not going to see a fight just yet. Actually, as Larson walks in, he gets beamed. Now him and TK are going to have to run, but the chase is on. Rhythm and Assassin trying to get an assassination here.
Larson shockwaving away, doesn't know exactly who is weak. One shockwave split maybe from Larson. I'm not sure exactly what's going down, but he'll be able to med miss up. His overshield now fully active as well. He'll have a chance to drop a few minis and that big pot as well. He'll be good as he moves, and at the moment, still a lot of people just coming in from the storm, just healing up from that damage. Smacked and Mikey, their tank is gone. Their chances in this game also looking kind of slim. I see Sizz alive though, that'll be fun to watch. There's still a few teams inside that storm having trouble moving in. Casker bopping AV as he moves through. AV getting bopped as well as he's trying to move around. There is chaos on the storm line.
This is the late rotate crew. Everyone's deciding to rotate late. Looks like Smack's gonna jump on D-Roller. He's getting taken out. Then there's a whole nother team all the way on the far side. It's only a 2-tick right now, but once this closes, this is gonna start to hurt. And these guys still have quite the rotation with a number of teams in front of them. nonetheless, Mikey and Smack still sitting strong, looking to hold their position, and now Tommy getting those shots back. Now Smack just looking at somebody else. This is just everyone right here, and Blur gets an ankle. Mikey tagged up. Oh, he saves him.
That's insane. It's Rogue Shark from the other mountain that saves him. Smack, though, accosted the process. Now they'll look to possibly take out the tree. Yoda's on the backside. If he just moves up slightly, he might be able to land this shot. Casker is melting from fire, trees, and damage from the storm. Yoda has so much loot to deal with. He doesn't understand there's a duo right above him who's about to heal up. Look at all this loot. Look at him as well, and possibly take him out. These are 12 shockwaves he has to work with.
You're just shockwaving straight around, but that may not matter if that team gets a good 3-2-1 above him. We do see zones start to move, and once again, it is parking garage wherever you want. Everyone just figures out where exactly we can park or make it work. Sizz and Shade still in this game. Our previous game winners of Nut and Ocus still rocking within the lobby as well. Definitely looking like a significantly less amount of vehicles in this game compared to what we had early on.
I think they're just hiding them from USBG. They're gonna surprise you with a bunch of pocket garages in a sec.
I'm a fan of surprises.
What's the best surprise you've ever got?
Oh,
that you're willing to share.
Give me a second. I'll have to think about that one.
Respectfully. For me, I'm a big fan of sour cream and onion chips, yeah?
Okay.
And back in the day where I was pounding the stream game, putting in the 700-hour week, so to speak, I didn't see my friends too often. It was my birthday, and I almost basically forgot. And they came in with a candle on a sour cream and onions chips packet. It was very sweet. It was a cool surprise.
That is a nice surprise. You got some good friends there.
Yeah. Or should I say it was very sour because, you know, the chips are sour, so.
Well, speaking of birthdays, shout out to Vivid. Happy birthday to him. Today is his birthday. He was just casting EU. So a little happy birthday to my man.
You know what they say about birthdays? You're not born every day.
Only on your day of birth.
Yeah, just keep that in mind. Ocus and Nut, in the middle of all this chaos, a bunch of people around them. Everyone has weapons and they're shooting. Many things happening in the game and on the map.
All right, so I do have an answer for you. Finally thought about this. After I got engaged to my wife, my friends threw us like a surprise engagement party. It was quite nice.
Oh, let's go. And neither of you knew about it?
Well, we knew we were hanging out, but like none of us, we didn't expect it to be like a surprise engagement party, you know? Like we knew we're going over to a friend's house to like grill and have some food and drinks, but all of a sudden it turned into like, oh, we have party balloons, we got a cake, we got all this, we got champagne for you guys. Oh, it was wonderful.
Nice. Well, the Slacks basically engaged the Clarity G, and they didn't expect their friends to come in with a truck, Ocus and Chap, and give them a nice little surprise party. You guys are sharing similar experiences. That's so cool. Logic is there too, having a fun time. Once again, I'm not sure if teammates are in the same vehicles or what is going on, but there are big explosions and trucks driving around Sleepy Sound streets.
Oh, coming for you, Narwhal. Oh, he narrowly escapes that one. Just like you mentioned, they were hiding all the vehicles from us. Players did not want to leak the secrets just yet, and we get the surprise of a lifetime. There's cars running around like madmen.
I feel like I'm watching Frogger on like expert impossible difficulty, where the cars try to hit you as you cross the street. This is just, 3D Frogger with heat-seeking cars. It's nuts.
And you can't jump over the cars. It just doesn't work. Oh man, D-Gen chasing down another one here. Looks like Chap and T-Gen are in a good spot. They're about to run out of their repair torch though, which is the one issue for these guys.
Chap's last a little bit in the bank. I think they're saving it for if one of their tires gets shot. And there it is. They have to get out now. Oh my goodness, it's getting beamed down. D-Gen move. No, he gets blown up. After that, so much more. Who are we even looking at right now? This is Fatch. No HUD needed for this one. We know the action is intensive. DJ now bopping back and forth, and he finds Chap inside a little crevice. Look at him. The Heidi boys with a shield keg. They're keeping the dream alive.
It's the pocket corner you want to be in.
What is this?
They're just looking at everyone, and Party and Patek up above, but no, they're gonna get chopped out. Now they're just fishing a barrel to get shot by DGen, and no, it's Tommy actually that takes him out. And oh no, look at this.
What?
Crackly and Joe. They're just sitting here. They're gonna win this game by default because everyone else is fighting one another.
All the way at the bank, or at the back right now, Crackly and Joe have a tank and just found a full repair tool. Rogue Shark is in here with the main one. It will take a lot of damage. Crackly and Joe, they're active, and I think they're gonna take the first shot all the way over at Rogue Sharks. Remember, they have that repair tool. DGen popped all the way up top, and he gets beamed down, tossed straight into back towards Chap, and I'm not sure if they see him. Big boom, Chap mantles up. Rogue Shark going for the repair tech, and Chap dodges a big shot. He gets just no-scope sprayed out of nowhere by Rogue Shark. It's tank versus duo now.
We do see the tanks are coming in strong, and Joe and Crackly are going to the vehicle. Looks like their tank may have been damaged too much. The solo hiding in. Now going to use the shockwave plays. He's going to get beamed by everyone. It's literally just duck hunt right now. He's getting beamed up. He goes down, or I imagine he will in just a second here. Now we have to take out the final tank. The mission to win the game. Can you take out the tank, or will Rogue Shark and Knight win it all?
Raid boss mode, it's a hijack that goes straight in for it, trying to damage him up, but Crackly's going towards the storm. Broken down, spammed out, switch seats. Where's Crackly? I'm not sure, but Carrie's there with distraction to take everyone down. The only players to not roll in with the tank are there to blow one up and take a few more shots, and they'll be the last alive inside this circle. One more team healing somewhere across the ways. It will be Joe that goes down, but Cash and Fairy with that fourth game, big win.
Cleaning it up for the last game. You love to see it. French Canadians taking home game number 4 with that beautiful plays. They had a number of elims too. I would say at least like 4 elims.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing to see. It was just awesome. Kelly, I mean, what did you think about that game? I feel like it was a bit of everything, a little bit of on-road action with the tanks, and also just infantry fire with people without vehicles.
I honestly loved DGen and Chap's play there, just holding up literally in a hole in the wall and just hoping that no one noticed them. And it kind of worked out for a little bit there. But unfortunately, Rogue and Knight caught them out with a tank, which is probably the worst thing you'd want to get caught out by. And that did spell disaster for them. But honestly, we saw a little bit of everything today. Maybe not too much beyond the tanks, but I'm honestly surprised, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, overall, maybe that first game was the hardest one to really sink in with because there were so many vehicles all around, but it was just nice, awesome action the whole way through. A different early game every single time, heal-offs all around as well. I feel like the highlights were truly high for the side of both NA East, Middle East, North Africa, as well as EU.
Definitely saw some wonderful plays here. And the biggest thing was just saw the pure aim of some of these players. They're just so good at simply playing with weapons, and other ones, they're using the tanks, they're understanding the strats.
Man, highlight for the day, though, for me has to be Nuts VR there with 16 eliminations with Ocus. I mean, what an incredible run. That alone probably gained them over 70 points. So definitely going to be seeing them high up on the leaderboard with the rest of these teams right here. And if you guys are just joining us for the first time, it's over. Unfortunately, Gamers Without Borders is going to be ending in just a moment. But that's just for today, chat. We have 3 more days of competition until Sunday, and that's going to be for MENA, EU, and NA regions. But we got to take a quick look at the ranking there, and without too much of a surprise, Fatchy and Carrie up in top with 8 eliminations. Knight and Rogue Shark in that tank going to be walking away in second place with 6 elims. And speaking of 6 elims, I was talking about the hiding team, Chap and DGen there walking away as well. But lots of big teams right here that we're going to be seeing compete over the next few days. But Shio, team that stuck out to you the most?
For me, it has to be Crackly Joe. I mean, they came back with a vengeance. Looks so good. Ocus and Nut as well were popping off, but I want to see exactly where Joe ended up after he just taken down, Shades and Sizz towards the back half of that tournament.
Well, then we have to see our overall standings for the day if we're going to see Crackly and Joe up on top. And no, it is in fact the team that I mentioned with the 16 eliminations, Nutify and Ocus with 158 points. SPG, that is quite a lead over the competition.
I mean, they have, in one game, they basically had the same number of eliminations as everyone else had total. They had 16 elims in that one game. The highest number is 18. So that is a reason they're in first place. And they were just playing so well. Additionally, Logic and Janman, they've been playing pretty consistently. You know, the elims may not be as high, but definitely grabbing all those placement points. And then Threats and Backwood, we saw the tank plays, definitely holding out a strong top 3 right there, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, everyone that you see on this side of the top 8 on the board had a story attached to them, had one of the VRs as well. It was chaos, it was catastrophic, but it was very fun to watch. I just feel like it was a good day overall in an A 4-0 build Fortnite.
Oh, yeah. Not just a good day for NA, but a good day for all 3 of our regions right here, duking out for that $3 million prize pool where the lion's share goes to the first place winner, and they get to choose which charity they want to donate that money to. And obviously, all of this couldn't be done without Gamers Without Borders. Everyone, please go check out their website right now, gamerswithoutborders.com. And obviously, follow this Twitch channel right now because we're going to be streaming over the next 3 days, and then we're going to have a new game in the upcoming weeks. It's not just a Fortnite tournament. No, everyone, this is one of the biggest tournaments leading up to one of the biggest live events that we're going to be having in Saudi Arabia this summer. So make sure that you follow because the top 5 teams from each region are going to make their way to that live tournament in the summer. But guys, I believe that is going to be it for us right now. We got to watch Middle East, North Africa earlier on, then Europe after that, and then, of course, North America, which we just wrapped up those 4 games today. More games going to be going on over the weekend, everyone. But before I send you guys off, SBG, final thoughts of the day.
It was a thankful day, and I'm just very thankful to be here. So thanks for being awesome to watch these games with, guys.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Shia, we have lots of thanks to give, but what do you want to say in your final moment?
Listen, tanks are obviously, the forefront of a lot of the things that happened today, but don't forget about Spike or Faye when you're taking a look at some of these games. That'll be my final note for the day.
And obviously, heal ops is an option, everyone. We don't have to bring vehicles to the end game every single time, but that is most likely going to be the case over the next 3 days, everyone. This is not it for Gamers Without Borders. We still have more action coming your way over the next few days. So again, make sure to follow right here on Twitch because you guys aren't going to want to miss the action. But for right now, the action is over, and we all appreciate you guys joining us right now, but we'll see you all tomorrow.